Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everything in between. How we doing today? Yo, 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 yo. Okay, I gotta turn on the press the co-stream button and pull up the Warcraft stream here. Everything in between. Listen, we're inclusive here. Everyone is welcome. Listen, I'll take everything. I'll take anything I can get as far as viewership is concerned. Listen, you could be a whatever you want to be, man. You could be a goat, you could be a bear, you could be a lawn chair, a deck. You could be the sun for all I care. Oh shit. Wait, that kind of was that a bar? Was that a bar though? Okay, I turned into the Warcraft stream and this is what I see. What's going on here? Warcraft? Hello? Hello? Anyone home? Anyone home? Anyone home? Say everyone, not everything. Oh, you're probably right. My bad, my bad. Everyone in between, everyone in between. Alright, I'm gonna clean off my glasses here, and then you guys are getting the camera. Oh, I also forgot one more thing. One segundo. I did wake up half an hour ago, which is honestly earlier than I usually would for these types of MDI things. Also, by the way, let me know how I sound. Let me know how I sound. I set up my new mic the other day. I think it sounds good. But you guys are the ones that will be able to tell that. It's just you, by the way. All right. Huh? Are they trying to prevent me from watching the stream? What's going on? I mean, to be fair, I'm planning to watch the YouTube stream anyways, but you know, give you a little warm up of the Twitch stream. That was the plan. I guess plans change. Sing a few lines so we can make sure it's good. Um, Ah, about that. I mean, we certainly could. But guys, did you know that when I was in high school, the teacher I was a big theater kid, all right? I was a big theater kid, and our school would host plays every year. And there's like a pretty big production. It was like the biggest in our city. There were multiple schools, but our theater production was like the biggest and best in our city. So like people would come from all around to watch it. On every other year, they would alternate whether or not they did like a musical or a non-musical. Okay. And every year that I basically auditioned every year. And every year that it wasn't a musical, like I would get a big role. But every year it was a musical, I would like either not get a role at all or I'd be a backup dancer. Because when I auditioned, we had to like sing, and I was told I was tone deaf. And so I could never have a big role because I just could not sing. And like even if you weren't a good singer, like often they could work with it if you're like a good enough actor. But like I really couldn't sing. So yeah, that's a little bit of Shindig lore. Yo yo yo. All right, try one once more. Oh oh, dude, what are they? Is this like a co-streamer thing? Oh, it's white here. If I go to max, is it like what? Hold up. Might have to update browser. I'm wondering. Dude, I don't know. Are they live on YouTube yet? It is just me. Are you using uBlock? I was just wondering if it was like an ad blocker. I have an ad block, but it doesn't even work. I just tried pausing it, and it didn't do anything. It's not the ad block. All right, they are live on YouTube though, and the YouTube stream does work. W. A DNS? What does that mean? If it's like if that's like an elaborate setup to a DN joke, then props to you. W Queen the opener. All right. Enabling Chrome volume so you guys can now hear this. You for real don't know DNS, bro? Am I like a? Do I have to be a tech wizard? Do I have to, or not even a tech wizard? Do I have to be an analogy wizard? I don't know every single analogy known to man. Listen, a few might slip past me. I know most of them. I think probably. But dude, this mic though, this mic, is this crispy? Am I crispy? Oh shit. BlizzCon hype.
their boss is dropping here. Are they gonna get the one?
Oh shit, you're right. It is an acronym, not an analogy. Fuck.
Wow.
Oh, I'm so guys. I am still waking up. You forgive me.
15% on the boss for Liquid, but Dignitas have already downed Degentrius.
Website names and the IP address so you can connect.
11 seconds.
Okay.
The interrupt is out. Liquid now going into Divine Guile phase of their own, but Dignitas, they have the Ascendants back off cooldown. They're sending this boss home.
Down goes Lothar.
I was in the intro.
3-0 for Dignitas here, sweeping Team Liquid.
Was I?
Yeah, I mean, look at this for Liquid on the left side here. They are.
Wait, I wasn't paying attention.
Wow, they killed it in the burn.
Not gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention. But I'm paying attention now. China returns.
We are dropping down to the single digits on Restless Heart, and in a series.
Oh, okay. The YouTube stream rebounded itself. Let's go. Watch this again.
We are dropping down to the single digits on Restless Heart, and in a series that couldn't have been any closer or any crazier.
Oh no, the fear goes off.
Spellbook.
Dude, whoever edited this intro is sick.
The whispers of the void
In a
have
good way.
long foretold the
All right, hold on. Sorry, guessers, I have to go back and see I was in this intro. Very important.
It can be.
Wow. Are they gonna get the one face? Hold on.
All right. Oh shit, we are in here. Yo. Oh my god, the one clip that they showed of my team, it's when the other team one phased the boss and then we didn't. No, dude. Our clip was they're showcasing the other team, not us, dude.
Best the world has to offer.
Raichu with the prime.
Running competition. This is
Thank you very
one
much.
of the most hotly contested finals we have ever seen in Midnight Season 1.
All
This
right.
is going to be
Call
a
back up. Here we go.
phenomenal weekend. I am so stoked to see what the
I
teams
know.
have brought to the table.
Me
Here
too,
we
honestly.
go, ladies and
They're
gentlemen,
bringing a
here we
lot,
go.
and we have some incredible contenders. I mean, Dratnos, here we are already, the beginning of the end for season 1.
Actually,
Has it
I
lived
had a
up to your
suggestion earlier, and I
expectations?
want to follow up on
Say
it.
it's exceeded my expectations so far.
me pull it
Getting
up.
to this point, we have seen some maps come down to a handful of seconds. We have seen some of the most incredible strategies. We've seen all these different compositions as well.
So,
that teams
if
have
you
been
guys
using
haven't
in these
already
dungeons,
seen
and,
it,
yeah, the
here
level
is
that
the
top few teams have gotten to. How close
bracket
they all
for
are,
this weekend.
Something I've never seen before.
Honestly,
Agreed.
I feel like season 1 has just opened up with such a bang. I can't wait to see what everything
Something went
else has in
wrong.
store. But this weekend, I mean,
Okay, we're
there's
back.
so much on the line for our teams. Zyra, with BlizzCon on the horizon,
It's the
do they wanna
same-
win now more than ever?
It's
Oh, I mean,
Raichu.
for sure. And all of the
Apologies.
winners
Now I
interviews
know.
we've conducted over
Raichu.
the past couple of cup weekends, one of the primary motivating factors for the
I got a
teams
free
was
Amazon Prime trial.
getting to
Enjoy
play
your
BlizzCon.
free Bezos
Not only
money.
for the chance to play on
W.
stage in front of the crowd, but also because a
Gracias,
large majority
gracias.
of that prize money is centered around BlizzCon.
It's
The four
another
teams that
double
make
elimination
BlizzCon
bracket,
split
like what we saw
$300,000. It's
last
insane.
weekend. Last time we were in
I mean,
here for
becoming
Group
our
C.
Season 1 champions is honestly something I think everybody wants to do, but that BlizzCon prize at the
The number
end
1 and 2
is
seeds from
something
all three
that they're
groups,
definitely
and
looking
also
forward to.
China.
And while
Number
it
1
has
seeds
been
are
a
the top
long
team
journey
here
that's
in
brought
each
us
of
to
these
this point in
matchups. Number 2
Season
seeds are the
1.
bottom
Every
teams.
single weekend has had a story
And
to
we're
tell.
seeing all of
So
these
let's
matchups
go
on
ahead
day
and
1.
reflect on what brought us to this point. Now, all of
Then
this
for
began
advancing
back
to
in April
BlizzCon,
in our global
the
time
top
trials. And a
3
reminder, you will
non-Chinese
compete for these too,
teams
so get in
will
there,
qualify
have
for
fun,
BlizzCon,
participate, and who
and then
knows,
the
you might
top
rank
placing
higher than you
Chinese
think.
team will qualify.
From those, the top 24 teams moved on to our
So-
groups, with the top 8 teams from our China time trials.
I
moving
think there
along
are,
for their own group
in my
stage as
opinion, I
well.
made a video
From
talking
those
about this.
groups,
Exclamation
2
point finals,
teams
if you guys
from
are
each made
curious.
it here to the season 1
I think there are
finals,
5
top
teams
eight
to
are
look out
facing off
for
$100,000 in the prize pool. And of course, becoming our season 1 champions
perform
is
and
huge in its
qualify.
own right, but this year we have this
It's, in my
added
opinion,
prize
it's
of
all
securing
4 of the
tickets
number
to
1 seeds
BlizzCon if
and
you end
Liquid.
up in our top for.
are kind of the 5
So,
teams to
Travis,
watch,
what do you think
which
makes competing at
means
BlizzCon
of those
so
5 teams, we'll get a
special for the
matchup
teams?
between the 2
Yeah,
today.
I mean, there's a
I think
whole
Big
lot
Big
going
Lucky, the number
for
1
this,
team out of
right?
China,
There's
is
a
also
prize
looking
pool,
quite
of course, a
good.
huge prize
So
pool
this should be a
at
really good
BlizzCon.
match to see.
But I think the biggest thing is just getting to compete on that stage in front of everybody. I don't think it's something that these teams. It's a
But
special
even
prize,
with
just
that,
making
like
it
the
to that point.
number,
And of course,
the
chance
3
of
teams
winning
outside
there
of the
in
top
front
5, so
everybody is
Interrupt, Sen Spellbook,
indescribable.
and Auntie Angels are
I mean,
all
when you're
very,
there with the crowd,
very
I feel like the
competent
energy
teams in their
has to
own
be
right. So it'll
incredible.
be interesting to see how
And
they
it's been
are
3
able
years
to
since last
perform
BlizzCon, even longer
today.
since WoW Esports were live at the event. So, Zyro, what are some of your favorite memories of being there in the crowd with everybody?
Which first round
Like
matchup
you
are you
said,
most
we
hyped
got
to
the Guild
watch?
Clash 3 years
This one
ago.
right
The
here,
last
Big
time we
Lucky
had a
versus
live
Liquid.
stage at BlizzCon was in
Really excited
2019.
to see what comes out of
We
this
saw
one.
Method EU win on the big stage. It was awesome events.
How was Liquid in
The
they
hype
lost
from
against in the final?
crowd was just
Yeah, it's the
insane.
top
Not
2
only for the
teams from
event,
every one of the
that
previous
really
groups.
Stuck out for me was when we got to watch the preview.
Feel like it
to
had
start the
times as
show,
good
where they
or
showed
better
off
than
all of their
mandatory,
new
and
cinematics. The trailer for Shadowlands was playing.
Dig, they're
We got to
sick.
stay up on stage throughout the whole pre-show. and it was
So
just
I kind
incredible.
of did
Being
China
able to
Sin.
soak in the vibes from the crowd. I can't wait to get back.
Oh shit, this is
Oh, that's
picture
so
from their
cool.
last
I'm
at
so
BlizzCon?
excited. I'm so excited
Dude,
to see all
BlizzCon
of you
would be
there
so
and
fire to
here
be
for the
at.
first
Oh my
time at
goodness.
BlizzCon. And of course, we are going
Imagine if I was competing, dude. Imagine if I was in this tournament.
There. But before that,
Oh,
our teams have some memories of
my
their
team
own
lost.
to make this
No.
weekend here and now for our season 1 finals. The finals bring with
Shit.
them prizes and medals.
That's okay, next
to
year,
be
next year,
won.
next year.
And our teams are competing for $100,000.
Hot
Of
Pot
course,
Heroes
if you
versus
get
Bobby
higher up in the
Bandits.
rankings, you get more of that
Yo.
prize pool. So teams want to get as high as they can. And we can't forget about the custom Midnight Season 1 medals that our top 3 teams will win. These
oh,
designs
there's
are
medals?
impeccable. And hey, you know what? You can even bring them to
Yo.
BlizzCon, wear them around, show them off, be like real low
Dude,
like
this would be
that.
fire.
But I think honestly,
I would
these
wear this
designs-
shit for like all of
these
BlizzCon if I
designs
got
are
one of
cool.
these.
You know, you might as well.
I
Do
would- that
something
shit
to
would never
commemorate
come
the
off.
Season. And of course, that's not to mention that across all our finals here and at BlizzCon, we have a total prize pool of $800,000.
Wait, Luma, how do you know that? What the
is
hell?
Huge for the teams, and it sets the stakes even higher for those of us watching. Esports fans are going to be eaten well at BlizzCon.
Yo,
because
something
the
that
MDI won't be
guys
the
we need to
only
pay
competition
attention
you see
to
live,
over
though.
the course of this
We'll
weekend
also have our Arena World Championship grand
is
finals.
how
And
the
speaking
finals
of,
will,
today,
how
our
BlizzCon
MDI
will play
broadcast
out for the
doesn't wrap
MDI.
with our last
I have
dungeon.
no idea what
Our
format they're
last
gonna
showdown today will actually determine the final
use
team
or
going
do.
to BlizzCon.
Like, no clue.
From the AWC. Dratnos, what can our viewers expect from the cross-region playoff happening right after the MDI today?
Yeah, that's right. Just a few short minutes after the last match today, we're going to have our third-placed teams from the Americas and Europe regions that saw the play last weekend. They are going to be going head-to-head for the last AWC BlizzCon spot. It is very high stakes.
We're talking about AWC right
and
now.
it's going to be a best-of-7 format with a bit of a twist. Because it's an NA team.
You have to
and
wait till
EU team
BlizzCon
nine,
to see the
and so
finals of
teams
this
are gonna
bracket,
alternate
or is that
between
like
home
an
and
extra
away
special tournament on top
matches.
this weekend?
And in order to win, you have to lead by
I would
2 or
think of
more
it as like
maps
a kind of
after,
extra
the best of 7
special
also
tournament.
has finished as well. So
It like
it
is
a
the
big,
true
high-stakes
finals of the
matchup,
event.
and it might go more than 7. It might go. It
For
could go
teams from
infinite.
this
We could
weekend,
have
like their
infinite
goal is
matches
probably to
here, so,
qualify for
it could go all
BlizzCon.
the way till tomorrow, even.
But it's
Great,
not
so we'll
like
just do MDI tomorrow,
like
we'll have
previous
AWC on the
MDIs
side, they'll still keep going.
would have
We'll
a
see who
format like
emerges the
this
victor, but
for
hopefully
the
we'll be
finals.
able
So
to
this is
settle
like
it
more of an
tonight.
official
It's gonna be a big one
bracket.
and really exciting.
I don't know
promise.
how they're
Even
gonna do
if you
just
think
like
you
4
like
teams.
PvE more, check out this PvP because
Like
it's
that.
gonna
That's
be
what I was mentioning
really
earlier. I'm not
cool
really sure
time.
how they're
And
gonna
that gives us some
run
information
the
about
finals.
the AWC playoffs.
Or sorry,
But let's
run
go ahead and
BlizzCon
get back to what we're
finals
here for today,
for the
the
top performing teams from this
MDI and
tournament.
rules that
But
we
I
have
consider
for
this like
weekend.
the
If you've
the
been
kind of
following the competition
legit
so far, you'll notice that this weekend
finals
has some changes in its
final
format.
matchup, if that makes
Tunnels,
sense.
Can you give everybody a rundown on what they might see this weekend for our rules?
Yeah, okay, so if you're tuning in for the first time, you haven't seen much of this MDI season, first off, welcome. Secondly,
Guys,
we
one
got
sec, one
some
sec, one sec.
rules to discuss. So we are no longer in a pushing format, we're actually in a speedrunning format where the teams are going head-to-head. We've already narrowed down the field to the top 8 teams. So the format, it's head-to-head in best-of-3 dungeons, where the finals is a best-of-5. The map pools are kind of interesting, though. So you see that final blurb at the bottom on the season final. It says, dungeon bans are reintroduced, no spec variety rule. So if you watched the group stage, we had a spec variety rule where every single map teams would ban 3 specializations. That is no longer going to be in play here. Instead, we are going to get the fastest strategies on what the teams determine to be the best compositions. But as a result, they're also going to have bans in terms of dungeon bans, and we've seen the meta for that over the last couple seasons be a little bit different. Sometimes you target ban against your opponents depending on what you think is their best map. Sometimes you ban a map that you think is particularly bad for you. There's kind of a little bit of strategy involved with dungeon bans, but each team gets a ban. You're not allowed to ban the first map in a series. The dungeons are also from the 16 to 19 range, which is quite a bit higher than what we saw during group play. I think that putting those dungeons to that level 19 is going to be a really big
You literally
deal.
get at the
Now,
end
there
of
is
let's go and talk about it on
additional
stream.
bonus
Huh?
gear that has been applied now for finals that wasn't apparent for group stage on the trinkets and the weapons, so they are a little bit higher item level. But even still, I would not be shocked if on those 19s we see.
Oh, are you
full
sorry?
wipe
Was the
or
question?
partial wipes at least?
Maybe I
super
misunderstood
fast
the question. Yeah,
because it's quite high
the very
difficulty
finals
is
of the event
definitely
will be at
rising in
BlizzCon.
proportion to the stakes of the finals, and I'm really
So during
curious
the
to see how
event.
the teams are going to rise to meet that challenge. Of course, while the spec variety rule challenge might be gone for them, I do want to briefly touch on the fact
Howlin'
though,
Pools
that thanks
top
to
2
CN,
make it
we
out,
now
but
have
they
all of
play
our
go grand
specs
finals.
checked
Top 4
off.
make it out of this
So
weekend, but
Jack
they
knows
play
what
out the whole
final
bracket.
specs did China show us during their weekend?
Yeah, this is pretty
Yeah.
hype. So we saw most of the specs across our three
what Luma said.
global weekends before the China weekend, but then China obliged
What
and
are these
provided
fireworks?
the final 2 specs that we were missing, which were Holy Priest and MM Hunter.
Last 2 teams will play
Here
on
you can see
LAN?
On the right-hand
No,
side, we actually had both of them, in fact,
no,
in the
last
same run.
top
This was
3
the only
teams will
time we saw
play
the MM
on
Hunter. We
LAN,
actually saw quite
plus
a bit
top China
of
team.
Holy Priest and also Discipline Priest, though.
What do you
out
think
of
about
this
the spec
region. So
bans
it'll be
only being
interesting to
groups?
see
Thought it was fun to
if
see some
either
different
of the two
specs.
representatives from
I
China
don't love
actually
the
end up
I
busting
don't love
out,
that it's only in
either of
groups.
those healing specs
I think
or
it's
some of the other
goofy to
specs
have
in
it
this
only
region.
in one
Played a lot of Ret Pally
format
as
and
well,
not the other.
which is another very, very strong option. We've
And not the
seen
finals.
The West use it as well in some of the maps, so definitely something that might get some use. Although without the spec
I don't know if
variety
like the
rule
group
really
the spec ban
incentivizing
rule
it,
was
there's also a
necessarily.
good chance that we are going to see teams really hone in on these hyper,
look at this guy.
hyper optimized strategies. With
I don't know
those
if- I don't know if the
dominant,
spec ban
arm
rule
over
was
comps that we
necessarily,
saw a
like,
lot of,
us-
when teams saved the spec variety rule for that.
I mean, I
last
think
map
it was a
in
good
series,
thing for
they
this
would,
this
they
event.
pulled
I
out.
just don't know. I think
Yeah, you know,
I've
it was really
been
fun
thinking about
to
this
see the
more,
strategy
and I feel
teams
like
were
they
taking
should
the
make the
approaches. Of course,
bans
CN, I love seeing
affect
different
your
regions, what
opponents
they
in
might
some
bring to the
form.
table. Getting to see a little Priest was also
Like,
fun
teams
because
should
you
be
could
able
see
to
much of it
ban
early
other
on.
specs
So
or maps
glad
or
we
something.
can round out all of the specs
I think
and
that'd be
also get some
more,
really
like,
great
fun,
gameplay
more
and some
engaging.
Fantastic teams here now for the season 1 finals.
So
After that
I do think it's a
weekend,
shame
with
that they removed
CN,
spec
we
bans
actually
for the
got to
finals.
see who all was going to be here for these finals, and we have a ridiculously stacked lineup, all trying to outrace each other. Zyra, what are some of the teams we're going to be seeing today?
Yeah, so in case you missed the Cup weekends, I'll give you a brief rundown on how all of the teams looked back in
Is that
their
your guild talk about
respective
Airbnb on
cups, starting it
stream?
up with Group A mandatory.
Ooh,
Started
you
off
caught
the
that?
competition
Damn.
strong, putting together an
Yeah,
entire
they are doing
deathless
Airbnb.
weekend. Not a single death on any of their dungeons the entire weekend. Can they keep that up? These players, some of the players on this team have won 10, 12 MDIs throughout
Yeah.
the years of the winningest players of all time. They'll want to add another one to their list there now under this new banner, under mandatory. Sin Spellbook upset Polish Mountain that weekend and stole away that number 2 slot playing in the global finals. Can they continue to play upset this weekend? We'll have to find out. Moving on to Group B, Triple Threat ended up winning the weekend, but not after going through some controversy. Auntie's Angels actually won the upper finals bracket match against them. Triple Threat was able to come back to the lower bracket and win the grand finals to secure the number 1 seed, but both of these teams definitely have more to play for this weekend. We'll see if they can clean up their play this time around.
I think
In
you're
Group
probably
C, it was
right. I think the ban
Dignitas
rule is like
looking
a little
very
bit, maybe a
dominant
little
throughout
bit
the
like
entire
aggressive
weekend
over
Team
the
Liquid,
top.
who
And like
looked
one of the things
a
that I
little less
didn't like about the
strong
ban
than I
rule,
believe we
which
as
existed,
casters
was like
thought. Of
the
course,
finals
Liquid did
between.
have a substitute with
I'm
City.
gonna mute for a second. Love you guys, love you casters, but I'm gonna mute for a second. One of the things that I didn't love about the spec ban rule for the group stages was some teams would just like throw maps. So some maps are just no contest, and this was especially true in BO5s, where like a good example of this is the Liquid versus Dignitas best of 5. Like that was a super hyped matchup, and then you had Dignitas that played all their best comps for the first 3 maps, and Liquid saved their best comps for maps 3, 4, 5. So the first 2 maps were just a complete wash and like not appealing to watch in the slightest. Liquid just so that was a really exciting matchup that didn't really add up to anything because of the spec ban rule. So I like the idea, and I like that they saw different, like we were able to see different classes come to the forefront of the competition, but I think the implementation of it could left something to be desired. So I guess it makes sense that they would be scared to have it in for the finals as well, but they could have like taken a step back. They could have been conservative about it and be like, yeah, you have to ban 1 spec or something. It's better than nothing.
broadcasting so that you can get their point of view as well. You can find out
I was
more
going to
information if you'd
see
like
certain
to
specs
in the
because
FBX
teams want
Discord.
brownie points.
And with
Yeah,
that
that's
refresure of
also
our
kind of
teams here
annoying.
for the season
Like
one
whenever
finals,
teams
Tunnels,
are
can you
like
give us some
competing,
insights into how they'll be
throw
going
out a
up
team
against one
for
another in our
not trying to win,
bracket?
like that's kind
All
of
right,
not
let's
fun to
talk
watch as a
about
viewer.
The storylines that we have for today with the bracket. So first off,
Hey
the first series
Shin,
of the day
don't
is
run
Mandatory
ads whole
versus
time.
Interrupt.
You got
It
me.
is
Tell you what,
the
I
favorites,
can't
they were the
do
number one
that,
seed during time
but I
trials. They have
will
some of the
run
most
ads
accomplished players in the
not
world on
during
their
the
team, and they
games.
are facing
Sounds
off
good?
against Interrupt.
Deal?
How is Mandatory going to look?
And if
Didn't
I
really
do
know how
that,
they were going to look going into their group weekend with this new
you guys
configuration of
can
players.
consider
Like
subscribing.
Zyro said,
Thoughts?
they went deathless
Yes?
through the
No?
weekend. They were completely. They were
Guys,
dominant.
Twitch Primes?
I don't think that there's a better way to really describe it. Interrupt. They got a really big journey ahead of them. Being able to play upset here would be massive. I think for Interrupt, they had a couple
Okay,
runs that
Luma.
were quite
I
good for
mean,
them.
I
Maybe
believe
like
that
when
happened.
Lucius Harris was really
I
good.
remember vaguely remember that
What
happening.
does
I
them
just
playing upset look like? Then we have
it was in one ear, out the other, I guess.
Liquid in that
Be
second
ya.
matchup.
Good morning. Good morning.
Number one team that put up a bunch
Maybe
of
the balance would
record
have
times
gone
during the
weird,
China
but maybe
finals,
incentives instead of
being
bans.
faster than a lot of the Western region versus
I mean,
Liquid, a team
listen,
that
there
during
are
their group
definitely some
weekend,
different ways they could have
was
spun
very
it.
apparent that a last-minute replacement
but
was causing them some problems, right?
I don't know
It
what
seemed like they
that
were a
would
little
have
bit
been, and it
ill-prepared
would
in
be
terms
it's
of
definitely a risk to
compositions,
like implement
and
something
some
new
maps they just
for the
looked a little
finals
shaky
specifically
on.
as well.
But whenever they had everything into gear, they were dominant, right? They looked fantastic in like a Skyreach. Has Liquid and the additional practice that they gotten over the last couple weeks.
All right, that's not true, Luma. Come on now.
I feel like that is a series that could go to 3 maps and is going to be quite close. Then we have the triple threat versus Sin Spellbook. For Sin Spellbook, they were very good at the spec variety.
Shin guesses
rule.
not correct number
Spec
of deaths from
variety
both
rule's not
sides in
apparent
first match.
the
I'll
finals.
gift 5.
So, you know, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher
Correct
for them,
number
but
of
that was also
deaths?
4 weeks ago where they have a
I
lot
mean,
more
Mandatory's not
practice
dying.
to be able to
Mandatory's
showcase
0.
For the finals. And for the triple
Interrupt,
threat, they got
I
upset
have
by Anti's
2
Angels
deaths.
during the
2 deaths?
the upper
2 deaths.
finals. Have
Map
the triple
1.
threat been able to recover from that? Are they going to be more consistent? Kind of an interesting talking point. And then the last matchup, we have Dignitas versus Anti's Angels. The returning defending
also, Unda, if you want to
champions
do,
against Anti's Angels.
if you wanted to run back
team
the
that
prediction
actually
thing for
placed
each of the
spoiler in the Group
matchups,
B upper finals,
go
what
right
is
ahead.
that going to look like? Are Dignitas going to continue that trend of being quite good at any format we give them? Because they've talked about time and time again that they prefer the pushing format over speedrunning.
right ahead.
They're really good at both.
Yeah, it's honestly such an impressive lineup of teams. And I mean, there's a lot on the line as you're looking
WW.
at what's my kind of course that I'm charting through this bracket, right?
Guys, I need some more
Zyro,
coffee.
what do you
I
think is the
have
best
not
way for
been
these
sleeping
teams
enough
to
these
secure
last few
victory
days,
today
let me
and
tell
get
you.
BlizzCon locked in?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious, most important thing to look at is that upper bracket semifinal match, right? You win your first 2 matches, you're into BlizzCon. That's a top 3 slot secured. So that's going to be like the main thing most of these teams are focused on. We talk a lot in the group stage about, oh, maybe you don't think you're going to win your first matchup and you practice for the lower bracket. No, that's not going to be on any of these teams' mind. It's win-win. Win first 2 matches, get to BlizzCon right now.
Dude, I'm so
Yeah, you wanna
confused
lock
why
that
my
victory in
co-stream
as
isn't
fast as
working.
possible. I mean, we love as viewers getting to see when it comes down to the wire and the teams are like fighting to lock it in and they're just gonna make it. But the teams are like, we just want to be sure that we're going. We want to win it if we can. Let's just keep focusing and find the clearest way through. So no doubt the teams are really going to want to come right out of these opening series as strong as they can, which means they're going to be playing all out even here on day 1. And of course, there's only 3 days total, though, left of Season 1. So what matchup
that what it
out of
is?
the ones we've been talking about do you think is going to be the biggest one to watch today, Dratnos?
I actually think we're starting off the day with one of the ones that is most
No,
exciting
that's not it.
for me. We're going to have that mandatory
Oh, that was
versus
it. Guys,
interrupt series.
I figured it out. It was dark mode.
Gauge interrupt
I had dark mode
caliber
of Twitch
against one of
browser
the best teams
extension
in
that
the
was
world,
breaking
but
my
we haven't
shit.
seen mandatory
Yo, matchup. Oh!
in over a month.
Dude, the
This
YouTube
a
stream is
team
so
that
sketchy.
Came in and did a death. The spec variety rule is of course out, and map bans are in.
Wait,
There's
we
the
have a
tank
19?
balance, there's better gear
Whoa,
available
whoa,
as
whoa,
well.
whoa.
How will
19
mandatory
keystones?
adjust to this new environment?
Whoa, whoa,
Will they
whoa,
be able
whoa.
to beat the benchmark that they themselves set? back in
Whoa,
the Group
whoa,
A
whoa,
weekend?
whoa.
Well, you heard
We're
it. You're
plus
from
2
Dratnos,
keystones
everybody.
up.
This first matchup is going to be a huge one to watch
Whoa,
today. I know we
whoa,
all have
whoa.
our eyes on how these 2 teams are going to measure up, just like Dratnos was saying.
Okay,
it is
I was
time
not
for our
expecting
first
that.
prediction poll of the Season 1 finals. Get your
19
predictions in chat,
Algothar?
and we will start looking at how
Whoa.
the 2 teams might clash here as we
18
start
matches,
things off.
sirs?
Now, Tunnels,
Wait.
this is our first CN versus the West game. Would you say that
Holy
mandatory are the
guys.
favorites here,
Guys,
or
I'm so
how do
excited.
you
I'm
think
so
Interrupt is
excited. I'm
gonna
so excited.
show
I need to make
up
some more
this
coffee,
weekend?
though.
I mean, I think mandatory are undoubtedly the favorites. I feel like that is a team that voting against them. We talked about it whenever they were Method EU. We talked about it whenever they were Echo. Now, they don't have the exact same composition here of players, but I feel like Mandatory have assumed that right, where it's like we should probably vote for them until we have a reason to believe that they are going to lose any map. And for Mandatory, I mean, their group weekend play was phenomenal. I think that they are the favorites here for sure.
Yeah, I think it would be a long shot for Interrupt to overtake them. But
Dude,
Interrupt
I
did
also-
show well. I mean, of course, it seems like RCN teams.
I
are looking
ran out of,
stronger
like,
than they've been in past
top
seasons,
ramen,
especially with the speedrunning. So
which you have
maybe
like
there's
I usually
shot
have some
here,
like
but Zyro,
just
I think it's gonna
stashed
be even
for whenever I
harder
want it.
Because Mandatory have been
And so I
together in
ordered
person doing
some
a
more in,
training boot camp
and I
to
got
try and
like
really get
bulldog
into
ramen because I heard people
extra,
talk
you know,
about it.
teamwork
I
and
got spicy
camaraderie. Do you think
spicy
it's gonna
chicken
give them a
flavor,
buff before the
and I
finals?
had it for the first time last night, and oh my god, that shit was so spicy. I was actually about to explode.
They've been at Mandatory.
I'm not like I can handle some spicy food, but like I'm not built for like real spicy stuff.
Dinner together, going off and doing things at the beach together, just bonding
Oh,
as a
look at
team,
this.
getting ready for the
Yo.
competition, and for a team
Wait,
that
dude,
already
Coach
looks as
hitting the
strong as they
dab?
did. We've said it a few times
Oh
already.
my
Never
God,
deathless in a
chills
couple
from
weekends, which
Mandatory.
is wild to say. If they get better than that for this weekend, all of the other teams are going to be
Yo.
on watch. I believe we
Dude,
also have a live
W
feed
team
of them in
bonding,
the
bro.
studio as well. Yeah, here it is. This is so
Wait, they're-
cool. This is actually literally just a live feed of them right now.
They're
getting ready to play
playing
their match,
at
getting
a
prepped.
live event, dude. That's
Oh my
so
God, they're the
sick.
capital of Vermont.
Yo, I mean mandatory.
Yeah, that's
Guys,
exactly
when I
what
did
our title
when I did my
got
prediction
it.
video,
You
by
got
the
it.
way,
You're
exclamation
there.
point finals.
Showing
Do you want
just
to
a
see
little
it?
bit. That's okay. I'm also there. This is amazing though. Honestly, I love seeing them come together like this. It's
Listen,
so
I
fun
think
to
I
see
might
a
have
team
done
and
mandatory a
know
little bit
that
dirty. I
right
think
now they're
they
gathered
probably
all
deserved a
together, and no
higher
doubt
placement
that
than I
training is
put.
going to
I
pay
did
off.
them.
But of course, I mean, Interrupt.
Dude, that's
is the
so
only
sick.
team
That's
took a
so
map
cool
off
for
of
them.
Big Lucky, which is the real powerhouse coming
Guys,
out of the
I
CM
need
bracket.
some
So,
sponsorship
do you think
NA
they might have a
to
shot at being able to do
sponsor
that
I Do It,
mandatory?
and then for us to play at a
Absolutely,
LAN
yeah.
event.
This is a team that
Guys, if you know anybody,
definitely
let me
could
know.
play an
All
upset
right,
role
what
here.
are
This
what are
is a
some
team that
NA
hasn't been
teams? Okay,
tested,
Liquid, they're
against
already
the West
taken.
yet, they
what are some other
also
NA
warmed up. They
teams?
played just 2 short weekends ago, so
Yo, 100 Thieves?
I think that Mandatory are definitely this is one of
100
the more
Thieves?
lopsided ones on paper.
Wow,
But the LBI
thoughts?
isn't played on paper. It's played on World of Warcraft.
FaZe?
Marcus, you never fail to
Yo,
bring
FaZe?
revelations that blow
Optic
my mind.
Gaming?
Thank you so much for your
Cloud9?
insights and your astute
Oh,
observations.
shit.
It is. We're playing World of Warcraft here, everybody.
Oh,
And our
we
teams
have
have come
wait, we have
in
map
with their
bans.
Map bans here in the game. So
I
it looks
missed
like
this.
You're going to have Windrunner, Spire,
Oh,
and Mysara
shit.
Caverns eliminated from this pool, leaving us with Pit of Saran, Magister's Terrace, and Nexus
What?
Point Zenith. Tuttles, how
Wait,
do you
I
think
didn't know
the
there were
lineup
map
looks
bans?
for these two teams?
Interesting. Interrupt had a really good Magister's
Wow.
Terrace during the China finals. Now it is on that 19
What?
level, which has the potential to be very volatile.
Why
I
not
think
just
if there
okay?
was a
My
map
copy's
ban,
done. One
Interrupt's
sec.
gonna win.
Why not do this
It's,
for groups?
you know,
Because they already have the spec
likely
ban
to be
rule.
that Magister's Terrace. The Windrunner, Spire, and the Mysara's Caverns. I feel like it's hard to really know what the ban reasoning is for both of these two teams. I don't think they're target banning against other people. They're probably just banning out what maps they think that they are less adept at dealing with. Like like you look at your timers and you're like, okay, we think our timer is not that great here, so you ban that map. And I think it makes sense for both of these two teams here.
Yeah, I can see it 100%. I mean, Zyro, we've seen obviously the teams come in and tackle these dungeons, but especially with the higher key levels, do you think there's any additional challenges coming their way? Oh man, look at this mandatory. Yeah, mandatory is definitely the favorite to win here, Zyro, as they go into these maps.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking at the maps that are left open, you know, Tuttle said Interrupt had a
spill, don't
decent
spill, don't
looking,
spill, don't spill, don't
Magister's
spill.
Terrace. I would say it's a solid Magister's Terrace. I think Big Lucky just like didn't have a practice Magister's Terrace, which is what let Interrupt kind of steal that dungeon away from them. But again, I think the main storyline is here. You can't just have an.
Oh,
okay
the prediction is
dungeon against
pretty
Mandatory. You have to have
egregious.
a perfect dungeon.
I mean,
These
I would
guys are
be
very
very
good.
heavily
Even then, you
mandatory
kinda need them to make mistakes too.
favorite here. Oh, also I need to
So
go
I will
to.
say, something that's kind of unique is like the.
Oh,
since the
nice. I
challenge
saw my
of
old
World
camera
has been
positioning.
added at
Guys, I'm
the
gonna hold
beginning
chat.
of World
I'm gonna
and the
hide
features
chat for
that
now,
they
but I'll bring you
timers,
guys back for the
especially with how close
competition.
These teams have been.
So-
During group weekends, but now we're gonna expand that into the finals. I
Well,
think
the
that if a
spec
team
ban,
has,
the
like,
map
one or
bans
two
happen
deaths and
before
other
they
teams
actually like the
will have
match
a
actually
team run,
starts.
That almost is like map losing in the.
Yeah, I made some coffee.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
we've seen it really play a huge role, and of course it's going to play a role in this series as well. But we've got to get our predictions
basically
in, even
they
as you
they
were getting yours
mentioned they
in
didn't
chat.
want to do
So
map
let's
bans
kick
for
things
the
off.
group stages
Dratnos,
because
who do you
teams
think's
already
gonna
had
take it and
to
by how much?
contend with spec
I'm
bans.
gonna
Just
go
felt
with
like a lot of
controversial prediction here that
like
I
it
hope
felt like a
nobody else
lot
will
to
come me
have
on this
both
one,
ban
because
types.
This is my own innovative idea of what's going to happen in this series. I'm going to go with a 2-0 for mandatory. It's already down there. As well.
All right, guys, predictions are up. You want to vote on
A 2-0 for mandatory. That's
Slam your channel points.
I'm going out on a limb here.
Just put it for
Wow,
all
so
of us,
brave.
man. Put it for all of us.
Yeah, I
Come
would
on.
say, you know what, I gotta agree with Zyro. Unless Titles, are you gonna oppose this, or are you going 2-0?
I mean, yeah, maybe they could, Luma. I'm just explaining that the reason they didn't was because they already had
99% here. I gotta get the points where I can get them.
they already had the spec ban
This
rule in
is-
place.
This is a
which they were
classic
trying for
David
the first
versus
time.
Goliath matchup, right? Like, yes, mandatory
so-
are the insane favorites, but like Settle said, if they stutter, a
The
little
first
bit, if
map
they
here,
slip and fall,
Pit of Saran, will be interesting to
Interrupt
see.
Could potentially upset here. There's an outside.
When
chance.
Mandatory
Okay, it's gonna
competed
happen, but it could
in
happen.
in Group A, I mean, they basically set sort of the meta
That's
route
true.
for that weekend,
Good call.
where they
Condition.
had their
That's
poll
my condition.
one
Honestly,
was
though, I
2 of the
agree. I think
captive
especially
groups
as we get
in
to see
one
these
group.
regions,
But in
finally
later
kind of
group
cross these
stages, in
boundaries,
Group
get
B and
into the
C,
mix, join
we saw
in
the
for
meta
groups
first
and for
poll
the season
become
finals, right? You never exactly know what's
such
gonna
that
happen.
the
And
odd with
mandatory,
spatial
it's gonna
tag,
be hard
like,
to take them down, especially when they have been training harder
two, like
than ever and
2
really
of the
locking that
captive
cohesion in.
groups.
They were
So I'm pretty
already
sure
so
this
strong,
first poll of Pit of
as if they
Saran we're going
really
to see
needed to get any
is
stronger. But Interrupt
a
has
3
chance to come
captive
in
first
here. They
poll
have a
worth
chance as well,
in
because
on the
even if
order
they
of
get
like
back to that lower bracket,
27 to
there's still a path
30%
forward
count
for them. So
from both
I think
teams.
show your best. Try to lock it in, like we said.
And this
there's
Bit of
a lot
Saran
of
16 should
pressure.
be
I mean,
very
especially,
fast.
on these,
If I had to
like,
predict, I'd be
opening
like,
kind of matches here, Dratnos, because
I think it'll
if the
be
teams
for
can lock
mandatory,
this in, if they can get those first couple
honestly, an
of bracket
under
runs,
12-minute
then
timer.
they
That's
are
my
able
guess.
To secure a spot for BlizzCon.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like we said, 2 match wins in a row here at the start of the day, at the start of the weekend. That's going to get you to BlizzCon. Now, you can't win 2 today. Every team is only playing 1 today.
2 match
but
wins
today
get you to
can
BlizzCon.
halfway- You can get halfway to BlizzCon today by winning 1 match. That is an incredible
Really?
motivator for these teams.
Yeah, you want to be able to chart that course, and it starts today and here and now. Now, of course, with mandatory
That's not
and
true.
Interrupt,
If
this
you
is gonna
lose-
be
okay.
a big matchup, and Interrupt has a lot of work.
No, that's not true.
But,
If
with
the
CL
loser of this
weekend
matchup,
titles, I mean,
if
what did we
Mandatory
see from
loses
Interrupt?
somehow,
You said they were
and they
looking
win
like
both their
they
lower
had at
bracket
least
rounds,
Avengers
they
tiers
would make
that
it to the
was
lower
strong. Was
semis,
there
but that
anything
doesn't
else that
guarantee
stood
them a
out to
spot to BlizzCon.
I think that they were actually really good at navigating the spec variety rule.
You
which
may have
that's
to win
not
3
something
matches in a
that's
row.
Super present here. I think.
All right, here we go. Map 1.
Somebody pointed out
Bringing
that
the
they
chat
had
back on
really
screen
weird
and moving it
ability
to the
be able
correct
play, like,
spot.
Demon Hunter and DK, I think, during their group weekend.
It was
as
like
well.
somewhere
So
here, I'm pretty sure.
Have they been able to solidify more meta compositions? I think is kind of a question. I think that there's also still room for innovations in terms of compositions. While the
2 wins in the
unholy
winners
DK
bracket?
augmentation of Evoker, Devourer, Demon Hunter seems like it's going to probably be a very popular composition this weekend.
even then,
We did
I
see
don't
a
know
lot
if
of
that's
Arms
true.
Warrior and like Havoc, Demon Hunter, and Frost Death Knight.
Because
those could be specializations that pop up
if
this
you
weekend.
lose here,
is there ever going to be a surprise pick that gives you a
you go to the lower
That's
bracket
one question
finals.
I have as well.
It would be exciting to
Actually,
see.
I don't know.
We're going to hopefully see
Hold
things
up.
here. There it is. Mandatory versus Interrupt. This is our first
Warlock?
map of the
Yo,
day as
yo,
we
yo,
come
yo.
in here and see how these 2 regions are
There's
going to
no
clash,
spec ban
Dratnos.
rule.
All
So
right,
Interrupt
the
are
Warlock
just
showing
running
up
the
for
Destro
Interrupt
lock
already, the
because they believe it's better.
Destruction
But here we go.
Actually, something
So
that
first
did get
poll we
quite a
see
bit
both
of use
teams.
over in that
Yeah, it's a
region. If
triple
anybody's looking
captive
for some more
pull from
MDI
both sides.
action
So
as
after
well,
this
you can
poll
go
is
catch
done,
those
they'll have
VODs
done
of
3
our
captives of the 6 they
rebroadcast
need
of the China
to
weekend from 2
advance to the
weekends
final
ago
stage of the
whenever we're
dungeon.
done
But here we go, poll
with
1.
the MDI and AWC.
Mandatory running a
on the
much
other
more
hand, I think playing
standard
a lot more of what we're expecting.
composition.
The most common composition to be this weekend, right? That Bear, that Mistweaver, the Aug Evoker, the
Destro
Unholy
bursting
DK,
for 2 mil!
and the Devourer Demon Hunter.
Yo!
Such strong
Cadaver
specializations.
does not go off to the side of
3
Interrupt. Nice kick.
The hero classes as well. All the DPS are hero classes.
Dude,
Interesting.
yo,
phenomenon
Destro
with
lock
this
is crazy.
composition.
Yeah, and if you saw above the damage meter for both of these teams, they both elected to pull 40% enemy forces in their first pull of this dungeon.
40%
Once
is
this
what it
pull
is.
Able to get
All right,
dealt
guys,
with
remember
by
I was
both
saying
teams,
27 to
they are
30%?
going to
Yeah,
have
that's-
north of
that wasn't it.
40% count.
It's 40%.
The Bloodlust is fading for Interrupt. They're already going and clicking those quarry camp
Ward Ray,
residents. And for
dude,
Mandatory,
Kush
they're
doing like
still dealing with
18
the
collapsing
trash
stars in the
pack.
opener, bursting for 1.4 mils Devour.
Interrupt
That's
actually able to
incredibly
get quite
impressive.
A good advantage out of
Wait
the
a
start
second.
of this dungeon. The
And it looks
gateway
like
comes in
Mandatory's
as
pull
well.
is
That's probably
slightly
a big part
larger.
of the reason
But
for
Interrupt
the
already already
here
into
for
their
Interrupt
next pull.
is that exact gateway.
Interrupt are kinda
allowing them to
moving.
walk past that Proto Drake, some of those more annoying enemies.
Interrupt
over
are
there.
kind of
Mandatory
slamming
are
it.
going to be able to dodge that as well. But you can see here, it's going to involve a shift and probably a rescue on this
Into the...
three-seater mount.
Are they going to the boss?
Yes,
There's
okay.
no way.
Looks like Mandatory able
Oh
to send
my
this up
God.
as well, but Interrupt,
What a
no,
pull.
they're charging into the boss way ahead of Mandatory.
Are they just ahead?
Wait, this is
15 seconds?
insane.
Is that what's going on here for Interrupt? The number.
I'm
two
strike with the
seeded
Prime.
Chinese
Appreciate you.
team. Look at this. They have.
Okay, looks like Mandatory are also busting out the same pull here. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Wow, this is incredibly volatile.
31 mobs to be exact that are just pelting down on the tank. The Barkskin has faded, and now he is rotating to that Incarn while also getting.
This is an
life
incredibly
and
volatile pull.
Interrupt here. They're just hitting Forgemaster Garfrost, trying to chip away at his HP, but Mandatory. Now they have also engaged the boss.
That Destruction Warlock is just absolutely melting everything here for Interrupt.
Yo.
1.5 million
Yo, what?
DPS, more than 50%
I didn't-
ahead of anybody over
I was
on
anticipating we would see some
Mandatory.
new shit for
Really
the,
impressive performance from that Destruction Warlock.
for the
But
MDI here?
as the trash starts to die here, is it
For
gonna
the Season
start
1
to fall
finals?
off compared to
And
Mandatory's
honestly, I
damage
expected some
composition?
new
I think the answer
tech for each
might
of the
be
dungeons.
yes here.
I had
You can
not
see
thought of
Interrupt
this, but this
still
makes
holding on
perfect
to a
sense.
Slight lead on the boss, about a 5%
Skip the
HP
additional trash
lead,
pool, just go
as
straight into
almost
the
all
boss.
of the trash is
Wow.
now dead. And it looks like that lead is holding Tettles, even though they've lost
Dude,
that funnel
there's
damage
no...
now. They
Interrupt
are
taking
still
game 1 would be
dealing
crazy,
quite
by
an
the way.
impressive amount of single target here.
We see all defenses coming out on the side of Mandatory, Darkness, AMZ, double wall. Right, because the Dread Pulse Lich is in the bottom quarter of its health bar. This is very scary for Mandatory. They need to kill it before the next Garfrost stomp, which it looks like they will be able to do here. And Mandatory, Spatial pull the next Lich into this pull after the first pack goes down. Wait, so does Interrupt. They both... What? Bro, I've never seen this, and both teams thought to do it? What?
It doesn't really matter too much.
Yo, first off, how the fuck are we pulling that? Second off, bro, I'm amazed from Interrupt right now. I was not expecting to put on this level of performance.
Yeah, this is wild.
Map
Interrupt are
1.
just doing so much DPS here, and I was a little bit worried about this Destruction Warlocks maybe falling off, but finally now the last extra mob has died here. So finally it is
Dude,
single target
I
for
love
Interrupt.
China. This is
90% of
crazy. They're
boss
doing this with a
they were
Death
able to
Lock?
be fighting other trash with an absolutely
What the heck?
incredible performance.
And they're
they
killing
are definitely in
they're
the
killing the
lead here.
boss.
The boss is dead.
10% ahead
still left for
of the
Mandatory.
number,
So Interrupt
probably the
not
number
only
1
held
seed
off
of the
that lead
tournament.
from the start, they
Mo-
accelerated through the middle of that boss fight.
Arguably one of the
and they
most
are
likely
not
teams to
stopping
win
yet.
the
They are
entire
already now
event here.
activating the next prisoners and charging towards
And now the rest of the pulls
dungeon.
to this dungeon are
look at the bottom
pretty
of the screen
standard.
here.
We've seen
Interrupt
the
are going to
remaining
be
pulls that they will
17
do
seconds in the lead. Now they have 2 trash pulls and 2 bosses that
in group
await them.
stages, right? They're going to pull all this
Basically,
trash
they're
onto
gonna take
Icken
all of
Crick,
this trash
and that's
into
basically
Icken
all the
Crick
count they
counter
need. They're
on
going
the
to skip
right-hand side of
one of the
screen,
last trash
and then they
packs.
have a couple-
No,
they
do have to go
one
back for one of the
more
captives.
and one more boss that awaits them before they're
I
able to stop the
wonder-
clock. Are they going to be able
They
to
must have
maintain
Wormstone.
that 17-second lead? It is
We also
actually
see
kind of
Gingy
hard
going
to
back. Okay, so
out-DPS 17 seconds, but
both
that is only
teams
one
opted
death.
to
One death separates
hold off the
Interrupt
captives
from
for later,
being
but
in
on the side of
lead
Interrupt here, they're
versus
engaging
falling
in Crick.
behind the likes of
I
Mandatory.
really-
For
dude.
Mandatory here, these are the most accomplished players in MDI history. If anybody was
I mean,
gonna
this
be
is
able to
really
figure
cool to
out,
see, especially with
I
the
would
Desert
not
Lock
be
being a
shocked if it's
130
Mandatory, but Interrupt
cooldown
here,
class.
they're
I think there's a
pulling
talent that you
Icken
can
Crick
take that
first,
makes your
and Mandatory
Infernal
are
a
kind of on their
130
heels.
instead of a 2-minute
Yeah, we saw some
CD.
fancy footwork
Just seeing
from
all
both the
them
Vokers taking the long
and
way
the
around,
Warlock and the
activating those
DK's
extra
cooldowns
prisoners.
sync
We
up
actually
every
saw
time.
Gingy as well throw a landslide
I say that, but
before
then our DK
activating
has
that
not pressed
Wormstone
Army.
to
I guess it
rejoin
must have
the group,
rotated up, or it's a
leaving
UI
one of
bug,
those
one of the two.
playboarers now rooted out there for a nice long amount of time, so it can come in when they're a little bit more stable on this boss.
He's a plague horror, not a plague borer. That's a different boss.
Ah, sorry. I
Plague
don't know
boar.
why I was thinking Plague Boar or Gingy. That's a blast from the past here.
They got
look
290
at this,
Asian
though.
now, so right,
For
some more juice.
Interrupt,
Yeah,
they're
but like
actually
they
falling
only
behind
have
just the
what we have
bosses
access
on
to
the
in
Icken
live,
Crick
so it's
counter,
not
and
like
Mandatory-
they have
Are
4
they just
298 pieces. It's not like
focusing
that
on
crazy.
the boss? Maybe they were just focusing down the trash, and now they're going to slow.
But I think, I guess part of the reason we can see so much innovation in this
it
dungeon
looks
is
like they
the
are
key level is
indeed
still pretty low. It's
focusing
only a
that
16.
damage, and now they're moving the boss around. This is a little bit scarier.
You know,
right?
it's
Because
not-
those
the
Shades
Pit
of
of
Crick,
Sauron key
look at
isn't
that,
the
Shade
19
Bomb
key.
cast actually halfway
Or 18
through
key.
for
Is it going
Mandatory.
off?
Look at that Caspar. Are they going to be able to get it done in time? Yes, just
my God,
barely.
they did.
But that was the enrage of the Shade of Crick cast.
Oh,
there.
shit. They almost
if
had the
that had
enrage?
gone off, it would have exploded
Wait,
Mandatory and wiped
I've
them, so
actually
they were
never seen that
optimizing
enrage go off.
every
Like, not.
single
I've literally
millisecond
never seen it
out
go
of
off.
this
So
boss
I don't know what
fight.
happens.
And that led them
But
to
apparently
a
you
little bit
wipe.
of a lead at the start of the fight. Although you could see that then they kind of gave that time.
Dude, is
back
Interrupt gonna
as
take
they
this
did
map
eventually
one?
have to swap,
No
maybe
way.
even a little bit
I mean, like
inefficiently onto those
they've
last
dealt with the
couple of
majority
targets
of
to
the
make sure
danger
they
of this
did die
dungeon.
before that Shade bomb
It's
went
just
off.
they have
and now both teams are
one
gonna be ignoring
skip,
this
one
next
trash skip
spawn
left to do.
of Shades and just focus on that boss damage. Interrupt still in the lead here. Is the lead opened or closed compared to the first boss, though, is the question.
I think it's
I think
closed,
the
but
lead is
only
closing
by
slightly.
A couple of seconds here. Mandatory are going to
Yeah,
stop
so
the
Mandatory
clock on
have
the
clawed
second
back a
boss.
few seconds
They
here.
are 11 seconds behind, so they were able to save a little bit of time. Oh my god!
Oh, no.
This is a catastrophe.
But
for
Interrupt
Interrupt.
failed the skip!
Combat for
They
Interrupt
failed the
as
skip!
Hells. Evokers famously cannot shadow meld, so Interrupt are going to have
No
to adjust
way!
their composition here, their strategy to what they were planning to do. Meanwhile, Mandatory.
So they
setting
have to
up
go-
the
they have to take
rescue.
all
It
this
looks like they're
trash?
Also, maybe having some Evoker-related difficulties, able to eventually land the rescue.
Okay.
But this has cost
Watching
them some
Interrupt here.
time.
They have
So
to go
both
all the way to the
teams
mini
having
boss
lost a
with
little bit of
like
time
18
on
Grey
the
Blades,
Evoker rescue
19
skip
casters.
here.
Dude,
Will they be able to recover, and
incredibly
which team is
dangerous
going
for
to
Interrupt.
lose more time? Interrupt's now in combat
I think
with that
they've
4-pack.
they've
They were
squandered their
probably planning to
lead.
grab onto boss later
Even
with
if they deal with
Burnstone.
this
Death Knight
trash,
nearly there
they're
on
not going to
death's
be
door,
they're not
about
going to be able to
sent
greed nearly as
back
much damage
over,
on the
to Icecrown Citadel there, but
Glacius,
able to stay alive for
which is
Interrupt.
what you need to do
Meanwhile,
to
Mandatory in combat
advance
with
the
a
final
little
pull of
bit
the
less
dungeon here.
trash than
But here we go.
Interrupt.
All walls down on the side of
Same
Mandatory for this
general
AoE
idea
here.
but a lot
Interrupt,
less scary
DK doesn't have
when you don't
any
have that
IBF
4-pack
on his
involved.
side.
I think that if
It
Interrupt
looks
is able
like
to deal with
nobody
this
has died
role,
yet.
They should still be in the lead because they're not going to actually have to do that weird time-wasting thing with the
No, look at these casters in the back. They have casters just chain bolting. Cheat Death is gone from our Augavoker.
They're able to actually get this pack dealt with. They actually have
No,
full
yeah, that's what I
units
mean.
that are stuck in the back of the
Pulling
room.
extra
Oh
trash
my
here,
God,
even though they
Glacius is just dead
Yeah,
for
even though they
Mandatory
advanced the
here.
Glacius at the
Maybe
same
that
time,
is actually a
because
big
Mandatory had less trash to deal with, and it was a lot more of a controlled
Mandatory's
pull,
ability to
they
be
were just able to
focus fire
accelerate.
down Glacius. And
Oh,
for
bro, that's
Interrupt,
such a
their
shame.
entire lead has just been evaporated.
Interrupt was
in a
gonna take
matter of
map
seconds.
one.
But
Dude,
now,
that's
Maris
crazy.
is the final remaining little bit of trash count. He's jumping off the ledge. He's going to be tagging these two
oh,
Graves.
Kush goes out of the Grave Blade.
My God, the Grave Blade snapped
Wait.
and killed Kush.
That is not good at all for Mandatory. Kush down.
But they're,
Does
yo,
get the
Interrupt is
res,
so-
but
even
that
though
is
they have-
15 seconds.
They're
That
so
wasn't the
far
pack.
behind, though.
That wasn't the pack of Grave Blade. That was the old Grave Blade in the back that they were trying to deal with.
Oh no, and yeah, you can see that's still alive there with 40% HP for Mandatory.
Wow.
The Cold Wraith actually getting
So,
paralyzed off to the side there for
no,
them.
Interrupt
Now,
took
they
so
are in
long to deal with
combat
the
this
Glacius,
boss
though.
well
That's the
ahead
downside.
Of when Interrupt were able to get in
I
combat
even with
here.
the
That
death, I
RP
think they're just
still
too
going
far.
off
Too far
for
behind.
Interrupt as well.
That's
But
the
Mandatory
first
still have to
death
manage all
we've
this
seen
extra
out of
trash on the
Mandatory.
boss, whereas Interrupt are going to get to just focus
Also, Dave
entirely
TTM with
on
Prime, appreciate you.
boss DPS and those 15 seconds of death timer. This one's going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah,
All
this
right,
was gonna
I
be
mean,
so
Interrupt
close.
don't have to
And
do the
for
skip. They can
Mandatory,
just pull the
their
boss, by
deathless
the way.
streak has been broken. This was kind of one of the main narratives coming out of the group weekend is that Mandatory went completely deathless through their group weekend.
I mean, they have an advantage of like 25% health.
Death in the pit of Sauron on this
25% health is more than 15
This
seconds.
is the door opening for Interrupt. The Interrupt's going to get Bloodlust about 5 seconds ahead of Mandatory. Who do you think is in the lead here? I think it's still Mandatory, but I'm not convinced.
It's definitely
This is
Mandatory.
going to be such a tight finish here. You can see that last Graveblade now going down for Mandatory. Mandatory still have to kill off that Cold Wraith as well.
Oh, is it-
You can see
Change
it's
these
over on the
proc
side
cheat.
there, free casting those ice bolts. Finally going to be getting
Ooh,
death.
hey, that's why we have
in.
cheat
So
death.
That's an extra target that needs to go down.
Put it on
Now, as
cooldown
long as
if we're
they
not
can
gonna
still
use it, right?
focus on boss damage here, it shouldn't slow them too much to have this Cold Wraith involved here. So I think Mandatory have
There's
such
Lust.
a lead on boss HP here.
All
that
cooldowns.
even with those 15
Interrupt
seconds,
need to,
I
like,
do prefer
somehow
their position. Bloodlust
do
now rolling,
crazy
though,
accelerate
for
right now.
both teams. This is going
Oh
to be
my
a
goodness.
huge opportunity for Interrupt as we now have the Lust plus AoE section for the Destruction Warlock to just absolutely pop off here. The Infernals falling from the sky as well here. For
It's just too big of a
Interrupt,
lead.
but Mandatory
That's
are about to
cra-
stop
yo,
their clock here. The
credit
boss,
to
just a couple
Interrupt.
of slivers of HP left.
Incredible
It goes down.
performance
Mandatory
map
gonna
one
put an
out of them.
11-minute timer
They
on
were-
the board. Interrupt.
They were putting up a
7 seconds
heater
left
of a
to
timer.
Try and equalize here. The boss is so low, but
Also, what I said about
heartbreakingly, it is
sub
going to
11-minute
be a
timer?
few percent
I
still
mean, we got
alive
exactly
as
the
we
minutes out of
cross
Mandatory.
over that threshold. Mandatory are barely.
That's
going to be
dude. These
able to
teams are
clutch
going
this one out.
insanely quick.
They lost
So
the Evoker duplicate. They literally lost to the Evoker duplicate. It is unbelievable.
So close.
Wow, what a map
so
one.
close.
Dude, I'm
Mandatory
really excited.
takes the
I
first
thought the
map
series
here
was
in
going to
the
be kind of a
series.
wash.
They're like completely unfair.
But
They're like,
at
yeah,
this point
got
now,
it,
it's
nailed
looking
it. But for
like
us, that was
this is gonna-
absolutely
this could
harrowing
be,
and amazing to see the
this could be a
teams
series.
clash in this very first map of the day. Now, I mean, of course, this is just the
But
first
oh,
of
dude,
the series.
oh,
But
I
Dragon's-
wish
the
Interrupt
wasn't
hadn't
stronger than
messed up
they
that
thought
skip.
they did.
Having them
I
take
think
map
that
one would have been
Interrupt are the
incredible to
big
see.
news here. Yeah, their run was so clean, and it featured one mistake that cost them a lot of time. That if they hadn't had that happen, they would have won this map. If they hadn't had that Evoker fiasco,
Teach
as they
him
were
that
trying
death.
to set
He's-
up that
I
snap,
mean, he's not
that
competing.
rather, I think
But
they
when
would
he
have been
competes later,
okay,
you know, eyes
and
on.
they would have been ahead of Mandatory.
I'll bet
But
some increases
because
of the
of
other
that,
maps.
They
I
ended
mean,
up being 13 seconds behind Mandatory.
maybe, maybe.
One mistake, 13 seconds slower than Mandatory.
I will say,
who also
Pit
had
of Sauron
one
is probably a
mistake.
great map for there to
That's
be
a
like
really, really good place to be for Interrupt. I mean, this is a team that I wouldn't have been surprised.
this like
going
new
into
tech,
this
I guess.
match if they had been a minute
Because
slower
of
than
how
Mandatory.
like
And it
open
turns
the
out their
dungeon
run
layout
is
layout,
about the
layout
same
is,
speed here,
but both
maybe
teams had
even
like the
slightly
exact same
faster.
route. So clearly
Very
they both.
impressive, seeing that trade-off back and forth.
I feel like they probably there must have been some information somewhere that those teams have gathered to arrive at that conclusion for strategy, which I would then assume
in
by
the
extension
replay
probably the other
channel.
teams also
the
know
Destro
about.
lock pick was absolutely insane for the routing that Interrupt does in this key. Look at the damage here on the side.
Dude,
of
seeing the Destro lock
the
is
Devourer
so
and on the
cool.
Lineage, we're both
Bro,
doing
that
about
yo,
1.4 million DPS. The Destro lock doing 2 million damage.
I remember
in
somebody
first
saying
goal
prior to the
and
event
35%
beginning, like,
now
man,
that
I'm
first
so
goal in Cups,
not
Cups,
excited
we
for
only
the
saw about
same comps we're gonna
25%
see
in the
run
first
every
half, so
single
going
dungeon.
bigger. No cooldown
So
pool into
seeing
the
that
first goal
not
in
be the
boss,
case
it
here
goes
and seeing
straight to
Destro lock
Force
do
Master
as
with all
much
the
damage as it
crash
has,
well. And the
honestly
Infernal
incredibly
Zombie
impressive.
combo is
Bro,
back
it's
up for this
Destro
as
lock.
well. The
Like
Destro
that-
lock was
that-
also
that's like
such
the
a
least
solid
common
pick
of the
for
3
boss
Warlock specs,
damage
by
on
the way.
first and second boss. They get clean
Maybe not for
on the
MDI,
Force
but like
Master,
on
and
live,
Havoc
it's a
can
demo
work
for sure,
together,
and then
and
it's
this
like
nice little Wernstone skip also to get
maybe
citizens
AF after
before
that?
getting
I don't
taken
know.
Crick, so they get literally no downtime.
Bro, that's
Like
such
you
a
guys are saying,
shame that the
helping
Augmentor
out to this
pulled.
skip, guys. If that Augmentor is just a little bit more to the right, I think Interrupt just run away with this dungeon. The duplicate just griefed them. Now they identified the correct play. Just press W.
China didn't
go
get-
for
get
it.
in-
We have
did
to
on their
keep
cup.
playing.
Oh, so
But it
that
cost
was,
them so much
strat picked up from
single
them.
target
I see.
damage onto Glacieth. I think another important story.
What
here,
went wrong
though,
with the skip for
we kept
interrupts?
talking
The
about
Augmentor butt
mandatory
pulled the trash pack. I think they were too close to it.
Well, that is
There's like a ledge you stand on, and
on
I
the
think they were a little
first
bit
map.
too
They
close
don't
to
kill
on the
off this
ledge to the
Graveblade,
trash pack, so
since
that
the
when it
tank is
spawned in, and
downstairs
they ended up
gathering
pulling
trash,
it.
Kush takes that slash from the Graveblade, and that's their.
That's
first
actually
chance
interesting.
of
I didn't
winning
realize that the
entire
Graveblade,
competition. So, I mean, yes,
fervented.
Mandatory gets the map win.
If your tank
but I
runs
think
a
this
fervent, by
puts
the way, if
every
you're
other
curious,
team on high
if the
alert
tank
here,
runs too
right?
far
This
away,
Warlock
some
pick and
mobs
this Tidus Aran
will
looks
use their
incredibly
tank
strong.
buster
How
on
many
the
other dungeons
next
do you
closest
think
player.
this Warlock pick is
And I
actually
I
really
didn't realize that
powerful? Because Destro looks like it
scored
does more AoE damage than any other
that Graveblade
second
there
favorite.
was a mob
Yeah.
of that typing.
Was that
Hello?
Zyro? What happened?
It was the previous one in the hallway, and I guess he just.
Didn't
had aggro on
Ding
it
Dot
because
said they had an
jumped
Algathar strat that someone pulled out
downstairs.
earlier than they expected?
I'm not exactly sure why it happened, but they just didn't kill it. They
Lovely.
killed it.
Well, the
They
most popular
focused on
Warlock spec
single
on live
targeting
was
down
whichever one
Glacieth instead of
was
leaving
played
all the
most
crash
recently in
down
MDI
and costing
as a Warlock ult.
death, so
I mean, bro,
was still a really solid
I'm excited to see
pick.
some
Still a really
Destro
solid
locks.
dungeon.
After that
But, man,
dungeon,
what could have been for Interrupt, man? That was an insane run from them.
Yeah, this was phenomenal performance.
I mean, I
for
think,
them,
yo,
and what
Rude
we
Blaster,
needed to see,
I'm pretty
that
sure
moment of weakness to
Interrupt
come out
win that
right at
matchup
the opening. This
if
feels like now
no,
we are
not
in
even
an
pretty
even
sure.
more
They
exciting
definitely
matchup
win
than
that
Travis,
matchup
you
if
were
they
even
don't bubble.
predicting at the start of the day, right? And
'Cause don't
that
forget
is
that Mandatory had a
Terrace is
death
going
as
to
well.
be the next dungeon coming up for the team.
They were like 15
Now, this is
seconds
one that
behind
we
and then
know
had a death.
Interrupt was
So,
very strong
Interrupt
in.
was
So
going to take that
seeing how
map
they
one.
performed in Pit of Strawn, seeing these skips that they pulled off, seeing everything they were able to accomplish. I mean, Dratnos, Magister's Terrace, do they have the advantage here?
Bro,
I don't
dude,
know. I mean,
shout
I
out
think
China,
that
man.
this was
I
such a
thought
good
China
map
was
for
like a
Mandatory
one-team
when we
region,
saw them in
but
Group A.
Interrupt's
But on
just
the other hand,
cranking.
This
By the
is
way,
the map that Interrupt beat
can
Big
they
Lucky
keep it
in.
consistent though? Can
So
they
if
also
you
bust
look at
out
it,
insane timers
Interrupt,
in
the
these
second
later
seed from
dungeons?
China,
We'll have to see.
almost beat Mandatory Fury in the Pit of Sauron. Now they did beat.
I thought you
Big
could straight up
Lucky in
dodge
Magister's
Graveblade
Terrace.
Tank Buster if you
So,
outrun that shit for real.
All of that combined by the
I don't think it
Transit
works like
property, This could be their best map in the series here, and they already almost won in the Pitacera.
Top teams on logs are almost always
It's gonna be a
Chinese.
big one. I mean, they need to take this one, right? If they want to continue on here in the upper bracket. Mandatory has 1 point on the board.
For
I mean,
live
Zyro,
key pushing?
is there
No.
anything you can think of that would
For,
be the most
like,
advantageous
Warcraft
way for
logs
them to
parsing?
approach
Yes.
Sinister's Terrace?
But that's like, I think
Well,
part of
think
that
the
is
big
like
thing
just a
right now,
culture
like we've
difference
already
between
talked about, this is the highest key level. We bumped it up one
behind like
from
parse
stages,
culture
right?
and
19
rating.
is kind of insane.
Chinese teams will go to like
Death
the
timers are gonna be a
extreme
huge
to
factor
optimize one
because
person's
I doubt
damage.
the teams are going to pull any smaller than we saw in cup stages. They're probably still going to go for the
Like,
insane
they'll go to
pulls,
crazy
which means,
lengths.
Like the devouring shadow AoE damage is going to be absolutely insane. Your tank
Which
is
I
gonna
think
be a freaking
NAU
death
teams just
on
don't
every
really
single
do.
pull. You're gonna want to keep it as clean as possible. Let's take a look though at these Destro lock.
It's just a different like culture on
playing a lot of Diablo
perspective on
Destro
rating.
Warlock back in the,
That's more commonly
in
shared
the
over
China
there.
region a couple weeks ago. Swapped to Hellcaller.
I think, I don't know,
This
I haven't
weekend
I haven't
just
spoken with
more
anybody
AoE damage, and I mean,
from
it
the
really
Chinese region,
showed.
but
This Destro lock pick, I think, looks absolutely insane. If
It's
you
all in the
can pull
talents?
around the minute 30s of the Infernal
Right
Warlock,
here.
which you're kind of already doing in most comps because you're kind of pulling around the Unholy DK cooldowns, which are also
guys,
minute
if
30s.
you want to check out what the
I think
talents
this
are,
is something that could be a very,
and like
very
go through them,
huge
you
strength
can
for
do
the
that
team if it's something they're
over
gonna
on the
bring out in every
Warcraft
dungeon. I mean,
channel.
Magistrate
There's
Terrace,
little
right,
like
having to
overlay
pull
thing
all
here,
these massive pulls,
and you can just
doing
go
a
to
ton
the
of AoE
map
damage.
and
I
like
think
the
this could
player,
be-
and
this could be
then
something that
see
sets the team apart from the
you
other
could go export, open their talent tree,
Fingers
whatever you want to
crossed.
do.
I'm excited to see what they're
on
gonna
the Twitch
bring
player
and to
itself,
see if
so.
they keep rolling with this, bringing that massive AoE damage.
All right,
to the
Masters
table
Terrace,
as they
game
come
2.
into what should be one of their
This
strongest
is, I
maps
think,
here
a
in the
19.
series. Interrupt have a lot to
So,
prove against
okay,
a long
Masters
standing
Terrace
powerhouse that is mandatory.
has some, like,
And here in game
super
2, they are
volatile
out to
pulls
do that. In Magister's Terrace, they're not just gonna
that
have
you
to beat
like
up on
have
books,
to be
they're
done to
gonna
be
have also
competitive, where
play
you're
out of
pulling
their
like all the
minds if
trash
they want to
after
go ahead and take
the
this
first
and
boss
even out the score.
together, all the
Otherwise,
trash
Mandatory,
after
if they
second
can
boss
secure
together.
this, like we've been saying, riding
But we've
through
only
the
ever
upper
seen
bracket
that
gets you
at
closer
a
and closer
17
to
key
BlizzCon
level,
titles.
not at a plus 19,
Yeah,
bro. If these
immediately
teams
we're
pull it
seeing
off,
both
that's
of
gonna be
the
insane.
teams
We also see on the
on
side of
the same
Interrupt,
composition
much
here,
more
no
standard
Warlock
composition here.
shenanigans. I thought that
So,
there would maybe
it's just gonna be
a
the
chance that we
pace
could
of the
see,
two
like, an
teams
Arms
against each
Warrior,
other.
Havoc, a Demon Hunter
Which
in
of the
here.
two
There's a
will
lot of
be
Arms Warrior
faster
players in
here?
group weekends in this dungeon. It seems like it is a very good specialization. It always was like that in the Unholy DK. We're just doing insane amounts of DPS in here, but both of the teams going with a very similar composition, starting out this first pull into the Sentry. That is that forced pull. But the Bloodlust is being saved, Dratnos. Where do you think it's going to be pressed? Custos?
Yeah, you got.
All right, so it looks like Mandatory are dealing with this pool a lot
this is
quicker.
Also notably a plus
Wow,
19
way
key,
quicker.
which is higher than we
Holy
saw
cow, it's so
in
much
any of the
quicker.
dungeons in any
Why
of
are they
the
so
group
much quicker?
weekends, right? So what is that going to do for the
Did the
pacing in
Interrupt
here?
not, like,
I think
pot
it
or
gives
something?
You a lot more flexibility on when you press this first lust because
Why
the
are they,
dungeon's
like,
gonna go
20
long enough
seconds
that that
faster?
second
What
lust will
happened?
Still be ready when
Interrupt?
you want it at the end of the dungeon.
They have to be saving
Why are
something.
Interrupt 15 seconds behind?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is the sort of thing that I was kind of expecting in the Pit of Terror, and that's why I was so surprised that it didn't happen. Right? Typically, what happens when you
I'll put
have
the
a
chat
team
back on
like
stream, by the way. Here you
Mandatory play against a team that you think is maybe a little bit slower, is it just every single pull goes a little bit faster for them? In the Pit of Sauron, that didn't happen though. The Pit of Sauron Interrupt, if anything, were faster on the average pull than Mandatory, perhaps due to the strength of that destruction.
Yeah,
Warlock
so
with
because
how
this
they
keystone
routed that
level
dungeon.
is so
This
high,
time around,
I
it does look like
anticipate.
Mandatory are the team that is
I mean, the
maybe
pulls
gaining
that
a little
these
bit
teams are gonna
that
have to do
priority
are gonna be
damage, focusing
incredibly
down the
volatile.
mob that needs to die, that is gating your progression.
I think
here.
the
Like,
eye
look
level
at
they
this.
have
That
access to
Blazing
for this
Pyromancer
tournament,
for
like the
Mandatory,
Void Forge
is
items,
gonna
right, with
die
the
ahead
higher eye level
of these Sunblade
trinkets and
Forgers
weapons.
Arcane
I don't
Magisters
think
that actually have
that is
less
enough of a
health
difference
than it,
to
but Mandatory
make up
really
for this
focusing that
like
priority
drastic
damage
increase
into
in
the target that
key
needs
level
to die to then start the
compared
RP
to what
open
we
the
saw in the
next
group
wall.
stages. So
Whereas if you look over on the side of
really
Interrupt,
interested to see what
everything
the
is
teams,
actually
how the
also-
teams
it's
navigate
also
these
the same
pulls.
sort of thing here. The Pyromancer are also going down for
Now,
them
Mandatory
first, but a little
finishing
bit more
off
help on
their
everything else that they still need to get through,
first two pulls,
before
able to
they're
go
then
to the
gonna be
first boss
confident
here,
walking
pulling a
forward
lot
here.
of additional trash
Yeah,
onto the
so
first
this
boss.
pull on
Wow, this is a big pull
is
for Mandatory.
ridiculous
I don't think
for
we've ever
Mandatory.
seen this many
What is that?
mobs
That's 2 Arcane Familiars,
onto the Arcane Sentry in the opener.
Pyromancer, and now the boss with
Mandatory,
all of these
they're gonna
light
take
skill
so much
worms that are
damage.
going to explode. I would not be shocked if we end up seeing a player go down for Mandatory here.
But
This is
both
where
walls
all
out of
of the
Kush here,
defenses
double
need to be
blur,
pressed, and Mandatory,
double
they're
scales.
not
IBF gift. Mason drops with 6 health, and he still gets topped off. Incredible healing from Ryzen. Oh my goodness. Double arcane knockback. Holy cow. Their walls, dude, Macy's IVF expired just as the worms blew up. Now we're seeing the pull on the side of Interrupt, dropping incredibly low, and they managed to top themselves back off with the knockbacks with the worms dying. Bro, doing this is so scary. Even on live, if you pull the worms onto the boss, having the worms die during one of the knockbacks is just incredibly dangerous. You have to be like trigger on the figure to heal at the necessary time.
And we're fighting a boss.
My goodness.
And we're getting a damage buff that multiplies with Bloodlust, right? From those worms dying. It's a no-brainer, right? If Lust is on cooldown or is available here, look at this. You press it. But Mandatory are holding it.
Wait, Mandatory are holding the Lust.
Ryson's Sun Kick. He did the same thing with the Lich in the Pit of Saron. He transcends out of the room. He tags a healer and a Magister. He Wurnstone's back.
Wow.
This is really nice.
Mandatory pulls extra?
Mandatory to get some additional 3-target clean.
What is Mandatory holding Lust for?
Interrupt also now have a Magister.
I mean, Mandatory have to, like, if Mandatory don't Lust the next pull, I think they just lose a Lust for this dungeon, unless they believe they're fast enough to be sub 10 minutes. But I don't think there's no way you're doing a 19 Masters in less than 10 minutes. Like, that is impossible.
Okay, and it's not in combat. So yeah, they only pulled the Magister and not that extra healer in that Mandatory did. So if we look at the count here after this, it is going to be slightly better for Mandatory.
Yeah, very slightly Mandatory favorite. Now, because Interrupt pressed that Lust, they like made up most of their gap from having just like a really slow first pull, but they haven't made up enough time to be ahead of Mandatory. I don't even really understand why they were so slow out of that first section.
So that they wouldn't pollute the center here, where they're going to pull Custos for this refueling protocol.
Why are we seeing a Lust? That's what I'm wondering. I mean, is it a UI bug? It could be a UI bug.
I have a theory with what's about to happen with this Bloodlust. I think it's going to go into the Spellblade pull, and that pull before the second boss, the glaives that get applied to people, the runic glaive dot is so
all right, so here's the first of two incredibly difficult pulls teams will have to execute, I believe.
Really a pull that seems super
where you pull
feasible.
all these spellbreakers here. This is the first of two.
You see for Mandatory here, I think that may be what this Bloodlust.
But on a 19 Keystone level, we've never seen this. This is incredibly dangerous from our teams. It's very important here. You'll see a lot of Night Elves on the side of Mandatory and both Interrupt. You can meld the Runic Blade cast if it's on you, which teams will need to do. Macene has a cast go off on him that he does not meld though. But it's just there's so much going on in this pool. It's really difficult to track. DK can also a pre-AMS it as well. We have the worms coming in here. All walls are rolling.
It looks like they're thinking about it. Yeah, Interrupt.
And we see the Lust come out on the side of Mandatory.
Rolling, and they have all of this
Darkness down,
here.
all defensives.
Like
IBF rotates up for Macene. He's holding on, sitting on it for a little bit. Interrupt on the other hand, also engaging the same pull, but without Lust.
Because they're not only doing more damage, they're killing the pack sooner.
And it looks like Mandatory have managed to navigate through most of the danger of this pull.
Are going to be up for a higher percentage of the combat.
Oh, but we're still dropping incredibly low. Mandatory pull the boss. Wow, that was quick.
Triple value Bloodlust for Mandatory as they now are able to roll it into boss.
Now, hold a second. If Interrupt can do this pull, no deaths, I think they're in a spot where
I don't know if I would describe that as
they've just have +1 Lust for the key, by the way. I don't think Mandatory get another Lust.
So a triple value Lust only.
But this is still incredibly scary for Interrupt, so they could just fall over at any moment here.
Okay, yeah, all right. We'll call it 3.5.
All right. For Interrupt on the right,
we see 2 sacks on their DK on the side of Interrupt. No defenses available. Health ticking down. Gripping a Magister in.
Spellbreakers killed off, but just notice how much slower
this is actually a lot slower. Yeah. Wow.
For Interrupt, they still do not have those two Spellbreakers killed off that are required to spawn the boss. They did fortunately enough survive it, so that puts them in a position to where
I guess these monsters live so long on a 19.
Bloodlust a little bit earlier than Mandatory. So is that going to be a position of value for Interrupt? Maybe Mandatory is only get 1 Lust in this dungeon. Interrupt's going to get 2. That could be an acceleration point. But for Mandatory here, you have to love their position. They are at 60% on Cyrodiil Sunlash, and Interrupt haven't even engaged the boss yet.
Yeah, boss is about to get pulled here for Interrupt, but it's unsurprising that the gap has opened here, as of course Interrupt used their Lust before boss 1, right, on that boss 1 split. Mandatory using it here on the boss 2 split. So you'd expect that gap to open here. I'm not sure I expected it to open by this
I think
much, though.
at this point,
more than 50%
Mandatory
of a
have to have
HP advantage in
Mandatory
favor
have to
of
have a
Mandatory.
major mistake for Interrupt to come back into this matchup. I think they're on the order of a minute behind at least. Now,
But
I
at
do
this
think they
key
get
level,
one more
I'm not
lust.
sure that's
I don't
gonna
think Mandatory
matter,
gets another
because I
lust this
think
key.
that because this key level is so high,
But they're
that is
just
going to
so
give
far ahead of this
Mandatory
point.
the time
That
for
said,
this
as I was
lust
mentioning,
to
there's
recover
one
and
more
become
really
available
dangerous
again
pull. It'll be the pull
before they need
immediately
it.
after this boss that Mandatory will have to take
I
out.
mean, I think that this dungeon on 19 though is so unbelievably volatile for both of these two teams.
So, you know,
I would not be
mistakes
shocked
could
if the
happen.
Next pull is the MDI standard pull, where it's 2 Void Callers, a Devouring Tyrant, and you pull all of the trash into the Gamillis room, and it's all coming in, right? I would not be shocked if that is the next pull for both of these two teams. And like I said earlier, it's so volatile. If you end up having one death, it spirals out of control rather quickly. And so for Mandatory, even though they have a quite substantial lead here, they're not out of the woods yet. This next pull, I believe, is going to be make or break in determining whether or not they are going to win this second map. Zaranel Sunlash goes down. They have to click this shield to be able to go into the Void
Wow,
Realm,
Mandatory
and that is going to
instantly
begin
porting up to drain the
combat
shield.
of that massive
That was
pull we were
incredibly
talking
quick.
about earlier. Oh my God.
And off they go.
a second.
Wait, I've never seen the
Mandatory
shield done
leaving
that
push
quick.
behind to finish charging up that shield.
Interesting,
charging
they're
up that
skipping the
crystal, and they're running
scavengers
down the hallway
at the start of
without
this hallway.
being in that void
I guess the
zone.
scavengers are part of the danger of this pool.
Okay, so this is really cool here.
Wait.
Mandatory are going to get that last little part
So
of the
they'll
brain off with
leave
one
Kush to-
there,
Kush to
and then
run
with
through.
The power of his shifts,
Wernstone,
he's gonna be able to
Meld.
get pretty far forward, and the Wernstone going to let him entirely rejoin the group here.
Wait, they skipped
and
the
this is
first
gonna
Void
let
Caller?
Mandatory start this pull so quickly without
I think they
having
skipped
to
the first
bother,
Void Caller.
running through all the enemies
Did they get
to
it?
get here.
I don't know.
So there's
They did.
I don't think
Interesting.
they're shredders, I think
Wow.
is what they are. I think they're scroungers in Nexus Point and Zenith. The shredders with their
So the advantage of pulling a slightly more trash
non-targeted,
earlier
like,
on
mechanic, especially on this
is they
19
were
Keystone
able to
level,
skip
look at how-
the
look at
first
how many
Void
of them
Caller.
Mandatory has. That is an insane amount of just kind of random.
But here we go.
damage
This
that's
even
going
with
off at
minus
the
one
exact
Void
same
Caller,
time that the
there's a
Consuming
lot
Shadows
going on
cast
here.
is going off
One
on the side of Mandatory.
stray kick
So
goes
this
off.
is a very,
One
very
Void
dangerous
Terror,
pull,
and
I
it
think
is
that
over
skipping
on the
that
side
hallway
of Mandatory.
allows you to skip a large amount of those just random.
Looks like
shredder
they'll deal
mobs.
with the
I think that
first,
that's one of the big
only
reasons
Void
that,
Caller in their pool
for
shortly
Mandatory,
here
they
before it does
were
its next
electing to do
AoE
this
channel.
pull
Very
in this
nicely
kind
done.
of
We also
sequencing.
see stops
They
being
also
rotated to deal with the individual caster mobs since their kicks were previously assigned to Void Terrors. But the Void Terrors are all dead at this point, so they can now have they can now kick the Void Walkers freely. Now, I think without that Void Caller, they're probably going to be missing some count. Like, look here on the side of Interrupts. This is a much more standard pull here as they pull all the earlier trash in the dungeon. So Mandatory's going to need, I think, some more mobs here.
Looks a little bit smaller than you've seen in the Magisters that we've seen.
They'll
over the
need
group
some more
weekends,
mobs
but you
from
have to
somewhere,
remember,
which I
this is a
imagine
plus
maybe it's
19
Transcendence
So
from
being able
Ryzen
to
again out of the room to
execute
just
even a
pull
of the size
and
that
tag more
Mandatory did
mobs onto this
safely there
boss.
is
We'll have to see.
really impressive.
Now here,
It does
okay, here
still
we
mean they
go.
are gonna need 25%
Check out
more
Interrupt.
count.
This is
Interrupt
the
on the right-hand
standard
side,
Mattress
though,
Terrace pool,
are saying,
which
you
is,
know what?
by the way,
That was a nice pull.
way more
We're
difficult than
gonna
what Mandatory
do
just
one
did.
more here.
Double
We're gonna
Void
pull
Caller,
even more
lots
trash.
of danger here. This is
So while
incredibly
Mandatori's pull had a lot of finesse
volatile
and it was really
pull.
cool to set up, I think this
Can
pull for
they pull it
Interrupt, if
off
they're
here?
able to get it executed cleanly,
This
it
is,
should
I mean,
be a little
Mandatory,
bit faster,
basically, we're like,
just
nah,
because
this pool
of
is
how
too
much additional
difficult.
count they're
We're going to do
gathering.
some fancy
You know,
skip, which, by the way, they
Mandatory
were able to do.
did
Very,
a pull
very
almost
nicely
half as
done.
big as Interrupt. And if this is basically full
That Interrupt say,
Interrupt,
nah,
this is a good
listen,
position
we're
where they're
built
able to, like,
different.
almost
We're
run
pulling
the way
all
up
this.
to Decimus and get that boss engaged. But the pull here that we're seeing on the right hand side of the screen is very, very dangerous.
I mean, this is
You have two
so
of those Void
dangerous.
Callers doing those consuming shadow AoE.
Second
They're
consuming
healing
shadows going out
themselves
here.
over
We
and
have
over again.
a
That's
second
kind
blur
of
charge from our
annoying. And
Demon
look at
Hunter, but
everybody
no
in
other
Interrupt
cooldowns,
dropping
defensive
so
cooldowns on the side of our
low.
other DPS players
19
or
keystone
healer.
level. All of these mobs are pulsing for an
Terror
insane
Wave!
amount of AoE. Oh my God,
Insane
Terror Wave
disorienting roar
pass.
from
It's
our
interrupted
Bear
with
Druid,
the
preventing it from going off. We also see the leg
at
sweep coming out there as an emergency.
1.1 seconds remaining, but on the
And
left
we've dealt
side,
with the reverse Void
Mandatory
Caller.
at
Most of the
50%
danger has been dealt
Gamillis.
with.
They're about ready to
Now
enter the
Interrupt will be
triplicate,
hitting the
phase
Tyrant to
where you
spawn the
have
boss.
5
Now I will
available
say, while
bosses and
the
targets to hit.
pull interrupted was
Yeah,
like
this
more
is gonna be a
dangerous
huge
and more
opportunity
trash
for them
count.
to leverage that extra
They're
damage
slower in spawning
and
the
just
boss
take Jamelios
because
from 40%
there's like they
down
have
zero
to.
so quickly.
There's
Look
like
at
just
the
way more
stack
mobs
as
in this
well
pool.
On these Gemelli,
So only now
4
can they
of
work on the
them
Void Tyrant,
inside a
or the
collapsing
Devouring
star
Tyrant,
AoE here
which I think
for
would have probably taken
Mandatory.
more
This
time
is
because of the
absolutely incredible
all the
how
Void
optimized their
Caller,
damage
the
gets to
second
be
Void Caller
as a
spawning
result
additional
of this
funnel,
pattern.
right?
And they're
Although
still getting
these
to keep that
classes
4
are
target clean for
uncapped,
a
they have
while
reduced
before
damage beyond a certain number of
being
targets.
sent down
At least
to
I
a
know the Demon Hunter for
3
sure,
target
right? With
moment during
their
that next Cosmic
their
Sting
stars
cast.
and
the way this boss works is there are a few of those casts that it does.
their stars
and
going
those
off,
are
just
the
doing
moments where
dealing
you really
reduced
wanna
damage
make
the more
sure
targets there are.
that the boss is stacked up as
So,
much as possible.
While they're going to be doing big big AoE damage, they
Yeah,
do
I mean,
less
look
damage
at
in
this for
particular to the
Mandatory.
Tyrant when they're not
Somehow they
focusing
have
it.
figured
So
out
I
a
think
way
slowing
to
the boss
pull
just ticks
additional
slower. And as we can see here,
into the boss
Mandatory
over
are
and
like a
over again.
full
And
boss
they're coming out
ahead
this boss at
of
virtually
Interrupt
the
to this
exact same
point.
count that Interrupt
I mean,
has
this is
here.
incredible pace from Mandatory.
This is really a routing masterclass by Mandatory. I don't think there's any really other way of describing it here.
Okay,
They're
here's what I'm
running
interested to
all
see,
the way
though.
up. How far is Mandatory
Can
going to
Mandatory
go? Are they
pull
gonna
this
stop
trash
just about
onto the last
Tyrant,
boss?
or are they going to be going
I
all
was
the way top-
convinced. So
to
in
the
group
top of
stages,
Master Spire?
no,
It
zero
looks
teams
like
did this,
Neris is not
and
going to stop
I'm
for
partly
Mandatory
convinced
running
it's
all the
too
way up. Now,
difficult.
there is kind of this worry
But if
here
any team
that
does
you
it,
could have a DK Pet
it would probably be
instance
Mandatory.
where he accidentally pulls a mob.
So let's see.
Maybe
How
those
far do they go?
Tyrants could get body pulled. But it looks like for Mandatory here, there's no reason to believe that that is going to be something that's happening to them.
And I
They've
think
reached the top of
they're
the Master's
posturing to
Terrace.
not
They
pull it onto the
grab
boss,
the
so no.
additional,
All right.
Devouring Tyrant. They need to make sure that they get the kicks or stops on these Void Terrors. And if they're able to down this pack, this is the last remaining little bit of count. That
Interrupt
they
don't
need
look slow?
to push
Not
them
at
over
all.
that
I mean,
100%
they're
marker. There is
Interrupt do
there's
not look
some
like-
more mobs off to the side. That is very commonly.
I mean, the
ripped
team
by a DK
I
and pulled
I
into the
thought they
boss,
would be.
so we're not
Let me
too
tell you.
worried about those mobs.
Yeah, we have a mob CC'd over to the side as well. That one might come up with us after.
I mean, Mandatory are pretty handily gonna win this map, barring a disaster.
The extra Tyrant and Void Caller.
But you know,
that
had
hang
there
out
not
at the
been that
bottom of
hiccup
the
from
ramp,
Interrupt map 1, we would be
to the
seeing
last
a
boss.
map
So
3
that is
coming
gonna
out of
be
this
something that
matchup.
We'll likely see Mandatory skip, making use of effects like Rescue, like those Shadow Melds as well, to be able to make that skip possible. Let's see how they set this up though. Kush gonna walk forward already. It's gonna be the shift, and now he's heading upstairs here. He's gonna be in range here.
What is he
for
doing?
What might be a rescue, might be
Rescue,
a
transcend.
human form wild charge out of Maris,
Interesting.
perhaps,
How are we dealing with that
and
Void
able
Terror
to
back there?
easily
Are we
get
gripping
the
it up?
Entire group upstairs, and they're going to be able to
We
get
must have
straight
gripped it
into
up.
Degentrius here. They don't even need that other side pack that you were
That's
mentioning
a
here. They're
cool-
only
a cool find.
1.2% count away from being done, and that Void Terror that is walking in is exactly 1.2%, Tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, what's the strat there? Maesting just grips it all the way up there.
That was the one that was
really
CC'd
cool.
over to the side, so it was just brought forward.
That's-
and then
I mean, that-
brought up.
that's
with
another
them.
piece of tech that we
Really
have not
nicely
seen.
Handled by Mandatory.
Out of Mandatory.
And really nice micro optimization as well, because they could have killed it with that previous pull.
Okay,
but
it's not over yet,
CCing it
guys.
over
They
the
could
side and bringing
miss
it
a
into the
soak.
boss speeds up.
And now,
both
of all the
that
things that they
pull
managed to
and the
execute in this
boss.
dungeon, I find it hard to
And I mean,
believe
Interrupt
that
here on the right hand side have downed Gamillis, but it feels like
it
it's
would be a
almost
soak that would
too
take them
little
out.
too late. Mandatory are a
Also,
full
it turns
half
out I
and a
was
half,
wrong, by the
full
way. I
half
guess the
ahead
19 keystone level is high enough
where
that
Interrupt are
Mandatory
on
are
the
still going to get
right-hand
one more
side.
lust.
And for Mandatory, it
It's
would
going to be rotating up
nothing
here in
short
about
of
10 seconds. We see
catastrophe that would
Mason
stop
holding
them
on to
from winning
their
the second map.
army
This
for
is
that lust
basically just
press.
the average pug experience on a 19. Make sure you soak the beach balls. Make sure that nobody gets hit by those orbs. Make sure you heal your augmentation evoker if you're Ryson. Those are kind of the main takeaways on this last fight. It is quite high damage. Oh my gosh, Kush getting hit by a ball. Kush getting hit by a second ball. Is the
Okay,
beach ball
we're
gonna take him out?
eating
No.
balls,
He
but
presses
we
the
have
darkness and gets that life cocoon.
lots of defenses
that was quite
available,
a
so we're
scary
chilling.
moment for Kush there, I will admit.
Yeah,
And Macy's
thankfully, the
really
power
holding
of
his army.
darkness. And then the AMZ actually coming out from Macy's as well. Kush there.
He must have
really
DT'd.
just getting the
Well, there
full
it is. There's the army
external
press.
suite,
We
from
waited
the
for our Void
entire
meta to
group, the life
rotate up for a
cocoon,
second
the
time
darkness,
from the side
AMZ,
of
and because of
Mandatory.
all that, it looks like going to be able to survive.
But now we're gonna
and
press,
continue
and we
doing
should
top
be
damage.
taking the
One
boss
thing
out
you
here.
learn is it's okay to get hit
Interrupt
by
doing the
stuff if
same
you are
pull
top
that,
DPS,
Mandatory
right?
did, by
So
the way,
really important
on
for
their-
Kush
on their
that he's
half
doing this much damage to
of the screen.
justify not moving and dodging those orbs.
It was my
Yeah, at this point it's,
collapsing star, bro. You
I mean,
don't understand.
You don't understand. It was
22%
so
on
much
the
damage. It had to be
Mandatory's
done. Just healing
Mandatory's
exactly what it is for.
Yeah, exactly. like
Mandatory's
like doing
Degentrius.
Phantom Ball.
So
Like, that
I
is
think
an
this one is in the books.
All
Lust
right,
is still going.
Degentrius
Void
on
meta
the
is
left-hand
still
side for
up.
Mandatory,
We have one more
8%.
collapsing star,
The
most
bloodlust has
likely.
been engaged. We were wondering as to whether or not they were going to get that second lust.
There it
It
is.
looks like on this 19 keystone level,
Bang.
even with the delayed first
That's a
lust,
dead boss.
they were able to rotate to that second lust, and they stopped the clock at 16
Wow.
minutes and 8 seconds.
All right, yo,
A
very impressive
clean
performance
run
out of
and a
Mandatory map 2.
2-0 for Mandatory, but it was a
Convincing
very
win
hotly
on their behalf, and they
contested
will be
series.
advancing
You know, Mandatory might have
in the
broken
winners
their deathless
bracket
streak at the start
to
of today, but
face
they
the winner
haven't
of
broken
our
their
next
victory
matchup.
streak, taking the second
Very
map
nice, very
and
nice.
knocking Interrupt down to the lower bracket. And despite losing here, Interrupt came into the weekend even stronger than we anticipated, I think.
Dude,
I know they're going to have a lot more to
I'm
show us
so impressed by
tomorrow.
Interrupt, though. I'm
But
so
honestly, while
impressed.
Interrupt
That
might
is,
have been
dude,
close
I'm
on
so
Mandatory's
happy to
heels
see
in
what
the
we saw.
first run, I mean, Drat knows
Beach Day
Mandatory
definitely
clearly
helped.
had
Yeah,
the upper
true.
hand in this Magister. So So what do you think made the biggest difference for them here?
I mean,
Yeah,
if
this
I'm
was an
mandatory though,
absolute
I'm watching, I'm
masterclass
looking at this
from
matchup,
Mandatory in
and
the
I'm
Magister's
like,
Terrace here.
wait, did we miss
16
Desterlock?
minutes and 8 seconds in a plus
Guys, do you think- actually, I got a
19
question.
Key
I feel like
hard
there
to
are 0
overstate
teams.
just
My guess
how
is that 0
impressive
teams
that
will
run
have
was
the
out of
Destrolock
mandatory
prepped
again.
aside from
0
the Chinese
deaths.
teams
Look at those
for the
early
pit of
spikes
Saran.
as well.
Do you
That
think
spike
any teams
between
look
2
at
and 4 minutes
Interrupt's
for
performance
mandatory
and
was
think to
without
themselves,
Lust. That let
we
them
gotta
then
prep
hold the
a we gotta
Lust
prep a
and
lock.
further accelerate on the next big damage spike there.
We gotta
after
prep
the
a lock.
4-minute marker, and just an
I wonder.
incredible performance out of them. You can
I don't
see
think
that
any
lead
teams
was
have
just
Destrolock
growing
prepped for that
every single pull.
that tournament,
This was
that
such
that
a
map.
hard one.
Not
And
Dave tournament.
Zyro,
Well,
with your
like
replays, what were you
for
able
for
to
tomorrow or
capture
the day
from this
after.
impressive run,
Because
particularly for
the thing is
mandatory?
with this event,
Yeah, so there
the
were a lot
tournament
of question
realms,
marks coming
while
into
the
this
event
map,
itself
and
only
we were
lasts like
asking,
4 or
you know,
5
our
hours,
plus 19 key level,
tournament realms
how
are
is this
open
gonna
24/7.
work? What's the
So teams
routing
can
gonna look
practice
like
if they
for the
want
teams?
after the
And
tournament
like
ends.
you guys, I was also
Like, no
perplexed when
teams
we
are gonna
got
be
to our
eliminated
games on
today.
Custos
So
and the Bloodlust wasn't popped for
I'm sure
mandatory.
part
What
of
was
the
plan going to be
event
for
here
that?
will be
One of
teams
the question marks coming into the dungeon. How do you live the triple Spellbreaker poll before Serenel Sunlash?
practicing
What's the plan here? It turns out you just
outside
left
of the
this
tournament
pull instead
competition
of the
hours.
Custos pull just to be able to live through this AoE damage.
Pulling these Gentris?
and you blast it
Yeah, I think
down.
the only time
One
we've
of the
seen it
things that
was
Mandatory is so good at is just
when
dealing with the mobs
who was it?
that you need to progress the dungeon.
Was it
and
Sen
spawn the boss
Spellbook
quickly
against
and get ahead
Mandatory?
there. We also saw some tech
And they,
after
like,
Serenel
just
did
it in a
down, where the
last-ditch
rest of the
attempt
team went
to
ahead
try and
start
catch up
gathering
time.
Crash together, and Kush on his own dealt with the remainder of the crystals, skipped past
I haven't
this
watched by Noah's
Crash,
Cloud by
worked
Android.
up to the group,
You
shadow
would
melts the
be
entire
incorrect, by
hallway
the
of
way.
Crash
They did
off,
2-0,
and then they can get to the Gemolist
but
pull
map
without
1
the
was
Bloodlust.
really close.
This means this pull is a little bit less dangerous. There's fewer mobs in the pull. It's a lot easier for the tank to gather and set up, and everyone is nice and prepped for
PGC
it.
versus
This is
Direwolves?
just another extremely clean
Oh, maybe
way to
maybe
deal
there was
with the
another
dungeon.
case
Now,
of it. I
because
just
they
don't
skipped
remember.
Trash, they had to get a couple extra mobs in this next pull, but Mandatory just looks so practiced on dealing with these mobs. They get the Void Terror
Less than
out
20
there with
seconds.
some real-time CC plus a Death Grip.
Yeah, probably would have been.
And it was just a cruise dungeon for them. I mean, they had 20 seconds of this second Bloodlust left at the end of the boss, so maybe
But like
a little
basically
bit of a
close
minor
as in
missed
Interrupt
optimization,
had the
but when
lead
the rest of the run
until
looks
they
that
failed the
clean,
skip at the end of the dungeon.
it's hard to complain
Like,
about
Interrupts
this
were
stuff.
on
This
pace
is
to win the map.
Mandatory that we were expecting to see for the entire series. And I think the scarier thing as well is
That's how close
they're
it
done
was.
for the day now. They don't have to play any more matches today, and they can go back and look in that pit of Saran and be like, oh, yo, they were actually faster than us. Can we maybe yoink that
they were
strategy for
cooking.
the rest of the weekend? They could definitely. They're a team that's
Very,
good enough to look
very
at that and be
impressive
like,
out of
okay,
them.
that was faster. We could definitely do that.
Yeah, and the fact that they're all on site, they can literally just have these conversations and just make the adjustment immediately as they're going through things. I mean, incredible to see, and incredible to see the runs they've been able to pull off. It seems like the boot camp is really paying off for them as well. But Interrupt still had a strong showing here, I think, overall, and we can take a look at where the bracket is going to kind of wind up after this first series. So with Interrupt heading down, I think there's still some possibility that there are unexpected things to come from them, right, Tuttles?
I mean, anytime another team sees Pit of Sauron, you might want to ban that dungeon. I fear that is not a dungeon that.
Yeah,
you
that's
want
actually a good
Interrupts
point from
to play.
Tettles.
It felt like the strategy.
Anybody
that
that faces Interrupt
was faster than Mandatory.
likely
Like,
are
I feel
banning
like
Pit of
for a
Saran.
lot of
Like,
teams,
that's
they're
actually a
looking at
really
Interrupt
good
and they're
point.
like,
They
oh my
looked deadly
goodness.
in that
You
dungeon.
never really know what you're going to get with the China 2 seed sometimes, and they have sent some very good teams this season.
Very impressive. Now, Mandatory, of course, moving on here in the upper bracket. Their run that we just saw, a masterclass as described. I mean, phenomenal, especially at that high key level. But next up, we'll be looking at Big Lucky versus Liquid. And this is also one that has some exciting things to show, especially for the CN region. Zyro, what do you think we can expect from this matchup?
All right.
I think, we were talking about premier matchups. At the
I
start
gotta
of
take
the
a while.
day.
I'm
I
getting
think
kinda warm.
This is
One
my
sec.
premier matchup for the day. I think Liquid is a team that should look a lot stronger than they were in group stages. But are they going to look good enough to beat Big Lucky, who looked like one of the strongest teams coming out of the group stages? Again, they had some runs that were just, on paper, just faster than Mandatory's runs, faster than Triple Threat, faster than Dignitas, faster than all our 1 seeds.
As I
Are they
think
the fastest team?
I'm going
Can
to
they
try and
bring that
upload.
pace to this
I
weekend
think I
with
want to
the
try and
faster
upload every
strategies?
single match for this
It's going to
tournament
be a very interesting matchup.
to the tube.
I can't wait to see
That's a
it,
lot of
and
matches, though.
We're only going to have to wait a few minutes until that one starts up. So everybody, we're going to take a break. But honestly, Big Lucky versus Liquid, it is a huge matchup. Can Liquid rally and overcome some of the perhaps stumbling blocks they had with replacing a player? And can Big Lucky prove that they truly are one of the fastest, not just on paper, but also, Dratnos, as you would say, while playing the game World of Warcraft. So I believe in these teams. I think they can do it, and I can't wait to see what they're going to show us. But we'll have to wait just a few minutes, so we'll see you after the break, everybody.
Alright, yo, one sec. I need to check my VOD here. I'll give you guys some music in the meantime. Top 3 plus highest placing Chinese team? Yeah. That's kind of foul. What do you mean? It's foul that it's foul that what do you mean? What do you mean? Chinese team Mickey Mouse tourney? What? Should be top 4 teams? Oh, I see. I mean, yeah, I think like from a competitive standpoint I agree, but Blizzard is like basically they want to, I mean, at the end of the day, Blizzard is a business, and they've probably decided that it's most beneficial for them to kind of guarantee a spot for a Chinese team to have interest from a Chinese audience in BlizzCon. But also, I mean, I feel like based on how well Interrupt played as the number 2 seed here, I think, yeah, I kind of agree with what Luma just said, where it's probably quite likely that a Big Lucky finish in the top 4. And in my prediction for the event, I had them in the top 4. So Head says like this, but Heart says Liquid. I listen, bro. I in my pick'ems this event, I had Liquid taking Big Lucky, and then they face each other in lower bracket, and then Liquid wins again. I think this upcoming match could probably go either way, but like Liquid are just so good, man. Now, obviously, there's some bias here, being in like I'm a lot more familiar with Liquid than I am Big Lucky, but Big Lucky could take this. Like I'm not gonna hold it against them. We will rock you. We will rock you. Holy shit. Play this shit for like my outro song. Holy shit. Okay, turn it down. The casters are back. Casters back. Our map 2, here we go. Is Dignitas playing today? I don't follow the brackets. They are the final matchup of the day. They're match 4. We're on match 2 right now. Amen. Amen, Meeks. Type of shit. All right, guys. Wait, hold up. Do I have to run ads right now? Checking. Guys, I'm gonna run a quick 1 minute 30 ad right now. If you don't want to watch ads, you can subscribe with a Twitch Tier 1 or a Twitch Prime. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe for free and watch ad free. I'm running the ads now so you don't get them during the game. You guys won't miss anything. I'll see you in 90 seconds. All right, map bans, here we go. So we got Skyreach and Nexus Point banned. Interesting. Wait. Okay. Guys, I was talking about this in my pre-key video. I believe I saw a team one pull the left side of the Nexus Point. I think it was Big Lucky. I didn't watch much of the Chinese tournament, but I watched a little bit of the finals. I want to say I saw it out of one of the Chinese teams that they one pulled the entire wing of the Nexus Point. And maybe Liquid have seen that and are like, we got to respect that. That's pretty bold. But we're going to see the 19 Academy busted out. This is an incredibly volatile key. We get the Pit of Sauron again. Very fast run, as we saw earlier. And if we say in map 3, we get C. And I'm kind of interested to see if teams have cooked up any new technology for that dungeon, because it's otherwise very linear. So it'd be pretty cool to see. Well, unmute Discord, or unmute the VOD, by the way, so now you guys can hear again.
For Big Lucky here.
My bad, Luma.
I think coming into this series, Liquid are probably the favorites, but it's a big question mark. Big Lucky were really strong in some of their maps here, and we can see a 50-50.
But also, I kind of wonder, like, for the preparation for this event, are teams like...
Big Lucky, they were faster than every team in the world.
Because there's a map ban rule. If I'm preparing for this event, do we prepare like 7 maps and just always ban one that we're not prepared for? Or do we prep all 8 and like study the other team and ban what we believe is their best map, or what we believe is a map that they are faster at than we are? Like, what do you guys think the strat is here?
These are some highly contested.
Dude, I'm amazed how close it is.
Your predictions down below. It is really something that I think these teams could take.
Guys, if you want to predict on my stream as well, prediction is up.
Where's your mind kind of going?
It's also pretty even on our side.
Listen, I'm obviously a little bit emotionally biased.
These vans reduce the number of maps you need to prepare. That's kind of what I was thinking
after that very
as well.
First map of the day, and the way Interrupt showed up in that one against Mandatory, that was the 2nd seed from CN. This is the 1st seed from CN. I feel like...
Yo, I like this like neck piece that Meeks is on.
Really.
It's like a necklace, but it's not really a necklace.
A hesitant 2-1 in favor of Big Lucky. I think they might be...
Is that like a choker? What is that?
I like it. All right. Tuttles, you feeling the same?
Okay, so I think that, like, this is like a nightmare.
It is a necklace
for both of these two teams, right? For Liquid,
all right, dope.
In a lot of other,
it's a snake. Wait, that's cool.
Situations, they probably are the #1 seed coming out of Group
C. It's a brass pipe. Okay.
Big Lucky,
I don't think it's that, but
I don't know. I'm gonna go 2-1 Big Lucky, but I do not feel good about it. Like I feel, you know, it's again. Wish I had a 50-50. I feel like that's about right.
I mean,
like
if Interrupt hadn't played as well as they did in that first map, I would have been a lot more optimistic about Team Liquid. But considering how well Interrupt played map 1,
that's true, and especially
and now
levels, it's very possible. I mean, Dratos, are you?
They're not even the #1 seed out of China. Like, bro, China's looking scary.
It's tough.
They're looking fucking scary.
It is very, very close between the two teams, and I do kind of agree. I think if this makes it to a map 3, I'd be on the side of Big Lucky. So I guess that means I got to go 2-0 for Liquid, but I'm not feeling great about putting a 2-0 on the board. But I'll do it nonetheless. 2-0 Liquid.
I'm wearing the same thing. Wait, you too? No way.
Backing the team.
Dude, I gotta get one.
I think I'm gonna have to join in on the 2-1 Big Lucky. That's what I'm feeling. I think Big Lucky, they looked so strong. Now, if they can come in here with all of these other teams all in the same weekend and still put up some incredible runs, if they've had the time to clean up some of those mistakes, then I think they could be one of our absolute top contenders. They've definitely got the skill. So I'm going to lean towards Big Lucky.
I do think that Liquid has, in my opinion, a slightly higher skill cap than Big Lucky if they were able to get everything working between group stage to now is kind of my read on this entire situation. I think with the roster of competitors that they have, I feel like they should be able to come up with routes and strategies that are, if not MDI winning, they're at least like top 2. But again, the last minute replacement, is that still going to plague Liquid? That is still an up in the air question. I mean, they've had a few weeks now to play with Cine. Is that enough time?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you have to bring somebody in, right? You're losing out on some of the months of practice. Of course, there's still enough folks that know what the strategies were, have an idea of what the approach was, but trying to integrate, trying to get that synergy, trying to get all of those timings lined up, especially when you are at such a high pressure point like the Season 1 finals, is something that I think we're really going to have to see if they were able to pull off. And chat seems to be putting their faith in Liquid too. It's
Guys, I'm editing my other
building.
video real quick.
We have more people participating than I think almost any other poll that we've had this season. So keep on getting in here for your predictions, everybody, and we'll see if you're right and Liquid has that slight advantage, or hey, if Big Lucky, they're going to come in and just show that the CN region, they came to win in speedrunning, and if they're just going to absolutely push ahead with that. It's honestly anybody's game, and I think this is going to be a huge matchup. I mean, Dratnos, these two, we know they're coming in here to start off this series. We're going to see them going head-to-head for the first time. Do you have any expectations of this first map as they come into it?
I think both.
All right,
teams
here we
are
go,
gonna
here we
have
go, here we go.
very heavily
Locking
prepared
in,
for
locking
this
in.
series.
Chat,
Both
lock
teams
in,
know
lock in.
That the best path through BlizzCon.
3 of the
is
casters are
through
literally paid
this
by Liquid.
Series. So,
Holy.
very important one for both teams to win. We start off in
2-1 luck predict. Okay, here we go, here we go. Guys, I think this map 1 goes Big Lucky. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now.
That is going to be speed
China on
by
top.
our two teams here.
Xi Jinping.
Indeed, and here we go.
Here we go.
Big
All right, we got the
Lucky
same comp out of both
versus Liquid in
teams.
their first
Nothing really
match.
surprising here.
Can they rise to the
What
challenge?
are we
Mix, this is gonna
doing
be a tough
route-wise? Where are we going? Where are we going? How are we doing this
Is
dungeon?
going to be just sad as
Both
of our
teams appear to be
run
heading
in,
to
make sure
Veximus
they do
first.
collect their
Are we
buffs
pulling this
here,
bridge
and
back?
I'm curious on where they're going to be going.
We are
next.
pulling the
It
bridge
looks like
back.
Both of our teams are opting to go towards Veximus, which is something
We're
we've
we're
been seeing
skipping.
time
Okay,
and
on the
time
side
again
of
from our
Liquid,
teams to try and cut
we
down
Fear Sigil
on
skip the
overall
first pull.
routing in
Big
this
Lucky,
dungeon.
it looks
One
like
of
are
the
pulling
tricky
them.
things in this Algatar Academy, you always have a lot of runtime or
Similar first pulls, though.
time that you need to deal with, but both of our teams are electing
I'll enable
to
chat
play
here.
the
There you go.
trash around Veximus first here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this makes sense. Electing to not Bloodlust, this is kind of interesting. Where are
No
you gonna be able to get
Bloodlust.
that value out of that Bloodlust
Okay.
is kind of a question.
Hey,
feel
guys,
like
I think we're gonna
skill
see
level, we're probably
what we
looking to
saw
see
out of
a run that is in
Auntie's
the
Angels.
upper teens,
I'm
maybe even
guessing
low
the teams
20s
are gonna
in terms of
do-
actual time, just because of
well,
how much HP.
I was
that
gonna
you
say
have to shoot
Lashers
through to be able
onto
to complete
Veximus,
this
but that
dungeon.
may not be the
So
case.
there's
It might
kind of
just
a
be that they're
question of, like,
holding
where
Lure
are
Lust
these two
for
teams going to be looking
the
to go? Look at this on
Ravager
the right-hand side,
plus
though. Liquid,
all the
they've
little
already
leapers
dispatched
onto
the first
Veximus. But
pull
Liquid,
in
really
quite
fast with this
quick
first pull here.
fashion. I think that they're going to have a similar count to Big
I think they
Lucky,
might have
and
done a
this is kind of
slightly
similar
smaller first
situation
pull
to
though.
what
I
we saw
think
from
I thought Big
Mandatory
Lucky
versus
played
Interrupt
that.
in that Magister's Terrace, where Liquid
No,
just
never mind. Big Lucky also
getting,
skipped the first
10
that
to
first bridge
15
back.
second advantage off the back of being able to get the first pull dealt with a little bit quicker. Liquid, Ashine also.
So
playing
Liquid
that
pulling
spatial
in
paradox,
the-
you see he has that
their
activated. What did he
para
end up
one of
tagging
the-
with it? It looks like
it looks
he
like the
actually maybe
axe
tagged one of the
pulling the mana
Ravager
feeds
mobs.
onto the boss
And if
here.
that mob is able to come in a
I'm
little
surprised
bit
they didn't
later,
also get the
that may be a
Ravager.
bit
I guess
more
at a 19
powerful,
keystone
but
level,
we
that's
would
too
see
high.
a
But we're still not
continual loop
lusting.
and a paralysis on a mob.
What are we
It looks like
lusting?
Yeah.
Liquid's trying to get some mobs to trickle in a little bit later on this pull.
We're actually seeing the exactly same
Well, I guess
thing
maybe they're waiting
from
for
Big
lust for
Lucky
their
right
cooldowns?
now. You can see on the bridge there in the back, two of the mobs are.
Okay, well,
slowly
you know,
becoming
Algathar
slow
Dungeon
walking
is
towards the
on a
pack, but you're
19.
absolutely right.
Their dungeon
Liquid
timer
is
might
in
be
the
something.
lead
Okay, no,
right
there's
now.
the
Here's where
Bloodlust.
that lust
I was gonna
is
say their
going
dungeon
to be
timer might be
coming
something
in,
like
as well as the final
18 or
Forge
19
Ravager
minutes.
pack is going to be walking
And so they
into the
they
box
have a
here.
lot of wiggle
This is
room
where
to
we're
press their
sending
first
all of the
Bloodlust
cooldowns to try to
if they
get
wanted to
through.
hold it for
There's
like
a
something
pretty dicey part
way later.
on this boss progression.
Okay, but Liquid
all
actually
in
do
all
end up pulling the
together to
Ravager
try
into this boss,
get this
and they
trash done
lusted with
as
the
quickly
Ravager,
as
so that
possible
makes a lot
on the
more
left-hand
sense
side.
here. We
Big
also see the lust on the side of Big
right
Lucky
behind them,
coming out
doing
here.
Exactly the same thing.
Yeah, we have the
Certainly
exact same routes out of
still a
both
little
teams.
bit behind them on the
Liquid just
overall
being
progression.
slightly
I really like this
quicker
pull
here.
pacing for Liquid here. It allows them to get the best use of army. Like the lust, while you know it was 20 seconds into the pull of Veximus, it was basically the moment that the army became available for Wolf Disco, and Cine at the exact same time had that Void Metamorphosis. So it was like a really well-timed Bloodlust, in my opinion, even though I think a lot of conventional wisdom would be like, all right, just press the Bloodlust on pull and kind of do
All right,
it
Liquid's
that
about
way. But I
13%
think that for Liquid
ahead
there,
in
just the
boss percentage.
understanding of offensive cooldowns and how to really make the best use
You know
of
what's
those
crazy? At a
opportunities, it
plus
makes a lot of
19
sense.
keystone
And
level,
Big Lucky here on the left side,
I
look
don't
at
think the
the
Death Knights
count-wise
are going to
compared to
press
Liquid.
multiple
Is
sets of
Liquid-
cooldowns. Like,
is Liquid gonna be a
guys,
little
imagine
behind
doing
in
your
terms of count
Pug
mix?
19 keystone level as a 90-second cooldown class and only
Not
getting one
sure,
cooldown
because
press on the
we
boss.
still have those
That is crazy how fast they're
4.35
going.
pound. Big Lucky has about the same.
It is interesting that both teams arrived at the conclusion that lusting the boss was better. I feel like that's not inherently obvious, but I guess.
Might not matter depending on.
Nah, I
how
guess
they're
it
gonna
is.
be able to even
I
it
mean,
out.
yes,
I'm
clearly it's
thinking about
better.
the end of
Both
this
teams are doing
dungeon
it.
Gauntlet where you could just tag in an evoker or not, and that could probably make up the rest there. If you do go one more Echo Knight, though, we might be talking about a different story. So let's see if that difference in count.
Yeah.
Oh,
is going
Zach's
to
in trouble.
continue all
That
the
is
way
Blur.
there. For now, Liquid is going to be on the way.
They are
I mean,
alive.
look at this on the right-hand side. I would not be shocked if Liquid skips all of this trash that's in this area. This trash, particularly those Ravager pulls.
Yeah,
and those
so,
Foragers,
I mean, I
are
expect
mobs
Liquid
that
are just gonna go
not
straight to Croth.
Super efficient count to HP.
347 first boss.
So,
Healer goes
Healer
down
down.
on the side of Big
very
Lucky.
regularly,
Arcane
skip
Orb
those. And yeah,
takes
like
them
you said, on the
out.
left-hand side, Loda going down to an
It looks
Arcane
like that's going to be the
Orb.
only
I
death they
think it's just
have,
the
but that
nature
is
of having
not
this
ideal. They also still have to deal with the
still alive.
Ravager.
Veximus dies
That's
before
crazy.
The Ravager even ended up going down, and it's just an insane amount.
I mean,
of
at this
incoming
point, Big
damage even
Lucky
on this
are
19
about
keystone
30
level.
seconds behind.
Unfortunate death for Big Lucky, and Big Lucky are actually making their way back
Now, Liquid opting
towards
here to
the
have their
overgrown
DK stand in for the
area.
Guardian Sentry.
Liquid
That
has
is really good for their
already,
uptime.
engaged that Guardian Sentry, and they're moving
You even see
towards
this on
Cross.
live keys.
So Big Lucky
Teams will
have
rotate through
elected to
defensives
instead
at like
do
plus 21,
an
plus
RP
22,
skip,
plus 23
which if you
keystone
pull like
levels
this, it's
to
going to save
enable
you
their
about
melee
15
DPS to
seconds worth of
stand in
RP
for the Guardian
overgrown
Sentry and
ancient
do more
spawning.
damage.
How valuable is
The
that ability,
AoE
though,
does a lot of
is kind
damage,
an
but
interesting
if you rotate
question.
defensives,
Is
you
this
can
route going to
actually
be faster?
survive it.
I feel like from a lot of the top teams
So we saw
that we've
AMS
seen
for the
from
first
Western region,
Expel
they've
Intruders.
elected
We
to play a
see
route that is similar to what we
Cocoon
are seeing
going out
currently from
on
Liquid here on the
Zasevi
right,
to stay
where they're
in.
running to that
Wolf
Guardian Sentry.
Disco
They're not
just
actually
seemingly
getting that 15
not pressing any
seconds
defensives and
worth of
living it.
time
Unholy DK is
saved
broken, I
on the
guess.
RP.
Oh, we
Instead
actually see a
electing
difference
to
here in
play a
routing. So
more
Big
direct
Lucky
route and skip
opts to take the
run
final
time.
bridge pack
That is so
into the
annoying.
Vile Lasher pool. Meanwhile, Liquid are heading
it
over to
certainly
Croth.
has been.
I like this out of Big Lucky because it means they can spawn the boss. They don't have to wait for the boss RP. Presumably, after they kill off this Lasher pool, they will go do Croth and then come back later and do Overgrown Ancient.
I think the
I mean, that seems to make
ideal
sense for me. I
dungeon
kinda
is
wonder why
tagging
Liquid
all of
wouldn't
this
do that.
trash down into the bridge right at the start,
I
and then
suppose there's
figure it
less
out that way.
tracking with
However,
Liquid's
that's
route.
very difficult. We've only seen it once. That dungeon didn't win because something else happened.
AMS and
later
Horse
on,
negates knockback
so
of the damage of the attack.
we'll see
So
it this
only
weekend. I
Horse
would
negates the
love that,
knockback.
but for now, Big
AMS
Lucky
is
of
just used
course
as a
fighting
defensive there.
against those 15 seconds on the clock that they have gotten from that death penalty. So if they're able to find even a tiny
Imagine doing your Pug
well,
19. Okay, well, my bad.
improvement in routing where they can save a couple of seconds.
Point is,
would be
imagine
very
doing any
beneficial for
19
them.
keystone
Right now, you can also
and getting a
see that
190-second
they
cooldown
elected
off
to
because you kill the boss that
that
fast,
one
is the point I was
pack.
trying to
You
make.
don't need to spawn the Overgrown Ancient in the back there, and they will just pull it into the boss right then. Try and cut down on the pull timing right now, but they're still in fight with those Lashers, while Liquid has dealt with that Guardian and with some of the Cross Trash as well.
Goodness gracious, for Big Lucky, that was a minute 58 long pull. That is
That's
ridiculous.
really long.
Yeah, I understand they got a lot of count from that. That feels like an eternity. And for Liquid here on the right,
David,
side,
I don't
would not be
speak-
shocked
I don't
if
speak Chinese.
Sevi runs off to the side. and
I'm not
grabs
sure who
that,
I'm
3-pack of
I mean,
Elementals and Battle
I'm here
Axes
to
into
I'm here
Overgrown
to
Ancient in
support the
some
love of the
capacity.
game. I want to see
Are Big
both
Lucky
teams
gonna be
succeed.
able to convert this, I think, is kind of a weird question. Because for me, I feel like if we're trying to pick sides, I think that Liquid is somewhere in the order of about a minute ahead of Big Lucky just in terms of strategy right now.
Well, the thing about that Overgrown Ancient pull is usually we see it with Lust, right? And so we're used to it being so fast because it's usually done at the start of the dungeon, and it's that big whole thing. I do agree, it feels really slow to the eye, but I think it might still work out on the tail end of things. Let's see
It's
how
a
they're actually going to be
19.
doing with Croth. Yeah, it is a
Like-
19. It takes a while, just in general.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like it was maybe not supposed to be that long, but yeah.
All right, so
your
yeah, Big
point still
Lucky
stands that
finishing off the
maybe it's
Overgrown
only
Ancient
just
trash
maybe
and
not
going
long.
straight
the
to
support at
Croth.
minute 50 was also the gather into the pull, so it was
While I
probably
do
at
like
minute
this
30
routing,
effective
I
combat
mean,
time
they're
on
still
those Lasher mobs, but
at. I mean,
Anyways, on the
at
right-hand
least
side
30
here, we
seconds
have
behind is my
Liquid
guess.
continuing
We'll know
on
for
with their
sure once
more
both teams get to
traditional
Overgrown
full
Ancient
W route.
exactly
They have
how
engaged
far
Cross,
behind they are,
they
because
have
it
that
appears
boss
like
down
Liquid
to
is
88%.
much further
What are we
ahead.
going to see in terms of
But bear in mind,
strategy
Big Lucky have
or
done
how
an
they are
entire
dunking the
extra
orb
trash pool at
into
this
the
point.
goals is kind of
So
the question that I have here. I would not be shocked if we see the high key standard where they throw it into the win goal first, trying to milk as much time on the AoE cast as possible, and then dunk the remaining orbs into the fire gauntlet. But it really kind of comes down to offensive cooldown management.
yeah, I
particularly
don't
that
think at a
army
19 you
for
can go
DK
fire
and
right away.
Disco.
I think
When
you
is
I don't
that
think you have the
army becoming
damage for it.
available?
So I think
That's
you have
the
to go
point in
win
time
first.
as well, where you actually want that fire gauntlet engaged, that fire orb to have all those balls thrown into it.
Yeah, we've seen some teams really min-max that burn timing on Croth this weekend to just accelerate this boss fight, which is normally a rather lengthy boss fight. So I really like seeing this, and from Liquid, I think they're agreeing right here. We're just waiting for them to actually spawn that burn phase and then be able to get that full burn. And even see somebody hasn't picked up that orb there. Is it Sevi? Yeah, it is. He doesn't need it.
I think that him and Wolf Disco were standing on top of the orb as it spawned, and so they were able to share it.
Okay.
So the boss
I wasn't
is
sure
going to be
because he
pushing.
hadn't.
Cindy delaying getting his haste buff as Devour. That is ideal. You want to press it right as you
The
enter
boss
your
is pushing
second
here
meta of the
45%.
boss here.
Wolf Shine's gonna have the breath.
Meta timings on
Cindy's
live
he's
keys are
already
such that you
pressing
meta
that
on
Void
pull.
Metamorphosis. Wolf Disco has the
You
army
meta with
available,
the
so they're going to be trying to dunk
changing of
that
the
final, fire orb as
or
quickly
the
as
entering of the
possible.
win
It's going
phase,
to
and then you
cancel the
meta
Ruin's
one final
Wind
time
casts on Croth.
during the
See all
damage
of
amp.
damage coming
But it
out,
looks like on a
and
19
Liquid
keystone
is
level,
trying
you're
to
actually
burn
so
the boss
fast
as
that
low
your
as
second
humanly
meta
possible
from
inside
the
of this 10-second
haste buff
damage
carries
amp. And the
into this
boss
damage amp.
itself is actually
And Cindy's
quite
going to be doing
high here, even
incredible
still,
damage with this damage amp
19%.
right
This
at the
is
tail end of
maximum
his
amount
void
of
meta.
damage
That's the
that Liquid is
amount
going
of
to be
damage,
taking
like
for
the
Zevi
max
here.
damage you will
This is going
deal
to be an
during your
insane
void meta.
skill check.
And
You're
so
gonna
this
have those,
really
Sonic
impressive
screeches
burn
coming
actually out of
on the
Liquid.
players. If Zevi ends up getting locked, that can actually cause a death. The amount of taking damage as well, just from that fire orb being activated, is something that like softens up the players. It takes
How's
off the
MDI been
passive
today?
shields, and it looks like Zevi was able to heal through the first one. I would not be shocked
Surprising
to
so
see a
far.
second screech here for
We've seen the
Liquid, though,
first
as
matchup
Cross is still at
complete, which
8%.
was Mandatory versus Interrupt,
Yeah, this is
where
also
Interrupt, the
where we're gonna
second
be
seeded
seeing some of the
team out of China,
defensives
put
once
up
they
an
come
incredible
back from cooldown
performance.
as well,
They looked
to
very,
just make
very
sure
competent.
Cincinnati has an easier time to
Almost
survive.
taking
We
a
did
map
see
off of
Cindy
Mandatory,
use that
which
warrior
I know I
is,
certainly
as
wasn't
well as
expecting
bring
them
us coming
to
out of Wolf Disco
be
just
as
to make
close as they
sure
were.
Nobody is being
We're now in
brought
match 2
to a
here.
dangerous
Big Lucky versus
situation right
Liquid.
now.
I think this is a
Liquid
pretty important
are
matchup.
on their way to the Overgrown
Big
Ancient.
Lucky
Now,
had a
keep
bit
in
of a
mind,
rocky
they now also
first
need to
pull
do
to this
that
dungeon, though.
same trash that we
So
saw
at this point, I
from
think
Lucky,
Liquid
and
is
they
in the
need to
lead.
wait out the RP
The question
time.
is how much are they in the lead?
Going to be
We won't know for sure until
faster or slower than Big Lucky
they,
finishing out on Croth and walking back as well. I'm not so sure right now. Let's see, as they're going to be grabbing
until they
those
finish this
lashers together with everything else here.
this
in the
lasher pool and
Overgrown
engage Overgrown
area.
Ancient,
And
though.
of course, for Big Lucky, we're waiting for their boss burn as well.
I would not be shocked if Liquid ends up pulling Overgrown Ancient somewhere in the order of about 30 to 45 seconds ahead of where Big Lucky are. Just looking at where they are currently situated on Croth on this 19 Keystone level. For Liquid here, this is a big amount of damage taken from Yips.
Yeah, so again, Liquid is about 30
dot onto Yips.
Actually, probably more.
He's gonna
Liquid is
rotate through
about
his Endkarn, then he's going to rotate through his Barkskin, then he's going to get
45
caught right
seconds
back
ahead
into
of Big
SSI
Lucky
even
after
there
the
with
first
that
boss.
Incarnation here.
So we'll
He's
see
gonna get
how their
cauterized by
dungeon
his
timer
mind
has
here in a couple
compared.
seconds to be able to remove that bleed off of him. But after that, Yips is going to be basically naked. He's going to be trying to tank these Vile Lashers,
Please
Vile
don't call our
Bites.
player stat.
Once the both
You know,
teams engage
in
Overgrown Ancient.
terms of no defensives, I mean, that's kind of normal. I don't think it's like... I don't think it's that
Move on,
ridiculous to
Pebbles.
call it that.
They're finishing out their poll right now, so we were talking about this being a little under.
We see a
2
similar
minutes
strat of
for
Big Lucky from their
when
Devour
they
Demon Hunter,
did
by the way,
that
getting their
same
last collapsing
poll.
star off
Liquid
inside of the
finishing
damage
out in
amp,
1 minute
pushing
and
incredible
let's
single
say
target
13
here.
seconds as that final tick has ended onto the group here. Certainly
But our cooldowns have ended, so our
accelerating
damage
for
is
Big
expiring
Lucky.
on the side
Man
of
in
Big
the
Lucky.
wings, you could call it, as they're finishing out.
Meanwhile, Liquid
Croth.
pulling Overgrown Ancient,
Liquid certainly
and
still
now the
ahead.
timer begins. How
I mean, look at this,
much
so, like,
are
on the
they
right-hand
ahead
side,
of
Shiny
Big
moves
Lucky?
Moonstone to Zevi. Zevi ends up running off screen. It is very likely that he ended up grabbing some of the mana mobs, and he ends up grabbing off the battle axe. It's a question of like how much trash did he actually pull? You see the landslide coming off. I can't exactly see how much.
Oh,
count
Big Lucky taking
Liquid
one
has,
more Croth
in
AoE
addition
for the
to
road.
Boss itself. It looks like those two battle axes.
It's kind of, I mean, it's awkward timing for the Demon Hunter. You have Void Meta prepped, but you don't want to press it because you're waiting to pull the boss.
damage melee, so maybe this is a point in time where Yips is a little bit still light.
Not gonna lie, I
on
didn't look at the
his,
timer
defensive
when Liquid
cooldowns.
pulled the
He's
boss,
waiting
which I
for that
probably
bark
should have,
skin
but I think
before that
we're,
landslide gets
I think both
broken.
teams
Yeah,
have been
now he's able to
about,
actually press that bark skin. And
I mean, I think
for
it's been
Liquid
about
here,
like 45
they have
seconds.
the
I think
overrotation,
the gap has
73%,
basically
and
stayed
Big Lucky have
consistent
now
since that pull
finally
one of the dungeon.
engaged that boss. So about a 25%.
Yeah, Lucky had already
boss
cleared the
HP
lashers.
lead is
So it
opening
was a
up for
slight
Liquid,
routing difference,
plus
which is why I
15
was like,
seconds
you
worth of
can't
death
really tell
penalty
until both teams
that
pull
is
it.
in their favor as well. So I think that Liquid is still about that 45 seconds ahead that we were talking about earlier.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Sydney has
for
a couple
sure. I
hungry
also really
lashers
like
hunting him down.
having
He's having to
in
run
these
out,
mobs,
outrun
as
them.
you were describing.
He's
I
able to
think
do
it's
that
very
successfully.
valuable to be able to do this, especially since you are usually waiting out that RP time for a lot of these teams. I like utilizing that to the most that you can, and you can see how quickly they're getting through it as well. The battle axes both extremely low right now, and we are going to be tying up in trash count here as well once they're actually going to be followed.
Is this tying up in trash count? I mean,
I think so.
Liquid only has 2%, right? So they're going to be at 81 something. And Big
Oh,
Lucky's at
interesting. This is a count
87.
difference. Yeah,
But
Big
what
Lucky
else-
have way
they
more
skipped
count.
Earlier, and they had like a 3 count difference. No?
Where do they get these mobs from?
I don't. I
Well,
think that
then they
Big
need to
Lucky
play
didn't-
more in the last gauntlet.
So I think it's actually a trash pack that's on the bridge that Big Lucky did that Liquid elected to not do, because I think Big Lucky did it into the Overgrown Ancient Lasher pull, whereas Liquid
Yeah.
only sent Zevi back to grab that one Mana Fiend double battle axe pack. I think that is
Yeah.
the difference. I think there might also be Foragers.
I think they both
but
did. No, I'm pretty sure they both
without
teams
seeing
have done
the
all
exact
the
route, it's hard to tell, but
bridge packs
nonetheless,
that's on the way to
there's a
Veximus.
7% count advantage in
But
favor
I'm
of Big
confused
Lucky.
where
I
this
don't
extra
believe
count
that
came
is
from on the side of Big
difference
Lucky.
in time
What it's going to
frame,
mean, though, for the end of the
but for
dungeon is
Liquid,
that Big
they're
Lucky don't have to
posturing
pull as
do a
big.
very big
Liquid
pull
have to
really
do...
close. Is it going to be in the
I
Echo-
think
into
it's
the Echo
5
Rosa?
Echo Knights?
That's kind of a question that you have here, because these Echo Knights,
Is
with
it-
their
maybe it's
AoE
4 in a
cast,
caster into
the
boss?
Arcane Smash are quite dangerous. It is
Liquid have to do
possible
the
OS
more
the Arcane Smash
standard
damage,
pull
but,
onto the boss here.
What a lot of teams do, at least on live, is they just face tank it with Bloodlust.
So it's
and they just try to
4
figure
Echo
it out.
Knights
What is Liquid going to
plus
do?
a caster, which is going to come in
started off
later.
the pull, and they had
pull
a
is so
Sigil of
scary.
Misery
No,
onto
5
two
Echo Knights,
Invokers,
2
onto two
casters,
Invokers.
and a
They
third
ended
caster
up,
that comes in late into the
parrying
pull.
one
Okay,
Invoker, and then they ended up
that is a
totally
huge pull into this
controlling
last
two
boss. I actually don't know if
Invokers,
that's
and they
normal.
grab, I
Big
think
Lucky, on the
what
other
is
hand, don't have to play
Echo
nearly as much
Knights,
trash, but
5
all
Echo
eyes on Liquid
Invokers,
right now.
there's
This is an
5
incredibly
Echo Knights.
volatile pull, and a
There's
plus
5 Echo
19
Knights.
keystone
That is
level.
actually
There is crazy
insanity
damage coming
from
out.
Team Liquid.
Any spare cast that
We
goes off,
usually get
any
scared when
unlucky
there's,
timing
like,
with
3
a
or
boss
4.
doing
To
its
put this
AoE
into
mechanic,
context for everybody
or the
that's
mechanic where it
watching at
applies
home,
the
five of
debuff
these
somebody,
guys
which deals
is
damage to you, by the way,
nothing short of
during an Arcane
insanity.
Smash,
Even with
could
that
spell
lust,
Disaster
going to be a
for
lot
Liquid.
of damage
So
that's
are
going
they
to
able
be
to
a
do
lot
this
of
pull? They do
barrier
have Lust,
denial
and they're pressing it
that
for
they're
this
going
boss
to
here.
need to deal with on the boss that already has a lot of
We see a
damage and
cast go through on a
barrier
shine,
denial.
drops really
Just
low,
altogether, you
presses
saw
the
it there
scales,
just for a split second,
does
a
manage to
shine
survive. We don't have
dropping
cheat to rely on,
incredibly low
so that
there.
is
Wolf
pretty
Disco
scary.
also taking just a single hit puts him down to 20%.
We have these spinny guys
City's on
literally
top of it,
everywhere.
keeping
Cine
everybody
Boom is
pulled
in
back
hell.
up. They're also using their defenses here to make sure that they're getting through the worst of it while Bloodlust is still running. The first couple of Echo Knights
One more
are
Arcane
going to be
Smash for the
falling
road.
off just
Do we kill that?
shortly.
We kill
They
off the
need to
second Echo Knight
continue to
before its Arcane
survive
Smash
to
gets
finish
off.
all of the 5 ones.
Another Arcane
Three
Smash going
still
off. Oh,
stand
Shine goes down!
as they're getting through it, and a Shine
That's
does
the
go
overlap that we're
down
talking
here,
about. That is so,
unfortunately for them.
so
It also
dangerous.
means now the Echo Knights
But
are
they have
finished.
dealt with most of the
They can
pull.
res them back
They
up.
only have
That
one
puts them
final
closer
caster that
to
I believe
Big
was
Lucky
paired
again,
outside the
as
room,
those death
which
timers
has
are now
probably
equalized.
running in at some point
so
soon
the
here.
death timers are equalized, but for Liquid here, they still have about a 10% boss HP lead. At the same time, the Evoker, a heavy momentum
Yeah,
specialization
oh.
with things like the Duplicate, with things like the Breath of Eon.
Wait,
sometimes.
this is a
How
lot
much
closer
damage
now.
did a Shine lose
The
there
death
is a
timers
big
have
question for
evened
Big
up.
Lucky. They still have Bloodlust rolling. 55% on the
I mean,
Echo
they're
Rosa.
catching up
They're
on
continuing to
on
accelerate
on
their
boss
damage.
damage.
Are they going
Big
to be able
Lucky
to
is
catch up to Liquid here, man?
without the
And look at
death.
this, Liquid, they still don't have count. The final Invoker has reached the party, though. I believe
However,
that is going to be the remaining 1.09%
Liquid are
enemy
slightly ahead on
forces
cooldown
that
timers,
Liquid need
so
when Big
we're
Lucky
gonna
is
rotate back to our
already
next
done with
army,
count.
our next void meta here. Whereas Big Lucky are still 30 seconds out.
Insanity. The way Liquid
Big Lucky
got
need to-
through this, even
actually,
with that one death.
Big Lucky's
I wasn't sure that was going to be possible. I'm sure
final
it has
army
worked
of
out
this
in practice
boss will be
enough
slightly
times
more
for
valuable
this
because
team
it'll
to
be
able
entirely
to
during XQ,
floor this
which was not
route
the
in
case
season
for
finals
Liquid.
here, but it's
So
certainly
they're
a
going to
very
accelerate
scary thing to do.
with
This
their
is not
cooldowns
something
even
I
more
want
than
to be
Liquid
seeing
have
in the
with
LFG.
theirs
Just to
here.
clarify
We have an
that for everybody at home,
8%
like,
boss difference.
you
This is
can see that
incredibly
Big Lucky
close.
and Liquid are pulling further and further apart right now, Tells.
No, but Big Lucky is about to accelerate here. Look at this.
Yeah.
Army of the Dead is
Cindy's going to build to his last Void Meta of the key. Zax is just finishing his Void Meta. He'll get one more, barely. And we also have Army Press here. Big boss damage out of our DK. XQ phase.
Big Lucky is going to accelerate
5%.
by a significant amount. This is their
4%, 3%. We are accelerating as Big Lucky.
And they have accelerated.
This is incredibly close.
The amount of HP that is on the boss for Liquid.
But Big Lucky doesn't. They don't get one more.
1%.
They don't get another Devour meta. And Army ends now. 2%.
Liquid is just a couple of seconds ahead. Are they going to be able?
And it's going to go Liquid. Oh my goodness.
And for Big Lucky,
By
just
2
a couple
seconds.
After
What?
2-1, we have to go to official review to be able to check the times between these two teams because that was unbelievable.
Wait, that's true. Yeah, you'll have to double check the starting times of the keys to make sure that that is accurate. But
that came down to
oh my
split
goodness.
seconds between
What?
these two. Incredible seeing that they were
okay,
slow
that
to
is the danger though that
anticipating
Liquid
they're still
incurred by
not
having to play
is
more
just
trash than
right
last
at the
boss.
same threshold
That
as the
many
types
Echo
who
Knights
would
plus
take it.
casters
Team Liquid
on a
gets that
plus
first point, but
19
honestly,
keystone level
the
is
approach that they approached
insane,
into
by the
this
way.
Dungeon a little bit different, right? Especially
But
in
wow,
some of the
what a matchup here.
gathering of count, right? But with that,
Even with
what
the
do you
scuff start from
think
Big Lucky,
ultimately
they
gave
almost
Liquid
pulled it
the
back.
advantage time-wise makes?
I mean, I think it's in the route. It's also in just getting that early speed up on the first Maximus pull, right? I think that did a lot.
Dying shuts in your damage as Evoker season. I have no idea how Evoker damage works, but that's what Teddle said, so I assume it was pretty bad.
Just right before that 2-minute marker, and then that allowed them to keep going from there. I also like doing the extra trash into Ancient.
I do this
to
pull
try
in my
and cut
sevens,
down on
okay?
just
That's
standing
good to know.
around during that RP, and of course, I mean, 5 Echo Knights.
Zarfe was 45
That was
seconds. Check damage
crazy.
shooter on the pull. Hubble on pull is going on. Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Very well too. Even
Wow,
just
all right.
some of
Hey,
these charts
incredible
on the
map one. And we're heading into the
opposite
Pit Saron
mirror
next,
each
which,
other
as
and
we've
how to
seen
decide
out
to
of
kind approach this.
Interrupt,
But Brett knows with
I feel
what
like,
you were
I mean,
seeing
if
from
any
the
team's going to
map,
bust out the
what
Destro Lock, it's
kinda stood
probably
out to you as these
Big
two
Lucky.
went head-to-head?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a whole lot to be
So
said
I feel like
about
I've got to
this one.
give,
2
after
seconds
Interrupt's
between
performance,
these two teams
I have
means
to
that
give
if
Big
any
Lucky the
one
edge in this
pull
next match
had gone
in the Pit of Saron,
differently, this
which could mean a
entire
map 3, which
might
would be
have.
incredible
And I
to
actually
see.
think the biggest time loss for Big Lucky, like Mix was talking about, the way that
If
this
Shine
first
didn't die,
pull
they would've
went
easily
for them
won.
just took
Yeah.
a little bit longer.
I mean,
than
but
it
I could
did
also
for Team
say
Liquid.
if
Of course,
Lotus
this
Spin
series
didn't
did
die
feature one
in the first
death loss
pull,
for Big Lucky,
you know,
like
that
Mix
it
was
would have
talking about.
been.
The way that this first pull went for them just took a little bit longer.
I don't think
than
they would have been an
did for
easy
Team Liquid.
win.
Of course,
Could've
this
said it
series
could've gone
did
either way.
feature 1 death per team as well. So that is, I guess, probably the bigger.
Is it all the same comp,
contributor.
basically?
If you know, if you're Big
We've
Lucky
only
and
seen
you
a
look at it, you're like, oh, if we hadn't had that
3
death,
maps
we
so
would've
far.
won. But you gotta remember, Liquid had the death
We've
as
seen
well.
the same
So,
comp in
when
2 of the
when those
maps.
two cancel
So what you
out,
see on
I
screen
do
here,
think the amount
and
of
then we
time
saw
spent in
Interrupt in map
combat,
1, Pit of Saron,
there
played
with that
Destro
last
Lock
trash
instead of
mob,
a
definitely
Devour
is
Demon
part of
Hunter.
it. Now, Big Lucky had a
And
really
the
cool
Destro
way
Lock
of
looked
setting up this
phenomenal.
gather here, taking this trash into the overgrown Ancient trash. Look
Guys,
at
I need to
Shun
run
here.
to the-
It's gonna
I need to run
hop
to the bathroom
into
real
that
quick, though.
Moonkin form for a
Quick
sec
little
here. This
rejuicer,
is
be
really
back.
big for making a bunch of threat on pull there with that shapeshift, that Heart of the Wild, getting a big burst of that AoE threat and damage. So really nice way to actually make that gather work out, something that can be a problem for Druids sometimes. Now, if you look at Liquid fighting this boss, before they fought this boss, they were actually standing around for a little bit while Zasevi was going and grabbing this trash. And you might be thinking, oh, it looks unfortunate. It looks awkward to be just standing there in doing nothing, while Big Lucky, on the other hand, are able to just have this boss be pre-activated by that trash that they did earlier, and then run in and get straight into boss combat. But you got to see Big Lucky here, they're just fighting the boss with 3 of those Skitterflies on pull, whereas Liquid were able to be fighting it with that bridge trash. So that cancels out that time disadvantage there from sitting around doing nothing, because you get to be leveraging that efficiency of always fighting trash with bosses, something that Liquid did a really good job of, the epitome of which here is this Echo Knight onto Echo of Dorogosa. Absolute madness from Team Liquid. Really incredible that they were able to make this pull work. It did cost them a shine, that 1 death that they did have, but nonetheless, I mean, that pull is crazy enough to do at the key levels we saw in the group weekends. This is a plus 19 key that Liquid were able to do that in. Absolutely remarkable, and leading to that victory by a handful of seconds over Big Lucky.
I think that death to a shine, by the way, is like a 45-second time loss. So like at least. So you had the 15 seconds worth of death, and that was just right after he pressed his Breath of Beyonds. He lost so much resources. Like I'm pretty sure that death was the only reason that was so close. If a shine doesn't end up going down, I feel like Liquid are maybe, a minute almost even ahead of Big Lucky at the end there. That was a really, really bad death, but I think it just kind of proves how pivotal deaths can be in the MDI and the speedrunning format.
Absolutely.
All right, we're back.
And we see
So
these
Skyreach
teams
banned
reaching
out of Big
that
Lucky, so we're
19
heading into the
level,
pit
like we
next.
just saw at the Alcathar Academy. Those deaths can just play a huge role, even for the teams that
The
have
chat for the
these
time being until the
incredibly
match starts
clean
once
runs
again.
Otherwise, now we'll be dropping down a little bit, heading into this Pit of Saran coming up, and we've seen this already once today. But for these two teams going into it, what can we kind of look forward to, and where do they really need to kind of focus, do you think, with what their approach will be in this one, Dratnos?
Yeah, Pit of Saron is going to be a very different texture to the Algathar Academy. This one is a plus 16 key, whereas Algathar was the plus 19. So a lot of the baseline damage of these abilities, it's going to be like 40% less damage from a lot of these incoming
Is Skyreach
abilities,
always
which
hated or
means
just
that the
horrible in
pull
pugs?
sizing has to go up to compensate.
I think it depends
saw
on
some
the
big
pug.
pulls in the Algathar Academy. The Pit of Saron is going to
I think
be
at like the
huge
plus
pulls
10,
right
plus
off
12
the bat.
keystone level,
Really interested
it's
to
like
see
the
if Big
desired
Lucky
dungeon because
are
it's
going
so
to follow
fast.
Interrupt, the other team from their region, that use that
And
destruction
like high
warlock
keys,
pick to
it's
great effect
every
in
like
our
there are a lot of
previous
mechanics that
series
just
against
kill you
Mandatory,
like
almost
so
winning
hard.
this Pit of Saron. I
Like
wonder if
you
Big
are
Lucky also
turbo
on that
dead
train.
to several mechanics, which I think makes the
have some
dungeon
numbers
scary.
for you in this Pit of Saron, if you're interested, of course, because our fastest pit that we saw in any of the groups
Griff, yeah, I do
was
this
from
full time.
Liquid. On a plus 15, they locked in 12 minutes 04. However, Big Lucky on a plus 17. That's
How come some keys are higher than
levels
others?
higher for anybody
It's to
that's, taking this down.
it's to
They
give some
only
like
needed 12
variance
minutes
to the
51.
weekend,
So like 40 seconds difference, even though they were
as
two
opposed to
key
having like the
levels higher.
same keystone
What I'm
level
trying to
across
say,
the board.
everybody, is this
There's
is going to
some-
be
there's
a
some variation.
banger of a map. I'm so excited. We're seeing.
Now imagine all teams battle out with cookie cutter
Thank you,
team
Mace.
comp,
We
and
love
now
the
for
numbers,
finals,
and
for
those
finals
were
spec
really
plus
good
map
ones
bans,
to
so top
compare,
teams need to adapt and
honestly.
innovate, missed
I mean,
opportunity.
It's true, right? These two so
Yeah,
close.
we were talking about this a little bit
Literally
earlier.
just saw the last match.
Icro,
Now, of course, it seemed like Liquid had the faster.
I do
overall
wish there was a
strategy
spec ban
going
rule
through
of some sort. I think it would be cool to
but able
see
keep that pacing
more
up a bit faster.
alternative
But, of
specs
course,
get run.
We know Big Lucky can
But
put up these impressive
I think the
times,
spec ban
and
rule
with
from
that
group
high
stages
level,
was
like you pointed
inherently
out, Mace, I
flawed
think it means
because what
that we
resulted
really
of
are
it
gonna have to see
was
how much
you
time
had some
they are
teams
gonna
that
be
would
able to
just
get
throw
this
maps.
one done
They would
in,
intentionally run a
especially
worse
since
comp
Liquid
for a
seems to be
map
finding
and
their
basically
stride.
not be
Now, this is
competitive
gonna be
in
Big
that
Lucky
matchup so they can
versus
save
Team
better
Liquid
specs
going
for
here
later
on
in the
our
series,
second
which
map
is,
of their
as a
series,
spectator,
Pit of
not a
Saran.
fun viewing
And
experience.
Big Lucky, they
Right, we
came
saw
in as one of the
exactly that
top
out of
teams
Dignitas
and
versus
beat
Liquid
top
in their
team from
Group
CN.
C finals.
They don't want to go down here in the lower
where
bracket.
basically Liquid just
I'm sure
tossed
they're
the
gonna
first two
fight with
matches,
everything that they have to
and
try
then
to
it's like,
even
why
out the
am I
score.
here watching
Team
this?
Liquid having this 1 point
Like,
on
what's
the
the
board
point? So,
already, but, you
the
know,
the implementation of
either
it, I
way,
think,
these
wasn't
two teams are
perfect.
gonna get
They need
ready
to
for
figure out a
this
better way to
huge
make it
run
work.
here as we take a look at this game 2 in the
All right, here we
Pit
go.
of Saran title.
Pit of Saran. I
I'm
want to
really
see.
interested in
Do
seeing
we
what
see the
Big Lucky
Desterlock
does in
out
terms
of
their
Big Lucky?
composition here. We saw
If we
the
see it out of
Destruction
any
Warlock
team,
in the
it'll be out of
Desterlock
them.
earlier.
My fingers are
It is a
crossed.
specialization
I'm
that
hoping they also have it
seemed like
prepared.
was uniquely fit
Because
to be able to deal
as
with this
far as
dungeon,
I'm
and it
aware,
did so much
Desterlock
damage.
is like
And on the
probably the
tournament
most
realm,
damaging class
Big
in the
Lucky,
game
they're very
for
likely
this
to have
dungeon.
seen Interrupt walking around
Unless there's
with that
something
Destruction
else,
Warlock
I mean.
and entering that dungeon with that Destruction Warlock. Is it something that they maybe picked up that some of the other teams and some of the other regions hadn't really considered?
All right, I'm muting
this
chat.
dungeon?
You guys
Is
are
kind of
back on the
question
screen.
that we're
Be
gonna
be
seeing
nice.
here. And for
And
Big
we
Lucky,
do
it
not
looks like, no. That was
see the
Interrupt
Warlock.
only special. They are going to be playing the standard,
What a shame.
Composition. What is
All
going
right,
to be the
which of the two
standard
teams
composition
will
of
be
this
faster
dungeon?
is
Team
the
that
question.
devoured Demon Hunter, the
We see
Augmentation
once
Invoker,
again the
and this
triple
Unholy
captive
Death
pull
Knight.
coming out of both teams as our Augmentoker
Neither
Spatial
of
goes and
these
tags
two
mobs
teams
from
opted to
across
go for
the
that Warlock.
universe
We did see Liquid play
into this massive
Demonology
pull
Warlock
one for the
in their
dungeon.
group weekend when they locked
I
in
think
that
they were saying
fastest
last time
so
this is
them
like
kinda going back
near
and saying, "We don't
40%
actually
count.
play
That
that
is
here," is interesting to
absurd,
me as well,
by the
but
way.
a lot in the Pit of Saran is
For
this
a
very
trash pull.
first pull. You can go so big if you're looking at or pull count counter on the right hand side.
But
for
with
Liquid,
all these
you're still
casters,
climbing up
bullets
to
are turbo going off here.
33.28%
We're having to
that
just
they're
eat this
currently dealing with.
damage.
Big Lucky
We
has
don't
a
have the stops to
meaningful
deal
class,
with
but
it.
they also finished off
Use
the
our
first
walls
couple of
accordingly,
mobs
and we
already, so
see
it is
both
going to be be quite
Our damage
similar
dealers
for both of the
cresting
teams on
1
the
million
tail end of
DPS
this.
here.
We're going to be adding a Necromancer in here for
And Big
Liquid
Lucky,
as well. That
this
is
time
running a
around,
little bit
much
late.
faster with their
Something they
first
need to be
pull.
aware of.
However, I believe they're going to
Big
be
Lucky
short
with us
on
the left
count.
side. whenever we saw
or
Mandatory and
shorter
Intra from this
on
dungeon
count
earlier
than Liquid,
this weekend,
perhaps.
they actually ended up getting about
31% is
forces
much
in that first
less
pull.
count than we
For
saw
Big
out of our
Lucky,
first two
it looks
teams
like their second
in this
pull of the
dungeon.
They grabbed some additional trash mobs. Are they going to be taking this?
Yeah,
into
Liquid
the
are
first boss? Is
so
kind of the
Liquid
question.
had the
Or
percentage
are Big
that
Lucky just going to be taking a
Mandatory
pit stop
and
here?
Interrupt
Maybe they're
had
waiting on that
when
Lunge Talon
in
Gargoyle.
their matchup earlier today.
For Big Lucky here, if they're not getting ready to pull the boss, I feel like Liquid,
Are Big Lucky
they're
not pulling
already
the
kind of
boss?
getting an advantage. Look at this for Liquid. They're gearing up for a skip. They're going
No way.
They're going to be tagging a bunch of mobs and just pulling straight into the boss. So
Are
what's
you
gonna
telling me the
happen
number
here
2 team
is
out of
Ashanti will be
China,
rescue
Interrupt,
skipping
has a
the 2 team
faster
out
route than the number
up
1
to the
team?
ledge, and
We're
Yitz
not going
is
to the boss on the
already
side of Big
gearing up to
Lucky?
pull the boss.
What?
Yep, they have
Now
made
we're-
it
now we're
over.
going. What were we
Sometimes
waiting
that
for?
script looks a little bit sketchy, but Big Lucky has gotten the memo. They're
What
on their
were we
way
waiting for?
as well to take everything right now into boss. I think,
I'm so
like you
confused.
were mentioning, it was probably that gargoyle. They didn't want to have 2 of them
Oh,
at the same
they killed the
time,
gargoyle,
just to
I guess?
kinda cut down on having to deal
I
with
don't-
that
I don't
mechanic
like
there,
that.
But it's everything
I mean,
into
it's-
boss. Once again, full counts are raising on both sides.
Well, I'll have to see what the
of
count looks like.
our
I think Liquid are going to be
screen
ahead in
here,
count, though.
up
And
to
now,
26.9,
if they have a count
and that
advantage
is
and the
at
bosses are pulled at the same
25
time,
for Liquid here,
I
so
I
Big
don't
Lucky's
like
still
the
on that
route
bigger
choice out
pull,
of Big
but they
Lucky
also
here.
have a little
But
bit
this
of
is a
smaller
very
one
scary pull
in
from
that
both
first one,
teams.
so they can equalize here as the teams are also dealing with Garfrost.
As we're pressing
Notably,
all of our
plus
cooldowns,
19, no
once again,
blood
our
loss
DK is
available
pressing
for
1
this
million
one.
DPS,
Everything
doing
you're
as much
seeing
damage
right
as possible
here
inside of
is
Liquid.
sheer
Our
power
Lich
of
has
will and execution from these
reduced
players.
below
Look at that,
50%
that
health,
Gargoyle
so
had Axiom
Radically taking
under control
part of
for
taking increasing
really
damage here,
long.
and this
Was able
AoE
to
from
get back
Garfrost
there.
is incredibly scary
I
here.
mean, I think that the
Big Lucky
additional
goes out,
wave blades on
bang,
this pole make,
and they manage to navigate
dodging
through it
behind
very
line of
nicely.
Fahrenheit bombs
Liquid
to be quite dangerous.
rotate through
But for Big
walls,
Lucky, if they get
AMS
this trash
scales
outlet,
up.
they're
Well,
in a fairly
our
good position. They've had
Evoker
slightly
procs
higher
cheat
in-combat
right
uptime
at the
compared
end
to
of that
Liquid
wall.
just
I don't
because
actually
of their
see what
rallies
cheated
in this
them.
dungeon.
I just saw their
But
cheat
the
icon pop
skip
up.
from Liquid looks
I
pretty sweet,
don't
and what
know
you saw on the left-hand
what hit
side
them.
for Big Lucky is the MDI standard. We saw Loda. He ends up transcending out of the room. He ends up tagging one of the Lich packs.
Okay,
and
so
then
yeah,
he is
Big
going
Lucky
to
is tagging
Wormstone
an
back
additional
into
Lich
the room
pack to
and
come
let
into
that
the boss.
Lich,
Very nice.
just
There it
slowly
comes.
trickle in to just give
On
Big
the side of
Lucky a
Liquid,
bit more count.
we
I
also
would not
see
be
a
shocked if
Quarry
we see
Tormentor
Zebi
making
on
their
the side of
way
Liquid doing
into the
something
boss
similar
room.
as a Tormentor coming in a little
And
bit
it
late.
looks like,
The
I
Cold Wraith and
assume
the
this
Lich
is the
going to
Lich
come in
pack
momentarily as well.
coming
So
in
both of the teams on the exact same
momentarily.
strategy there.
I did steal
Yeah,
that word from
correction, it's
Tettles.
a plus 16,
If
of
that's
course,
if you
and
heard it
we're
in the
still
background,
stuck in that
W
Alpha
Tettles.
Academy
Yeah,
after
it's
everything that happened there, but it is of course a plus 16 for our teams here. And look at that, just on sheer boss percentage, these teams couldn't be any
I mean, this is a very, very
closer
even matchup.
as they're
We actually
making
do
their
see
way
the
through
count
this boss
even
fight. As
out
we
here,
mentioned, that
so
Lich has been pulled in
it
from
looks
both
like whatever
teams,
Big
as
Lucky
well as a
paused to
little bit lower
pull and
for Big
play
Lucky on
and
the
potentially kill
left-hand
off
side.
before
There,
heading
of
into this
course,
boss
Interrupt will
was the count
immediately
difference
come
that,
in as well, but I always felt like in
to
the
be
Castle
honest, has
Rock,
made it so, I mean, they're effectively the same point in the dungeon, despite having to play an extra partial of a pull.
on that boss fight, and you can also waste so much time on that boss fight. So that is what I am kind of achieving.
Now, interesting here,
my
look at the
mind
mana
to
situation.
already as Team
Lotus
Liquid
been
is
really
going
low
to
in
be the
mana
first team
compared to
to take
Zebi.
down Forge
I
Master
don't know if that
Garfrost.
matters as a healer. I know
Yeah, so for
Monk
Liquid
has like
here,
mana tea that you
whenever
can
they
just
were
press.
doing the
I'm sure
Pixel
you
launcher,
know at no point are you
kinda
ever stopping to
pioneered the
drink
strategy
this
that
key
we
as a
now
healer.
see most of the MDI teams do on
And it looks
the
like Big Lucky are about 12 seconds
where
behind
it's
of
kind
Liquid
about
at this point.
mobs that they're gathering
That's
into the
still within
pool,
striking
like
distance that
how
they
they're getting
can
them gathered.
quickly
It was
execute
kind
the
of a
rest of this
question
dungeon,
what was
but
the fastest strategy to get
Liquid
this
are in the
Liquid
driver's seat
account
right now.
engaged, and it seems
Oh,
like
and
a lot
Lotus
of the
Spin's
teams are
mana
now
is
able
back
to
up, so I don't know what he just did,
doing
but
something very similar.
looks like mana
Let's look at
is
this right here.
fine.
As you see on the right side, Liquid, they end up holding W, and XCM, he's the player that's kind of...
They do a massive pull, I guess, onto the boss. They still proud of the boss. I imagine both DPS are hitting off of the boss, but like I'm sure the DK is pressing Graveyard
the core of the strategy
instead
we're
of
seeing from a lot
Necrotic
our
Coil, for
MDI
instance.
teams. And now Big Lucky have
Devour
also
doesn't,
engaged the
they're
boss.
just doing their normal
Liquid
rotation. They don't do anything
continuing
different.
to maintain that about 10-second lead that they have going into the Icken Crick encounter, but we've seen how quickly that can actually turn.
All right, both teams into Icken Crick. Lots of trash into this pool. Compared to the previous pool they did, though, this, I mean, I think this pales in comparison.
About deaths, especially whenever you have things like Plunging Talon Gargoyles picking you up and stunning you.
Okay,
in the
interesting.
middle
On the side of
pool,
Big
you have to
Lucky,
make
we
sure
actually
that
see
you
the
have
Cocoon go out
well-timed
on the
rescues,
Evoker
actually well-timed
at
timing
max
rescue to get
health.
those players out
I
of that
think
one down
their
row grip.
healer thought the
Yeah,
Death Bolt
life
cast was going to
Cocoon
go
was
off,
just
which was
life-saving
on
right now there
the
for
Evoker. But then our
Drakir
Demon
on
Heart kicked
Big
it last
Lucky,
second.
able to keep him out of harm's way. but just barely. That CD has now been used. That was definitely our little kind of CD.
This river
that
hops on
we
the
had
Druid mount,
for any
and he
issues.
manatee casted while riding. Wait, that's so
They
clever.
are going to be needing
That's
to
so
survive
clever.
from here on out without it. Good news is that their trash has already been finished. That allows them to now add in that gargoyle, those geists as well, and finish out that second pack while Ick and Crake are dropping. This should have been the last couple of shades that we saw on both teams, but look at that. Team Liquid, they are just
So the
flooring it
boss
here right now.
percentage
They're
was
gonna be
very
finishing
even,
out Crake.
but
They do not care about those additional
Liquid
shades.
have
They the
accelerated
boss
here
so
with the
low
Devour
already.
meta.
They're going to be going from here
We
on
see
out
Big Lucky
as
now
well
entering
as
their
this
Void meta.
boss. I mean,
So they
that
should
was
start to
just
make
a
up some of that
blitz.
boss
They came
percentage,
through
but
here, they saw
might be
the
a little
boss,
too late
they
here.
finished the boss. They're on their way already, whereas Big Lucky certainly taking a lot longer here.
78%
Additionally, with
count.
that
Is that
gargoyle in
short?
play.
Liquid's
Are they
offensive
missing
court
count?
Situation is way better than Big Lucky's, I think, as well. I mean, look at this. They have 23
Maybe they're fine.
seconds remaining on the army to come up.
Surely they're fine.
The,
All right,
Dark Demon is getting
are
primed
Liquid able to do the
for
skip
his soul
correctly?
generation. He's actually
We will
trying to
see.
generate some souls right now out of combat. Shine's going to have his Breath of Eons available. And for Liquid, I think that the pull into Glaciath here that they're going to be doing.
Very nicely done.
I would not be shocked that DK cooldowns, the Devoured Demon Hunter, he's going to build that Void meta right now. He's going to be running and consuming. You even see Cindy casting that Void Ray.
So
If they have
looks like
all
the
the
lead
abilities
has extended to
available.
about
For Big Lucky,
14
they weren't
seconds.
getting any value out of
I
that
mean,
natural
one
CDR
death and
that
it'll
the DK
swing.
already had his,
But here we go.
cooldowns
Liquid on
available.
their final
The evokers does have the cooldowns available in 50
difficult
seconds, but I
trash
think
pull
for Liquid
of the
here,
dungeon.
Glaciath is
We need to
just
press
going
walls
get
for this Glaciath
absolutely
AoE.
annihilated.
Lich in the
Wolf
back,
Disco is gonna be
casting
pressing
off
that
on
army the moment the
Yips, but he's
shield goes up
immortal,
because the
so who
boss
cares?
the Glaciath actually takes
Actually eating multiple
100%
casts
additional
from the
damage.
Lich.
And
We're
you
rotating our
see
kicks
Cindy
on the
expressing that Void meta.
Shadebringers
Here comes
and
the Breath of Eons
Cold
here in a couple of seconds
Cold
for
Wraiths.
Liquid.
Not really
And
worrying about the Liches.
This mini boss is going to die really, really fast.
And how quickly can we
Interestingly
kill
enough, Big Lucky
Glaciath
did
here?
not
We're
do
in
the skip
cooldowns,
back there.
in
We
the
did see
focus
one
guard,
paralysis
doing his
come out of
but
Loda
which
there,
by the
but it
way
looked like they
causes
tagged everything else
Glaciath to take
into it. You can also
100%
see,
increase
that there
crit
are,
crits,
not
or
Shadow Melts
basically
being
all
used
your
across
attacks
the
against
board from that
Glaciath are
pick, so they
guaranteed
might just
crits
be getting a
during
little
focus
bit of
guard.
extra
So as a
count here,
DPS
whereas
player,
a lot
ideally
of
you want to
our
have
other
cooldowns
teams
running
opted
into
to
that
take those great
damage.
plays and then
It's the same thing
drag
out
them
on the
up
side of Big
the
Lucky
side of the
here.
mountain,
We're
going
into
a little
army,
hike
into
with
Void
them
meta.
as
How
they
much
go
damage
into the
can we
final
do?
boss. But like you mentioned, Liquid, they are just so fast. And here comes
Looks like
Yips,
they actually
gonna be
managed,
doing
Liquid managed to do
exactly
more damage to
what we've been
Glaciath inside of the
seeing in
burn.
groups as well,
Big
because
Lucky
of
still
the
have some
fact they
damage to
skipped.
deal
It's
to
going
it
to
to
be
finish it off.
aggroing them,
And Liquid
then pouring
already
them
pulling the
back
last
up here
boss
with
to the
Orange
dungeon.
Stone. And all of those mobs, you know, they're gonna
At this point, I think this,
they're gonna strap her in their little backpacks.
it would
and
take a
walk
disaster
up
for Liquid to
mountainside there, and it
to
will
lose from here.
take a little bit, but here
Which could
they
still happen,
come.
by the
They
way.
also have one Grave Blade on the back
Anything can
here.
happen.
That's also from that previous pack. You can see them kind of just walk on.
We
in
saw on the side of
from
Mandatory
the
that
side here.
Gingy ended up
This has
proccing
been
sheets
from
to
your
the Cold
attack,
Wraith
and
casting on the
looks like
outside.
Lucky doesn't
Liquid
even
having Wolf Disco grip it in,
that. Hold on.
and now rotate kicks on
I
it.
think
It should
they
no
did,
longer
so
be an
their
issue
path does
for
work
them.
out in that way, interestingly enough, but they're certainly slower than Liquid.
Well,
as
the
we're seeing right
boss
now.
trash spawning here
What
in a
was the mandatory
short
time in this dungeon early
while.
mix, if you have that on hand.
I have that on hand.
It was 11
So
minutes.
The
Tettles, I got
mandatory
you.
time we saw was flat out 11 minutes.
I mean, Liquid here.
Yeah, so I guess,
this is
one
fast.
death.
Liquid do have
First
count with their
here at 69%,
remaining
very nice
trash mobs
number,
on the boss.
for
Yeah, at
Liquid.
least I expect them
would
to.
not be shocked if they have something that's faster than that 11-minute.
Oh, they're Liquid are much faster than 11 minutes right now. They're gonna kill this boss 10:30.
Even at
Yeah.
the pace that they're currently being able to kill this boss off. This is really.
I think
really
Liquid will
clean
kill
run
this
for
boss
Liquid. It is
before
completely
their
deathless.
lust
It
expires.
has that
Their
incarnate
second
available.
lust.
They did just press all their offensive cooldowns, so they should be accelerating a little bit
Oh,
in
interesting. They
terms of
opted
boss
not
damage.
to hold army for
And
lust.
For Liquid, I mean, this has looked like a very good series. Once they press this Bloodlust here in 24
I mean, that probably makes
seconds,
sense. The boss is
I don't
already
even
so
think they're
low.
getting the entire duration of that lust. I think that the boss is already dead on screen.
That is absolutely impressive stuff that we're seeing right now. You know, I'm a teeny tiny bit sad that it looks like we're not going to be getting that Cetus to Triumvirate because
Oh,
that
and
was
that didn't
the
affect damage
dungeon
at
Big
all,
Lucky basically
so
beat
really
all of the
1045.
other teams in, and I really wanted to see them here as well.
I mean,
but
Kush
Liquid
is,
certainly
you know,
showing
Kush
up
could have
in a
lost his
big
Void
way.
meta,
There were a lot
which
of
would have been a lot of
doubts
damage.
coming from the
Dying as
group
a
weekend
Devourer
where
is
we
really
didn't
punishing,
know
even if it
how
was
would
outside
their
of
practice
combat.
situation play out after having that swap out player.
But I don't
from
know
New
exactly. I'd have to go back and look at the
just
VOD.
days before the competition. But
Well, there it is.
they're
Liquid
here,
putting up
they're
a
loud, and they're
10-minute minute
us that we got
34
this
timer.
2-0 in the bag.
Fastest
They're coming in
Pitocin
strong.
timer. Very impressive out of them.
Have come back with a vengeance,
That's a timer
taking the
that,
series
honestly,
2-0.
I think
Incredible
only
performance from
Interrupt
some very
at this
good
point
runs that we got
could
to see.
compete with,
Now, of course, this means Big Lucky will be moving down to
if
the
they
lower
had had a
bracket. Team
clean
Liquid
run
moving
in
ahead
their
with BlizzCon
dungeon
one
earlier.
step closer ahead
Very
on the
impressive.
distant
And that's 2-0 for
horizon.
Liquid.
But of course, our teams have a lot to
I
be
mean,
proud of from
you know what?
these runs.
I'm not gonna
looking
lie, so
over
far,
what we got to see in this series,
I'm kind of liking Big
was Liquid's
Lucky.
win in this series because they were kind of
I feel
lucky
like
when their
Big
practice
Lucky
paid off?
has-
Was it Big Lucky being slower than
I'll
their
move
past
my
performance?
camera here.
What do you think it was, Tuttles?
If you guys want to see the damage readers, so I'll move my
I mean, I
camera
think
around.
that
Right
for
there's
Liquid, it
look at
was-
Liquid damage readers.
This is the
All right,
Liquid that
dropping
we
down.
expected to
Look at the Big
see
Lucky
during
damage
the
readers.
Group C weekend. I think that makes just
All right, going back.
perfectly, where there was questions about their cohesion whenever they were adding a new player. Cine was this kind of
Interrupts have
unknown
looked,
variable. Everybody
in
knows
my
how good
opinion,
he is.
like,
You know,
a
he's
little bit
multiple-time
better.
World
Well,
Force champion. He is a
they look
very,
definitely
very
look better than the
solid
Pitastron.
player. But getting him up to speed
But
on
their
something like a
masters
Devour Demon Hunter, you know, it
was,
takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of reps, and
less
that's something
impressive.
that they said that they didn't have going into Group C weekend. Now this is the Liquid that we expected to see.
Well, here we go.
They are the team
Guys,
that has reps,
first
and now I
matchup
would not be
tomorrow
shocked if they
will
were
be
able to give
Mandatory versus
tomorrow a run for their
Liquid.
money because they looked really
What a
good.
match.
It really does seem like they have found that cohesion.
Be an excited one to
and
watch.
They have figured out what kind of team they can be with this particular constellation. I mean, Dratnos, looking back on this one, give us your recap of this Pit of Saran.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way that those graphs are overlaid, especially at the start there. You could see the two teams on a very similar cadence to each other. Liquid, though, in the first pull, able to actually grab a little bit more trash than Big Lucky were, largely thanks to that spatial paradox coming in for the ability for Zasevi there to be able to tag a little bit more trash, grab a little bit more of those extra enemies. We saw both teams, of course, utilizing the Monk out and right back in to grab a little bit more trash on to Garfrost. I thought what was really interesting, though, was the way that they executed that skip up towards the this gauntlet here. So Liquid were able to get this done. So actually, it's not here, right? Because this goes into Ick and Crick, but it's afterwards in that general area. So here's a little bit of the Ick and Crick setup, and here you can see the Evoker tag Wernstone tech over there on the side, something that I absolutely really like as well. But then it's after this is the part that I was talking about before, which is look how fast Liquid are able to get this going in comparison to what we saw in the earlier series. Really nicely done. I actually thought the way Big Lucky did this was really cool too, though. They just charged straight forward and said, you know what? Let's just CC that Cold Wraith. And then let's just keep going and get into combat here. We'll control Undead, another Cold Wraith, paralyze one, bring the rest of this forward. And another benefit of this as well is you're just wasting no time, and you still have Shadow Melds available to use for threat drop, which is what they actually ended up doing as well there on their healer. It was Liquid at the end of the day, though. It's hard to make a replay package for a match like this. 10 minutes 34 was the end of that map. My replay was like 2 minutes there. It was 20% of that run was in that replay package.
Listen,
Liquid
when there's so
cooking.
much good stuff to like pull out and talk
True,
about,
true,
you can
true.
make a video that's like 3 times as long as the run. I have no doubt. But it was amazing to get to see what both of these teams brought into this. And while it wasn't as close there, we didn't go to that next map as we kind of hoped it would be. I think we still saw a lot from these teams that made them very competitive. Now, while we're going to see Big Lucky go down to that lower bracket, they are going to prove a huge adversary for whoever ends up facing off with them. And we'll take a look right now to see they're going to be having a little bit of a rematch with Interrupt. While up in the upper bracket, we have some things that have been decided as well, Makes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be getting Mandatory against Liquid, right?
That's gonna be a good
That is
matchup.
certainly something to already
can't
look
wait.
forward to tomorrow. But we are also going to be seeing Interrupt versus Big Lucky tomorrow. So that means one of our CN teams is going to get eliminated tomorrow as well.
Yeah, one of those teams has to go to the lower
Two more
bracket.
exciting series right in front of us: the triple threat against Send Spellbook and Dignitas
Pretty nuts,
going
pretty
up
nuts.
against Umpty's Angels. So I'm really excited for those series for today.
We have some incredible games all
Guys,
this
I need,
weekend, but of
I'm
course, up
actually
next,
really
Triple
hungry. I'm
Threat
gonna make a
versus
bagel.
Spellbook, as Makes just pointed out. This is going to be a really interesting one. Both of these teams, I think, have had some ups and downs in the competition, but their potential is huge. Can they have pulled it together just like we saw Liquid come in strong, make the best use of the practice time that they've had, and now blaze a path ahead? We will certainly be seeing very soon, so don't go anywhere, everybody. We're having a quick break, and then we will be back with you with Triple Threat versus Send Spellbook.
We will keep on fighting till the end. Bum, bum, bum. 'Cause we are the champions. We are the champions. No times for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world. I would have casted you the musicals. Thanks, Unda. Thanks, Unda. Oh, oh my god. Should be good. I got a thumbnail here. I'm gonna get a thumbnail for this video I'm trying to upload, and in my screenshot I took, I actually got the www.twitch.tv to exit full screen, press escape. I don't want that. I don't want that. Triple threat versus Send Spellbook, who you got? I mean, it has to be triple threat. I'm excited to see what Send Spellbook brings to the table here and how much they've improved since Group A, because that was like an eternity ago. But I've got to give the advantage to triple threat being a number one seed here.
And we've
We'll see,
brought
though.
with us the next series of the day. Next up is Triple Threat versus Send
This was the tier
Spellbook.
1 in the 4
Let's
months.
see your
Appreciate you.
predictions, Chat. These two teams had a kind of unexpected path through to finals weekend.
Appreciate you.
Because of
Appreciate
that,
you.
I kind of feel like they
Guys,
might
I'm actually
really
gonna. I
have
probably should have done
some
this
the
during the
most
break, but I'm gonna
prove
run
this
ads
weekend.
right now, so you
Send
guys don't get
Spellbook
ads
surprised
during the
us
next
in
matchup.
their
Remember, you
group
can
by
skip
managing to
ads
pull
with a
off an
Twitch Tier 1
upset and made it to
subscription
finals.
or a
And Zyra,
Prime
do you think they can do
sub.
that
You don't have to
against
subscribe
here?
if you don't want to. You won't miss
I
anything.
think
I'll
they
see you guys in
certainly have the
90
players.
seconds.
I mean, this team has players on it that have some of the longest history in the MDI in general. I mean, Shelly himself has been playing since 2018 in the MDI. He was in the first ever global finals way back in the day. So if there ever were players that were going to be capable of an upset, it is this team. It is Send Spellbook. That being said, triple threat, outside of one weird upper finals series, looked quite dominant on their weekend. And of course, after losing that series to Dante's Angels, they came back in the grand finals and completely swept them. So I feel like triple threat should be favored here. But again, we've been talking about it all day. It's been weeks since we saw any of these teams play in their cups, right? They've had so much time since then to iterate on, evolve their strats, and just like hash out any potential problems they had in their strategies. These teams should be a lot better than we saw them in cups. It's going to be a good series either way.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they both have so much talent. They've got great players, and we have seen some really impressive runs. So if they can clean it up and get consistent, I think we're going to have a really good series on our hands. And one of the things, actually, that Send Spellbook was pretty strong in our groups was actually handling that spec variety rule. Now that it's gone, Makes, do you think they're going to be at a disadvantage?
I think I'm gonna go back to what Zyra was saying and just kind of play to their experience and pedigree as players. Yes, I think they did do really well with the spec variety rule, but I think they're gonna be doing really well with the map bans that we're of course now bringing back this weekend. They're gonna be identifying which maps are the ones they want to be playing, and they're going to be identifying which ones they might not want to be playing. Now, I will say Twitch chat might be a little bit one-sided here. I don't think it's that close between those two teams. I think, or that one-sided is what I'm trying to say. I think it's a little closer, but see.
Tuttles
Tuttles disagrees.
I don't know. I think this is
All right,
almost
these predictions
more
are looking
one-sided than,
pretty one-sided.
You know, 9 out of 10 times triple threat
Pretty
wins. I think if
one-sided.
triple threat is going to lose this matchup just with the prestige.
Guys,
and
I will
caliber
say,
players that they have
I
on the
think
team,
Triple Threat
they're
will
going to
win.
lose it because they are throwing
I would
away
love to
maps
see
to a
Sen
bunch of
Spellbook
deaths.
play out of their minds.
I feel like
Because
Sen
then I would be
Spellbook
like,
is
yo, that's the team that we
weakest
lost to.
team from group stage,
And look how well
and
they're
for them,
doing.
They are going to have to.
And then I'll feel
put
better
in
about losing.
So much tremendous amounts of
W.
time, practice, and effort to be able
All
to
right, spec ban
upset
or
the
map
triple
bans. Here we
threat
go.
ranking. I feel like
So we're
triple
getting a
threat is-
seat.
They were the number 2
Nexus
seed
Point
coming
banned,
into the
Sky
tournament.
Reach
This team is
banned.
quite good, even though they
Interesting.
haven't
These are the
been
same bans that we
big
saw out of the
division
last
before.
matchup.
They have
Teams
some absolute
choosing to
confidence on
dodge
that.
those
I
specific
think they're
dungeons, it seems.
That's absolutely true. I mean,
Getting
we
a
did
lot
see
of
them pull
Algathar,
off some
and
incredible
potentially a
runs.
Windrunner
And,
Spire
of course,
if we see a
like
map
Gyro,
3.
you and Makes are both talking about. There is this real.
I'm excited to
pedigree, I
see
think
what
this real
they're able to pull off in
experience
Seat, though.
level that we see with Sen Spellbook.
That'll be interesting.
Now we can see what bans both of the teams have brought in. Nexus Point, Zenith, and Skyreach have been banned out. We're going to be starting out, of course, on the Seat of the Triumvirate. They always have to play that first map that's in the series. This will be at that 16 level, but I mean, with that in mind, and also thinking about the fact that Triple Threat, they're high performers, right? But they're also in a more vulnerable kind of position, I think, especially because they're a little bit less established in the MDI than some of these teams. So, Tuttles, do you think this is going to be a good map for them to have a close matchup, or do you think it might favor one or the other?
I feel like looking at maps on day one is really tough, especially since we haven't seen basically since group stage like what the teams are cooking up. I feel like this has kind of been like a really low
2-1 Sen Spellbook,
tech
you think?
season,
We are with the
where there's
underdogs?
not like insane strategies.
I mean,
that are
that'd be pretty
super
cool.
polarizing. I do think if there was ever a dungeon to have some kind of weird or unique tech or a unique routing, it's probably Seed of the Triumvirate. I think that there is like a lot of stuff, particularly slated towards the second area, that can save you some time. Like how our team's pulling trash mobs into Lura. I don't know if this team gives any team a specific advantage though, just because it's been so long since we've seen these teams.
Yoshin, do you have any VODs of you playing Rogue on Lura? So I played last night, and I feel like I do nothing on the fight.
Yeah. Since we got to see them in groups.
You can check
So
my
let's go ahead and
reapers.
see what our predictions will be. Now, chat, you were leaning heavily towards Triple Threat.
I played Deathstalker on that fight.
What are you going to say with your prediction?
This week,
I mean, I still think it's very much Triple Threat favorite.
Some Deathstalker,
don't
I've
get
actually
me
played it
wrong,
the last
I
couple
think
weeks.
It looks more like a.
I think we re-cleared on Wednesday, so 2 days ago. Check the VOD from them. I will say, I definitely did not play the fight very well as Deathstalker. I was kind of learning.
70-30.
There were some like new
Path to victory. What do you mean?
things attached to the Deathstalker rotation that I was trying to figure out how to play.
I'm saying
So
2-1
I wasn't
Yeah,
like
I'm 2-1 by the
Okay.
way,
Please
not
correct
2-0.
that.
performance to
Okay, all right, we got to change it. Production.
Try to
Got
copy
some
Global
2-1s
for Global, I would
Makes and
say.
Zyro. And I mean, yeah, Makes, if you figure out the exact path to victory that Sen Spellbook needs to take, please message them so that they
So
can.
Yo.
they need to win.
Oh.
What are we
and then
talking about?
win
Path to
again.
victory. Just win
And
two
then win
dungeons.
again.
Easy, easy. Okay.
I think
I was about to be
that
like,
Triple
why
Threat,
hasn't
what
Rook
we
voted?
saw during their group weekend, they are going to be much faster.
Actually, I
than
thought
Triple
Rook
Threat,
had
which
voted,
means that if Triple
but
Threat-
it was
in
like
my opinion,
in
if Triple
text
Threat
that
are
matched the
lose, they're gonna
background
have
here,
to
so I
do
couldn't see what it
themselves,
was, and
which I
that
don't
freaked
think
me
is
out for a
an effective
second.
game plan. Hope is
But
not a
actually, she
strategy.
just hadn't voted.
Okay, all
My
right.
mom has always told me that hope is not a strategy.
Do you always
My
say summon
mom
it?
has
Yeah.
told me that if you believe in something, you can do whatever you want, and I
Yeah.
think Sen Spellbook are going to be tapping into that.
I have realized now why Tuttles is a hate watcher. You never learned to hope. You poor person. Well, don't worry. It's okay. Tuttles, we can get some hope here and now. You know, I'm convinced. I'm going for the 2-1 as well. Now, I'm going to go towards triple threat myself. And I think I'm going to keep it that way. But I do think Sen Spellbook can take one map. So, I mean, Tuttles, are you locked in 2-0? Or do you think you might have a sense of hope?
I'm locked in.
All right.
Damn.
You ask him.
Well, everybody,
All right.
hope will
Come on,
live
Sen Spellbook.
if we manage
Show me
to
something.
see. These teams give us a big series, taking it to a third map. But of course, they have to get through the first
Map
one
one
here,
seat,
and
a
now
plus
this is
16.
going to be our first game.
Anticipate we
of
just see
Triple
Metacomp.
Threat
Nothing too
versus
crazy
Sen
here.
Spellbook.
I would
Here
expect.
in Seat of the Triumvirate, Triple Threat had a lot of strong runs in their group weekends, but they stumbled a little bit. And Sen
Ooh.
Spellbook, they need to find
Yo.
their footing as well.
Arms
They're gonna go
Warrior.
head-to-head here, and really, honestly, I think it's a bit of a toss-up.
Whoa!
Makes, please go ahead.
Yep, we're going to be going in here right out the gate. We're going to be seeing a warrior by the side of Triple Threat, and I'm honestly not
And
surprised.
Frosty
They were
Game.
playing so much warrior in the
Triple
group
Threat.
weekend as well.
What a
And I
composition.
like seeing it as well from them here as they're dealing with this multiple subjugator pull for both of our teams. After this, they're going to be able
Now
to
send
farm that
Spellbook
boss,
much
but
faster on this first pool
point
here.
of the dungeon is very
Arms
scary, and it
Warrior
is going to be Send
uncapped,
Spellbook that
not
are
quite
getting
as
boss
prime,
spawn first
not quite as
and
pristine
pulled
as
first
Unholy
as
Decay
well, but
and
just
Devour.
a slither
But
of a
both bosses
second.
engaged at around
Yeah,
a similar
it's
time
very,
here.
very close. I think the thing that's going to set them apart on boss damage here at the start here
The
is
big
fact
boy
that they
I mean,
have- they're
it probably
able to
is.
pull
It
the
probably has
tail
Taunt
end
Reflect
of the
value.
Void Metamorphosis from
Plus, like,
Mugen
there are a
into
lot
the
of
boss.
pulls in this
They
dungeon
should
that
be able to
are
pull about 10 to 15%
not
of the boss
uncapped.
because of that.
So,
Once that Void Meta runs out,
Arms Warrior
they're gonna
damage
have
is
a
gonna
little bit of
be
time to catch up.
decently
Important to
strong.
note, on the 16 key level, lowest we have this weekend.
Top
we've actually
damage is our
seen
bear
both
right
of
now.
these teams already do
W-
exactly this key
W
level
bear.
back in their cup, in their cup stages as well.
Did
Triple
Teeth
Threat had
not
about close to a
incarn
15-minute time since
the
Spellbook was
trash
closer
bowl,
to
by the way?
1540,
How does he
so
have Incarn there?
if
Do you have two
everything
charges
stays
in
the
Incarn?
same, Triple Threat should be faster, and you can see they're starting to catch up on the boss damage just now. There are differences, though. Gear is updated. They now have access to the 298 weapons rather than the 288 weapons
Triple
they
Threat,
had back
Swag's breath is
in
rotating
cup
back
stages,
up.
as well as
Dan's
the
army is
3
rotating back
means
up.
that their damage
I believe they just
overall
press
is
it
going
on
to be
cooldown
higher.
here. I don't
It
think you're
also
holding
means that
it.
Their potential to one-phase Lura in the
Probably.
damage app is going to be a lot higher as well. And Triple Threat are indexing on just that, running the Frosty K Arms Warrior combo.
Okay,
instead
so
of the
yeah,
Unholy
Swag is
Devourer
pressing his
with
1 minute
6
30s. Dan is not.
Yeah,
Dan is
I
opting to
really
hold army
like
for the
this
next
as well.
pull.
We saw a
So
lot of
Triple Threat going to
Frosty K
accelerate
in the
here,
group weekends, and
but it's
honestly,
kind of.
we just got some 07.
It's like
some love
kind
in
of
chat for
fake.
Triple Threat.
Also, I don't love
Despite
this.
there
Triple
not
Threat having to
being
kill off a
spec
couple
rule,
champions.
them
It looks like they'll kill him
deciding
fast
there
enough
is
to where they're not having to
different
wait
specs
for the
that
RP,
succeed at
so it
dungeons
actually ends up
differently
being
and tapping
okay.
into that, whereas
But
other teams have been a little bit
I mean, I
more
think
coy
I would rather
around
have pressed
that,
my
but Triple
cooldowns
Threat
on
is going to
cooldown
be the first team to
than
finish out so Raw, where Sense Spellbook,
hold them for the
they
next
have
trash
slowed
pull
down
because
quite a bit towards the end here. You can see
at this point, Sense Spellbook are. I mean, had Dan pressed his army, it would be nearly back up. Actually, probably not. So Swag's 40 seconds out from his Breast Ninja Grosso. He's probably not getting it on this pack. I'll have his 45s, but that is all. I think Arms Warrior damage here will probably carry, is my guess.
And so they're just going to be kind of.
But yeah, I do expect Sense Spellbook to kill off this next trash pull that Triple Threat are engaged with right now faster with their
they're
clones
also
up,
very
and they're
likely
also
to
opting to go
They're
a
not
slightly
likely to
different
go to the
pathing.
far
They're not
back
going
right
to the
rift
right.
ward.
This is interesting to compare.
Because they're not on their mounts, they're going to go to the close one instead. This does allow Looney to build up that next Void Metamorphosis, though, so they have it available at the very start of this pull, so that is nice for them. But it means they're routing
We actually
in
see
this
Frosty
section
K
of the
topping the meters on the side of Triple Threat.
probably in the realm of
No
10 to
breath, by the
15
way.
seconds
That's crazy.
slower because they're going to be heading to that far right Rift Warden last. That means they have more runtime to the second boss, whereas Triple Threat, they're already right here on these close Rift Wardens. They'll have a little bit less travel time. We'll have to see how it plays out for them. This pull has gone quite quick for Sense Spellbook, so they're making up a little bit of the difference
really
here,
low.
although the HP bars are dropping quite low as the Rift Warden AoE comes out.
The combination of
They're
that
gonna keep
bleed
some
plus
alive there for
AoE,
use
very
as
scary,
well
even
at
on
the
a
tail
plus
end of it to
16.
Make sure Shelly doesn't go down, but Triple
Those
Threat,
Rift Stalkers are
oh my God,
nasty.
they're pulling double Rift Warden.
Triple
They're
Threat!
going for it.
Double Rift
What does
Warden!
this look like?
Wow.
No
That
way.
is a scary pull.
No
too,
way.
Even though it's quote
Double
unquote
Rift Warden?
only a plus
Dude, I was
16
thinking
here,
about this,
they
but I
were
figured there's no way it was
using all
possible.
of their
This is
offenses
incredibly
and
volatile
also
out of Triple
their
Threat. They're
defenses
taking
as well right
infinity
now. As you
damage
can
until
see
this Rift Warden
on
dies.
The bars, everything's glowing up as they're trying to get through this. Of course, a big focus is on that first.
Like
Rift Warden
15%
try
more to
get
go.
through it as well, but because
Cool
all of these
defensives are
classes
gonna be
are
rotating
just
down
really good at
5%
pushing out
more.
AoE,
And
also
they have
means they're
managed to
keeping
do it.
everything
Wow.
else down quite
Holy.
far as well. That IBF there
Dude, I underestimate these teams, man.
So low.
When I was
Able
thinking
to
about the maps that we would
down
see
through it.
innovation out of,
Impressive.
I considered
We were
this and
talking
I
about
was
this
like,
being a
Del Rift
possibility in
Warden?
the group stages. I
Nah,
didn't
probably
think
not gonna
we'd
happen.
actually see a team do it. These Rift Wardens, when they're pulled away from their portal, they just start
I
pulsing
can't be
AoE
counting out these
damage
teams, bro.
like
These
mad,
guys
but you
are
can
so
see
insane.
The comp that they
My
have
goodness.
with the burst damage and their cooldowns in the
That
Arms
was
Warrior, that's actually
credible.
capable of a ton of funnel damage. They're
I
able
mean,
to
Triple Threat
burst
has
down
such a
that
commanding
first
lead at
Rift
this point.
Warden
It's
before they end up dying to the
it's their
AoE
map to win.
damage. Nutty play from Triple Threat. They're already through the 3 Rift Wardens and on to the 4th, whereas Sin Spellbook are only just now dealing with the 2nd. Triple Threat is so far
Sense
ahead
pulled
now.
2 as well? Did they?
That is absolute madness coming out from Triple Threat here.
Really?
That being said, though, there's still a lot of lethality left in this dungeon, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch, but for now,
Why on the
Triple
challenge screen?
Threat
Here you
are
go.
certainly flooring it and are
Will I
showing
not
up
post in
in a
Discord?
really,
Oops.
really big way. You know, they looked at their group
I'll do
weekend
that
and they said,
when I finish eating, I guess.
we are not going to have a weird upset again. We are going to be the ones that determine how this series is going to be played, and they are in fight with Supreet right now, where Sense Spellbook is still making way towards actually being able to do
I'll have to check
boss.
that
They
later then.
have
I just
a
I
nice
I didn't
size
even
pool
think
on their
I didn't even
hands as well,
clue
but
into the fact they double
dungeon
pulled if they did.
progression is just not in their favor right now.
We must have missed it as
Isn't
well.
it
'cause
saying
looks
it's
like
their
Sense
map to
Spellbook
lose when you
actually
are in the lead?
also on their end did a double Rift Warden for the first pull. I completely missed
I
that.
suppose.
My bad on that one, but they're not as far behind as I thought. But
I mean,
even so,
are-
Triple Threat's still
I don't actually know
already
what to say
on
how the saying
boss here.
goes.
Sense
I feel like they
Spellbook
mean the
only
same
just
thing,
now
though.
Dealing with that last Rift Warden.
One is just like a more positive connotation, the other is like a more negative
The first boss died
connotation.
20 seconds faster for Triple Threat, plus dealing
Right?
with that back right Rift Warden first, less travel time for them. It is opening up the gap for them, and Triple Threat, I believe,
We see a
are going
boss
to
lead of
continue to
about
pull ahead here
38% on the
with
side of
funnel
Triple
damage
Threat.
that they have. Sense Spellbook have now
Um,
engaged the boss, but they are 40%.
Now, since
behind
Spellbook
this.
are a little bit ahead in boss,
Yep, that's right.
in
Still a
dungeon
lot to
percentage,
come in the seed
although Triple Threat will be
from
killing
Red
off
as
a
we
War
are
Adept here
going to
shortly,
be moving through this boss fight.
which is
One
not
of the
5%
worst
count.
here left
Oh,
off,
okay,
but
so
no worries,
Triple Threat
Sassy
now
has it,
pull
and Triple
the
Threat deciding
remaining
tagging
trash
a
pack
little
onto
bit
the
of
boss, which
extra
should be the
comfort
count
wins
difference
into
that they
this boss
need.
fight here as well for the lack of count that Sense Spellbook has already dealt with by their count on the overall, so that is going to be something that they can just passively cleave onto. They don't need to worry much about wasting any extra time to actually deal with that.
Devourer's
trash
monster
as
at 3
Supreet is
targets.
dropping
But so
below
is
the
Arms Warrior.
30s for the Triple Threat on the left-hand side. You can even see Satsi in the background there tagging some extra mobs on top of that, despite the boss being so low already.
So is Arms Warrior.
Yep, the lead kind of being maintained here for Triple Threat, although Sense Spellbook have maybe caught up a couple of percentage points on the boss. The damage appears to be very close to even between the two teams on this triple boss that they're dealing with. The danger of the dungeon, though, still ahead as we head to the third boss room. So much potential for death as we approach this room. I want to see if Walllife is also going to be attempting any taunt spell reflex on this boss as well. Lots of potential for mistakes.
Surely,
if that is
right?
the play, but you gain so much.
Surely
boss
you taunt
damage
spell
out of
reflect if you're
doing
playing
it.
Warrior.
Have to make sure this Wernstone Shadow Meld skip goes well off the bat. Looks like Triple Threat is through. They don't have any extra constructs. There's
I
no
feel like there
Demon
haven't been
Hunter
any
for them,
pulls
so
this
they don't
dungeon
have
where
an
I've been like,
easy
wow.
way to skip
Yeah,
past the
Arms Warrior
Thrash
here has been such a good
I
pick for them.
love
Looks like it's
this.
going to be a
Like, it's
fear
doing
from
so
the
much damage.
Warrior instead.
So-
after being stunned, and then he can Shadow Meld as well. So
I assume
finding
it's
a unique way to skip
spell
past
reflex.
that trash. A lot more difficult than the Sigil
Honestly-
of Misery, but they're able to make it work.
That's one of these things you just kind of get when players are playing on their mains, right? We see this with Physical God Comp as well, where it's like, you play a class and you're like, maybe I can make it work, and then they find just ways to replicate.
Yeah, but what do they
things
do for
like
this
what we
this
were
third
just
boss?
saw
So they
from
can't really
Walleye
pull
there.
trash
That's
mobs onto it, right?
really cool. And
Do you think they play a trash pull onto the boss?
The
only pack available is the, pack in the corner, but-
but it worked out beautifully. But
Okay, they're
here
gonna pull it.
comes
All right.
Sense Spellbook going
There are a lot of
really
casters
big,
here,
trying
so this is kinda
to
sketchy.
start this boss fight,
But the
Triple
Arms
Threat
Warrior will do some big
already
damn.
onto it, and they have the Viceroy in play together with the remainder of
feel like this
the
is pretty
Conjurer
scary,
and
though,
Void
even on a
Powers.
16 key level.
It's a lot of interrupts that need to be dealt with as well, and you can see that just kind
You
of
see Swag getting hit by an orb.
AOE are
Just a
being
lot of stuff
deployed
to
by
have
both
to pay
of our
attention to
teams
here.
to try and get through this as quickly as possible.
Triple Threat, though, already in combat with Viceroy Nezar, whereas Sense Spellbook
Looks like they've
still
dealt with
yet to spawn him.
both the
Only
casters
just
here.
now getting
Should be
knockback
fine.
for
The Shadow
spawn
Weaver
and
they
getting
need to
in
kill
combat.
before
That
the boss AoE, but
35%
it's low enough health where I think that
from
will
the
not be
second
an
boss
issue.
Still remains for Triple Threat, who should be able to catapult ahead with the more single target damage they have available.
We
on their
we
comp.
see it.
They were
Taunt spell
able
reflect out of
to
Wall's
kill
life.
The first boss
Or Wall
after
life.
being behind 15% on pull, 20% ahead. So we know that their single target damage.
Couple of tentacles
is
going to be up for this
significantly
collapsing
higher.
void
How
cast.
much higher
We're
is
going to
it,
have to heal
though?
through it here. We have
35%
Zephyr.
still the gap
We
now,
have commanding
as we are
shout
still in
out of our
combat with
warrior.
the boss, but I
Poggers.
believe that is going to start to open up
Swag's
as we
rotating
get
back to his
further on,
90-second
and
cooldown. He's going to press them here.
more
This will be his
spell
final press
reflex. I think he's
before
actually been going for it
they
just
get to
yet.
the
Let's
boss.
see if we can see a Mind Blast. Yep, that's on Wall Life there. There's a spell reflect.
And
2% of the
second
boss
spell
HP
reflect.
gone.
Okay, we're utilizing that taunt
Tall
reflect. I like to see
Still
it.
need to be kiting around on the tentacles, but you can see now.
Ball
Biggs,
is life,
As
ball
I've been
is life.
talking, in those 30 seconds, the gap has opened up yet another 10% on the boss HP.
I mean, that's partly due to the insane damage on the triple threat, but it's partly also due to that spell reflect. It just does so much damage. Bringing this warrior to this
And
dungeon gives you access
Nezhar will be going
to
down
just
here in
that.
a
It's
matter
little bit
of
a
seconds.
fickle thing to try and get through. But
There
the
it
triple
is.
threat
Now triple
is
threat have 5% more
exceptionally
count.
good. They need to finish out
They
the
are going
remainder
to,
of their count right
I believe,
now. You can
the
see
rest of their
Sense
count.
Public
They
has a
pull
little
the
bit of
trash pack
extra
on the
count
boss.
in
Yeah, so they did
comparison
this
to the
also in
triple
Group
threat
C.
that they will
They
need
pull
to
the
do
two
as
guardian
well, but
sentries
just
off to the
even
side.
further behind,
Somebody,
and then
I
both
think they
teams
have
are
their,
gonna be
yeah, their DK
engaging Laura,
on their side
but
of the room here.
I mean, Sen Spellbook would need a pretty big
Pulling them over so they
mistake
can
on
pull the
side of
trash
Triple
pack
Threat to happen
into
to claw
Lura,
back here.
and they don't have to wait
Swag dragging those
to
two
kill off the trash
constructs
bowl. They can
out of
just
the
take
way
it
so
all
Keith can
onto the
drag
boss.
these mobs through,
It's a little bit faster than having to
Once
kill off the
everything is
trash
through,
pack on its own.
we have these mobs together. Now, notably, they're not killing them. They want these alive. They
We
want
kick the
to
Void,
pull these into the
Voidbender's
boss.
cast
This is
and then head
funnel
into the
them
boss.
for that arms warrior so they can get all that boss
And this is
damage
all free
onto
time that
Lura
they've
here.
had
Once it
to
spawns, it wouldn't surprise me
spawn the
if they
boss. There it is.
continue to just
Perfect
not
timing,
really
engage the
do any
boss.
damage to these. They save these
No, I
mobs
believe
before they
Swag,
get to
a
that
strategy on
damage
live, by the
phase,
way,
just
at
to
a high key
guarantee
levels,
the one phase.
is
even with the extra damage that they have.
the
from
DK
higher
will
item
usually
level
press
weapons
their
and
1 minute
trinkets, you
30s
still
on
want to
pull.
make sure you kill it as quickly as possible. It looks like they
And then
are
the
going to
team will
start to close it down
intentionally
just a little bit. There is some
Circle
danger on
cast
these
goes
packs
off.
as well. Did that Void Shaper get its cast off? I
Yeah,
believe they were
Circle,
able
we
to
have extra
interrupt
damage
it.
going on here. We don't have
First
Purge on
time
the side
sending
of
out
Triple
Elbow on the
Threat,
boss, need to make
so
sure
we're
these
taking
teams don't miss.
extra damage
See in a
here.
moment just how many
I
of
guess
the
this is the
times that
downside of
they
having
hit.
melee
Defensive
kicks,
buff is going up 2
but it looks like they're going to live
times.
through it. It is a
Successfully
16
gotten
keystone
rid of
after
4
all,
of
so that
them.
is quite alright. But yeah, our strategy on live is to intentionally miss one of the crystals on the side of the room and have a 90.
Yep, that's right. 4 of them
Because
have
if you
been
miss the
cleared.
first set,
2
you can press your
remain.
90-second cooldowns
That's
on
kinda
pull
what
and then
this
have them come
positioning
back
we
up for
saw
the
from
burn.
them
If you
here
don't miss any
allows. That is
orbs,
actually for once
the
something
Bosch
to
pushes
take
it
into
like
your own
1 minute
keys,
10.
that if you drive
So
this
you
boss
otherwise
to
have to
that
hold your
clear, it just
cooldowns.
allows you to
Now, at a plus
force
16
them
keystone
off
level, I
at
think you just
the
want to
same
spawn the
time,
burn
but
as
here comes the
fast as
second set of
possible, which they're
keys.
going to
That also
do.
means
So they
damage
opt to
is going
hold their
be
cooldowns for this
increasing
burn.
just a
Here we
little
go.
bit.
Can we
Simply,
one phase the
Eternal
boss
Knight is
with
being
an
casted.
Arms
We
Warrior?
want to see a one
The
phase
Frosty K will be
onto
carrying the
Laura
damage here
as that
big
Bloodlust
time. Here we
is
go.
pumping. Are they
There's
gonna be able
Bloodlust.
to do it? And
All
I mean,
cooldowns.
While I'm talking, look
Can
at
we
that.
kill the
Laura is
boss?
just melting in front of our eyes. I'm not even finishing this
And
sentence,
it's
and this boss
not
is
even close.
going to be
Not even close.
dead. That Bloodlust
Wow.
is still running. They don't even care. They take map number 1.
Such
Very impressive out of the triple
play
threat.
From the triple threat. They get this first point on the
Kata,
board.
are you not allowed to go to the
They're
dungeon and
gonna
respec
have
an
to
MDI?
speed it
No,
up
you're not.
Considerably if they want to stand a chance in this series.
Or
I
in,
mean, seeing
you're
triple
not allowed
threats
to zone
play,
out, is what I
and
mean.
Based off of what we saw in groups, and now this first dungeon of Season 1 Finals, Zyro,
Nah,
how high
so
would you say their
on
threat
live
level
Luma,
is
people will do that in
to
this
send
dungeon.
Spellbook and the other
You'll
teams?
spec swap after the third boss and play a more single target build.
Extremely high. I'm not sure what
because
the
you have to wait for the
ratings
boss
of
RP
threat
anyways.
level are, but like they're certainly up there.
So teams do that.
We were talking at the very start
That's
of that
fine.
match about the times that we saw in their respective group stages. Since Spellbook sent a 15-40 in Group A, Triple Threat sent a
I mean, if a team opted not to pull trash on the boss,
in Group B, they just put together a
I mean, even if you
12-minute
opted to pull trash on the boss, it's probably
runtime.
still
They're
faster to spec swap.
and change faster than they were in the group stages.
I mean, you can't
Not a
speed up the
little
boss
bit
RP
bad,
either
but
way,
that is gonna come
so.
from your weapons and trinkets being higher, but not 2 minutes worth. That was absolutely
But
insane.
yeah, commanding game 1 out of triple threat. I mean,
Very
honestly, as
impressive.
expected.
I mean,
We'll see
Tunnels,
what
you were
Sense Spellbook
also
can pull,
watching.
bust out
What were some of your observations about this
for map
first
2.
map?
I want to go back here. Somebody said that they Sense Spellbook also double pulled the Rift Wardens, but I must have missed it. If they did do it.
Next Void Metamorphosis, though, so they have it
Man, I
available
completely
at the
missed
very
that.
Start of this poll, so that is nice for them. But it means their routing in this section of the dungeon is gonna
That
be
explains
probably in the realm
why
of 10 to
Sense
15
Spellbook
seconds
opted to hold
slower because they're gonna be
cooldowns
heading
for
to
this
that
pack.
far right
But
where
I think I like the way
last
Triple Threat
weapons
navigated
have
it better
runtime to the
because
second boss, whereas
Triple Threat pressed their 1 minute 30s on cooldown on the boss, and then they opted to play the one Rift Warden pack that is not. That was, during outside of Swag's 1 minute 30s with just on its own before, so that they could buy time for his cooldowns to come back for this double pull. So I think they like their routing more, but yeah, shout out to the chatter that was like, they also did it. They did, and I just missed it. So did the casters, to be fair. But
himself, and he says, "Get in!" As he taunts the boss. Viceroy Nazar presses
Do you
that
spawn on the
spell
third
reflect.
boss when you run back
Bang!
inside C?
Insane
Yes, you do.
amounts of damage into him as well. But not only that, but the triple threat. They're
So it's
also
really fast.
facilitating him to be able
Right,
to
you
do
just pour it
this
out,
amount of
spec
damage
swap,
as they
run in
instead
this
of
dungeon, and you're
taking
at the
trash
third
mobs
boss.
and fighting the void infused destroyers by themselves with the trash mobs, they're actually taking the trash pack on top of Lura, again enabling that arms warrior to really just excel at what it does best. At that
Yeah,
5
although on
target
Tournament
count
Realm, I
mark
don't think
with
you
the
have
free
dungeon
speed
ports.
from the sweeping
I mean, I guess
strikes,
you might.
with the free
You'd have
range
to, like,
resource generation. And
on
man,
TR,
this
so
was
they're competing on the
truly
Tournament Realm right now.
1v9.
You have like a
This
scroll
was such a strong
to port to the
opening
main city,
dungeon,
so you
but
just
of
take
course,
that
it's
and then pour back to the dungeon.
end of the series. Granted, I mean, Triple Threat have really, I think, set a strong precedent coming right in and having such a big time difference. As
Exactly,
well.
so it's
But
slower.
we will be
Huh?
heading next into Algathar Academy.
I don't understand
Now,
what you're
this
saying.
is going to be taking us to a noticeably
Jordy,
higher key level, which
are
provides
hot
some
dog
additional
sandwiches?
challenges. Do you think this will be enough to slow Triple Threat's
I'm gonna go
roll
with
pace,
no.
or do you think this is
I'm gonna
where
go with
Sten
no.
Spellbook might struggle?
Hot dogs are not sandwiches, they're hot
I
dogs.
mean, after what we just saw, I think it would be a little bit delusional to say that Triple Threat is not looking like they're going to be living up to their name here. However,
Guys, one second. I'm gonna
Zen
put my
Spellbook
plate away.
is a
We're getting
great
Algathar
team. They're
once
one
again
of
here.
our top 8 teams of the entire season. I would never count any team out after just having seen one map. They definitely need to clutch up and clutch up a lot based on what we have seen just now. It is possible. It might be a little bit difficult depending on what we just saw, I will say.
Yeah, the threat is real. I mean, it's there. It's at least triple the amount.
Is a
of
hot dog
threats,
without a bun a hot
and
dog?
It's impressive to see
hot dog
how
without
they've
a
been really
bun?
just blasting through, and I think really making them a name that we're
Is
all
it
coming
glizzy?
to know and
Is
maybe
it not?
fear a little bit in the competition, or be very impressed by, if nothing else. But I mean, you all also leaned heavily into triple.
Actually,
threat.
that's a good point,
now,
though.
Since Spellbook, they have a chance here, right? They can step up, they can get a point on the board, but Tettles.
'Cause, yeah, it kinda is,
what
isn't
do you
it?
think they need to take into consideration?
A
or
hot
what would
dog
you think that they need
without
to
a bun
push
is also
for
still a hot
in
dog,
this
isn't it?
Algathar Academy.
I feel like Algathar Academy on the 19 Keystone level is kind of straightforward in terms of all, like what you can do. You're really heavily limited just by like damage intake and tank damage. I think is one of the big key like variables that you have to be watching out for. And so I think that like I think the route that Liquid played in here earlier was quite fast, probably the best route on this patch. And so I think that the last pull of the dungeon is going to be one that is very pivotal for these teams. How many Echo Knights are you able to take into the Echo of Dorgosa is kind of the big question.
Oh, is
There's
this our
obviously
third Algathar of the day?
another question
Or second
is where you're
Algathar?
pressing that first bloodlust.
Why do
Those
I
are
think we've
probably the
seen
two
3?
most, key points in this dungeon, but I think that for both of these teams, it's going to be about keeping it
We've
clean
only seen-
and
we've
running
only seen-
the meta.
Have we seen 3?
All right, well,
Am I crazy?
We will find out very soon which route they're going to be taking.
I might be
Now,
crazy.
Triple Threat, they have a point on
Also,
the board,
because
and
Guardians
if
are on
they
me, let me
again
post my
want to
Discord.
Continue moving ahead in the upper bracket. This would be a great place to seal the deal. Now, Sen Spellbook, they have a chance before they're knocked down to the lower bracket. Can they get a point on the board, and can they even this out? Triple Threat versus Sen Spellbook. Here we
Interesting.
go
Yo,
in their
Triple
second
Threat,
map
love
era.
the Warrior.
Okay, it wasn't a one-hit wonder. This is just what they're playing. Walllife, the Arms Warrior main, says, no, this thing is good in every single dungeon. I'm playing it everywhere, and my team is going to facilitate me. And after seeing that Seed of the Triumvirate makes, I have to agree. It looks like a very, very strong pick. Let's see how it works out for them in this dungeon, as we're already seeing a little
I
bit of
wanted to
difference
check
in
the
start here, since
damage
Spellbook
from
just
the
running
first
past
dungeon to
all
see how
of
the Warrior had
trash.
done.
Triple
We see
Threat
Goob
going to
here.
have Gooper Wernstone as everyone shadow melds by. Actually, it's the same exact
Gub doing the
thing, but we
Wormstone
need
tech to skip the
Shadow
trash
Meld by,
pack.
having the Wernstone come in, and we're into this first pull. Looks like the Bloodlust is going to be saved from both of our teams once again, too.
And yeah, double save on Bloodlust. Looks like
Yeah,
that's
a
going to
little
be
bit
the
of a
strategy
scary
here for this
situation
dungeon.
Sen Spellbook as
Sky
they
dropping
came
really
into
low
this
on the side of Sen
early,
Spellbook. He
dropped
does manage to
really
recover,
low.
though.
That was also why that cocoon was deployed. They were able to get on through it as well. Now, notably, Lust is not going to be used here by either of our teams. It's basically the same route we saw earlier today from the other teams as well. They're just going to get through this all by themselves, and a lot is in how quickly you can finish this off and get Maximus spawned, because that will save you so much overall dungeon timer here. So that is something our teams are looking forward to, and if you're looking at those HP bars, it looks like Sen Spellbook might be
Yeah, the Warrior not doing a whole lot this pool, but
right here the battle axes
I
are
guess it's
still
the value
fizzling out here
comes later
as
in the dungeon
Maximus spawn animation is already coming on in.
with
Whereas the
boss
triple
damage
threats are
and
just
funnel.
taking a little bit longer
Like,
here
I
with that
imagine
last mob
Triple
being
Threat will be
exploded,
way
taking
quicker on a fight like Overgrown Ancient.
tiny bit longer as they're now grabbing everything else to pull into Veximus.
That looks so cool. The Crackling Jade Lightning with the Spatial Paradox tagging all of those Foragers plus the Ravager to drag into the boss. Same thing on the side of Triple Threat, although Zotzi did run a little bit further there to tag.
I see
the boss,
Tyler
so
streaming
it's a
every day.
little
Yes, sir. He's on the
less
grind.
clean of a gather. Here is Sin Spellbook.
And they're pulling the boss at the exact same time. Wow.
I want to keep an eye on one
Now,
thing in particular.
yeah, I expect
Boss
Triple Threat's
HP,
boss
Arms Warrior
health
funnel is absolutely insane. For those of you who don't know what I'm
Thank you,
talking
Zyro.
about,
Yeah,
funnel is not really in the game
I expected
for a lot of
Veximus to
specs,
melt
and
with a Arms
really
Warrior
only
here.
specs that are still in the game for just a moment though, as Shelly does go down.
Shelly
to a
goes
lunge
down
from
on the
some of
side of
those
Sin
foragers on
Spellbook.
top of the AoE damage. They have the res, but they don't have any more
Guy.
battle reses for the next 7 minutes.
Do they have more
Looks like
mobs in this
their
boss?
Guy.
Stability here.
Sin
Sky
Spellbook?
dropping really low. Only has the bark available here, trying to get back to that incarnation. Tifa already back to it. If Sky can get back to the
Oh,
incarn,
that's
they're
so
gonna
scary
be
for Sin
okay, but if
Spellbook.
he doesn't get back,
Oh,
they're gonna be
we're
in
so
trouble.
low.
Instantly popping it the second it comes back off cooldown. They should be back to stability. But look at the boss HP differential.
Sin Spellbook
That's what I
is
was
managed to
talking
kill
about.
off
The
several of the
Arms
mobs
Warrior
here.
has
But yeah, wow,
catapulted
Wall's Life
Triple
doing
Threat
crazy
ahead
damage
on
here.
boss damage. 12% ahead already. Only 45 seconds into this poll.
I think Sin Spellbook pulled
That was
more
crazy.
trash here, though. I'm
was
pretty sure they
getting
pulled more
quite
trash.
Nervous looking at Sky drop so
Onto
many
Veximus.
times here, and look at that. While we already have this differential on Veximus between the two teams, Triple Threat is even still in their lust, or even still profiting from that. Whereas it has run out for quite a couple of seconds for Sin Spellbook already. Certainly, Triple Threat. Once
Yeah,
again,
so
claiming
Sin Spellbook
that
are gonna
lead
be
back to them.
5%
It was a
ahead,
nice,
roughly.
you know, 2-minute
I wonder
timer
if
in
this difference,
dungeon
by the
where
way,
Sin Spellbook
is
was
what
ahead.
will
Triple Threat
materialize
missed that
in the
feeling, I
final
feel
pull of the
like, after
dungeon,
that seed
like what we
back
saw out of
onto
Liquid
it
versus
right
Big
now.
Lucky,
My biggest question, though,
where
is
Liquid had to pull
how
way
is
more
the
trash onto the
routing
last
going
boss of the
to look like
dungeon.
from here on
I
out? We
wonder
have
if that's
seen
what this
teams
count
kinda just
difference will
beeline
amount
for
to.
Croc. We have seen teams do what we saw earlier
And if it
today
if it
from Big
is,
Lucky, where they
and Triple
clear
Threat have to
out
pull
the
more trash onto the
overrotation
boss,
first,
I would
that's
argue they're in a
something
much
I just
worse
wanted
spot to
both
deal
of
with
our
it
teams
compared
see
to
where the
Liquid,
popularity vote in the Eldritch
because
Power Academy
being
has
melee
kind of
on that
fallen
last
since
boss and
the
having to deal with all the
weekends.
Echo
Often
Knights
teams reiterate on that, and so that is
running out of
something
their
I'm just
circles of the ground,
curious as we are
running out of
gonna
the
be seeing
boss's
Triple
circle
Threat finish out
when he
Veximus
sucks you in,
Yeah, the
is
funnel damage is absolutely insane.
super-
Of course, funnel is
super
using
cancerous.
extra mobs to be able to do more single targets.
it's very, very annoying as a melee. And being able to play Devour and just like stand out and tickle your toes on your own, you know?
Peaking over 500k over that entire pull.
It's
a
really,
large portion of that
really
being dealt to
nice
Veximus itself, and that has opened up the gap.
being a
Triple
ranged DPS on
Threat
that fight,
already done with
comparatively.
Veximus. It's going to take Sin Spellbook an extra 20 plus seconds to deal with that boss. An entire death timer ahead on the side of Triple Threat as they head straight up to the Sentinel.
Yeah,
the sentry here.
very fast out of Triple Threat. I think I would
It
rather.
almost looked like Walleye didn't catch
So
the
it's only a
guts
3%
there
count
on the
leave,
very bottom
but
of
I
it.
would rather be
Could have
Triple
been a
Threat here
very
for sure.
unfortunate way to lose that 15 seconds of advantage, but everyone makes it up to the sentry, and we are on. Since Spellbook now dealt with Veximus, but like we were talking, we're about 22 seconds behind off of the first boss split already. It's going to be a hard gap for them to close. Now, I think the important thing to mention is on mass AoE pulls, Sin Spellbook does have the advantage. Their comp just does more AoE damage, but Triple Threat can make that up and surpass them if everything goes right for them, if they get that funnel damage on the boss. Now, Croth, there is no funnel damage available on that boss. There's no way to get trash there, so that's going to be a pure single target race. Overgrown Ancient, you can pull trash on top of it, also spawns a bunch of extra trash, and we've already seen all the teams love pulling as many mobs on top of Echo of Doragosa as possible, even to their own detriment sometimes. So funnel opportunities are abundant in this dungeon.
That's true. I'm a little bit worried about the not quintuple Echo Knight pull that we saw earlier today. That one was scary, but it is going to be Triple Threat that will be arriving here on the Croth platform first.
Guys, first video is already up, by the way.
Just a smidge behind them, though.
Guys,
So,
like,
as we were
subscribe,
looking on the boss progress
all that good shit.
differential, it looked like they were much further
let me throw the,
apart than what we're seeing
chat
right
back up.
now, which
Wait, it's
gives
already
me
up.
hope
Made it up.
for Sin Spellbook, as they're also
On live you said pawn
really
this
trying
on the
to get
sentry?
ahead in
Yeah,
the
but you'd also
round,
go
so
Overgrown
it
Ancient
could
first.
be that they're able to tie back in. A lot is going to
Just
come
disliked
down
and
to
unsubscribed.
how they're going to be
Okay.
able to utilize
Letty,
the
what's
bird
up?
face onto Krath. I don't know if you think teams will be doing something different here than we've been seeing, but I feel like the popularity vote is really just going into wins, kind of just drag out time, get the burn phase, and then just nuke the boss with everything you have to try and get through it as quickly as possible.
It's been the raid this week.
I think the
I
key level
only
being
raid on
so high
Wednesday.
for Algathar in particular kind of cancels out any possibility of any overlap, right? You're not going to be able to burn 40% of the boss's HP with the wind buff, probably even with Bloodlust if you were to save it for the boss, which I don't recommend either
So
way.
I do think Sense
So
Spellbook's
I feel
comp
like
is
you're
better
just going
for
to try to
Croth.
stack cooldowns.
Devour
Probably
on
press
this
cooldowns on
boss
full, use the haste
owns
buff for just a nice
big time.
augment to your damage. You're not gonna put cooldowns through it.
This
And
is
then you go for
unfortunately a
big
pure
damage
single
burn
target fight
during the
for
fire
our
damage on
Arms
the boss.
Warrior.
Try to get the boss
So I
full
anticipate
boss
Sense
damage, you know,
Spellbook
with
will make
too many
up
streaks
some
with
of
fire
their
damage is pulsing.
timer.
We
Right, they're
did see in our
22
first
seconds
run of the day
behind
that the
in
damage
dungeon
does get
time,
pretty sketchy in the
plus
final
15
moments of the boss,
seconds
so
with
definitely
death timer.
potential for players to go
Now I
down.
don't think they're going to make up
Have to see if
35
our teams
seconds
are
worth of
prepared to
timer
deal
on
with
Croth.
that. Any bad overlap
They'll
with
definitely
being
claw back
locked
some of
by
it.
a Screech could potentially cause some deaths.
Maybe on the order of like 5 to
Either
10
way, our
seconds.
team's still working towards that. Triple threat is through the Alpha Eagle crash gauntlet here. Why are there birds here, by the way? Did we ever?
That was
I'm
a good
saving my
question.
like
Why
and
are there
subscribe for the
birds here?
Midnight Season 1
I'm personally
raid
a
video.
huge fan of birds, so
Okay.
I'm happy that there's birds here, to be very honest with you.
Okay, but
You know,
what
when
if
the big bird is here
you
for
liking
triple
and
threat,
subscribing
they've gotta deal
now
with Croth now,
makes that video come out
engaging the boss
faster?
just
Thoughts?
now. Yep, army being used right on the pole here as expected. That fire damage amp definitely more than a minute 30 away, so we'll definitely have everything available for the damage. I'm curious what Wallif is going to do with the cooldowns as well. I don't think if he
It
pops that
won't.
here, it'll be available for damage amps. I might just have to sit on that when it comes off cooldown. It's a little bit awkward for the Arms Warrior. Going to be doing significantly less damage than you would expect. I do wonder if they'll get it into execute during the fire damage amp, though. That would be huge for the Arms Warrior.
Yeah, that's a good question. We'll have to see.
All right, here we
if
go.
that timing
Croth
ends
engaged
up
by Sense
being
Spellbook.
on
They're
the
actually
favor here as well, but
not as
for now,
far behind in boss
this
percentage that I would have
this
expected them to
this
be
boss
on
fight
pull.
as simply
This boss
as
does
they
have a lot of
can.
health.
Try to not waste too much
But
of
even
their
so.
defensives. That's a big part, right? You were talking about how scary the tail end of this boss fight
Sure, they'll
gets. So
play Devour
on
in
our Demon Hunter,
pools.
we want to make sure we're probably
What dungeon
trying
is
to maintain
pools?
as many blur stacks as we can, and then on our DKs, we also just want to make sure that both AMS and IVF are still available for as long as we can hold them to really make sure we're kind of taking some of that pressure from the healer as the fight gets to that sketchy end. But we did trigger the wind phase for the triple threat here as they are getting the boss closer and closer to that.
Here with our end of the win phase, Sense Spellbook will be
Yep,
entering the win phase
Haste buff
themselves
coming
in a
out now.
moment.
No real delay on it for the squad here. They just pick that up.
We should see
instantly. It's just
Looney
a
here
little bit
delay
of an
picking up his
augment
haste
damage,
buff
although
until
we'll
he
have the
gets
cooldowns back
he
available
farms
here.
back
The
his
cooldown
void meta.
Being very strong for them. We'll have it for both of the damage amps. Single target damage with the Arms Warrior still not that high
Unfortunately,
at
I think
this
Looney
point on the
has to
boss,
pick
but
up
of
this
course we'll start to
orb a
gain
little bit
as the
earlier.
fight
It's going to
goes
despawn.
onwards
He has
here.
to go
Sense
now.
Spellbook now getting to that first rune
And he
as
does
wind
manage
phase
to get in
on
time.
their side as well. How big
Ideally,
is
would have
the
had his
fire
void meta
damage
ready a
amp
little
going
bit
to be?
earlier,
Just a
but
few
it's not the end of the
moments. We'll see
world.
for these teams just how low we got. I think the lowest we saw in our
But at
first
this
run
point,
today
I
was
anticipate Sense Spellbook to
19%,
accelerate
is that right?
faster than Triple Threat.
In the
I mean, look at the
to be
boss
honest,
damage. It
did
is
not
clear.
track
Wall's
the
life is
numbers
20k
'cause I was
DPS
so
behind
caught up and
the
looking at
Devour.
nameplates of
30k
their
almost.
HP.
And that number is only going to
Because
climb
that's where I get
as we
stressed,
enter
right?
the burn
Everybody
window
else
here.
is looking at the boss to finish it. The OG healer in me is looking at the group to survive. So
Unfortunately, I
here
think
it
Looney had to
comes there.
cancel a
We are
collapsing
starting
star right
to
there.
Spawn
Don't love that.
burn phase right now. Here comes the weekend, and that is going to be where everything is sent swag. Just use that army. And you can see that they're trying to burn this boss as fast as possible. I will say, I felt like they got it pretty low prior to
Oh,
this
I don't know
as
about
well.
this.
And you can see that they're really making the most out of it. Boss
Sense
now
Spellbook
down
kind of messed up their
close to
burn.
the single digits are going to be
I
getting
don't know why they
there.
delayed
This is
so
where it
long.
starts to hurt.
Yeah, that was actually an insanely fast burn there from Triple Threat. Boss super low. Here's that deafening screech coming out on top
They
of the
delayed
pulsing fire
throwing the
damage as
orb
well.
in?
Goober dropping low,
Maybe it
using
was like
scales to make sure
Dan's cooldowns went up or
to go down.
something.
IBF also committed
I
to the
actually
swag
I don't know
there
what
as well.
why they
Looks
delayed
like
it,
Zotzi is
but
able to keep
them
everyone
choosing to
alive.
delay
We're
it
gonna
meant
be
that
beating
Looney
that
only
next
got one
screech
collapsing star off inside
pretty
of the
quickly
like the
for the
very
team.
beginning
Sense
of the
Spellbook now
burn
the
phase,
damage up on their side
and
as
then
well, but the
his
push
damage completely
is not
expired.
as clean for them.
Compared
This
to the
boss is
previous teams we've
quite
seen
healthy for
playing
them.
Devour in here,
This is going to be scary.
that has meant that
8% for Sense
their burn was
Spellbook
just
as
slower.
they're getting through it. You can see some of the
So
defensives are
the advantage
still
of the Devour kind of
available. I'm not
lost,
too worried about this. I think it's close-ish to what we saw.
which
from
I think they
Triple
really
Threat.
needed
are
that
gonna
timer
be
here
able
because
to finish out this boss fight right now.
while they probably will
Beeline
still
through
have
the
better
Overgrown Ancient,
damage
I felt
on this
like
upcoming
Backstairs
trash
they
pool
were
compared to
way
Triple Threat,
further apart than what
right?
we're seeing
If
right
Looney
now,
can
which
farm back
gives me
his
hope
void
for
minute
Sense
time,
Spellbook to try and catch
does
back
we do
up
have
and get
better
back in
uncapped damage on the side of Sen
overtake
Spellbook.
in the
Triple
series
Threat are
that
going
is
to
a little bit
accelerate on
looked a lot
Overgrown Ancient.
more lopsided,
The Arms
and
Warrior is going to
this
do
map
absolutely
is
work on that
looking
fight.
to be between the two of them. Make no mistake, a single death on the side of Triple Threat. and
Excuse
Sen
an
Spellbook
ability.
are back ahead here. It's
I
just
don't
a
think
couple of
the
seconds.
Warrior's
They're
Execute
splitting these
enough
two teams right
is
now.
like as much
I was
damage as
expecting
Devour.
the Unholy DK to careen to the
on
top
that
of the
boss.
meters here for Triple Threat, but the late cooldowns finally starting to see some of the potential of that class. Dan has the cooldowns on the pole for Sen Spellbook. They should be able to deal with this pack significantly faster than what we saw.
That is true. Sen Spellbook do have cooldowns on pole compared to Triple Threat that did not.
Devour plus Unholy combo is the best at. Triple Threat though.
And
on
that's
the back
Sunjob
of the
so where
Guardian
he has to write the
Druid
essay and
as
takes
well.
readers where the word
Looks
the.
like they're going to be
I
dispatching
don't, but I
this
can imagine
pack
that.
quickly enough to where the Arms Warrior
Change the
isn't that
script for the
much
next
of a
video.
detriment for them.
Okay.
I keep thinking this Devourer should have some advantage at some point in the dungeon.
I've been
but
debated too much on pre-orders,
keeps
so I'm
showing
not
me.
pre-like and sub.
Arms is insane. They're totally okay. The pack dies super quickly.
Understandable.
And the funnel damage on the Vile Lashers means they die so much more quickly. for
Warrior
Triple
go
Threat.
bonk.
Whereas since Spellbook, the
Amen.
void meta, when it runs out,
All right, Triple Threat.
Moon is
So
kinda out of
Zasky running
damage.
to pull
The
some
Army DT
trash
combo,
onto the
when
boss.
it runs out for
Now,
damage, they're
worth
kinda out
noting
of
here.
damage. The pack
Last time
doesn't end up
Triple Threat
dying
attempted
as
this
quickly
with
for
their
them.
monk,
Triple Threat already
Zatsky
in
got
combat with the
snapped
boss, and
back
they've
to the
already dealt
mobs
with the
and
RP,
died.
Zatsky also
Surely
collecting some
they
bonus
have
trash as
resolved
well
the
off
issue
on the
that
side,
came
gonna
with
have
that
more funnel for the Arms Warrior
and will
here.
not make the same
Yeah,
mistake
so he
twice.
grabbed both of those
Doobie
packs
gets
where
snapped
Sen
back.
Spellbook is only grabbing that first one that you just saw Roybin tag in. Both of her monks are going to come back the same way. They're going to be using Burnstone, but
No,
notably,
it looks
Sen
like we
Spellbook was
resolved
kinda
whatever it
just
was that
waiting for
caused that
Roybin
pull to go awry
arrive
the first
back
time.
with the group
Very nice.
Before they even engaged this boss, it might have been also RP. It was hard to see.
Arms
from
a
the POV that we
more
had here, but I
pure
think the
pad
boss was
mass
ready to
AoE
be
than
pulled,
Devour.
and they were just standing
No,
there for
no,
a
no,
couple more
Devour,
seconds to make sure she would be back
Arms
with
is
them.
does not
I've
have
seen
like
healers
very
kinda
good
just
uncapped.
teleport back, snap back to
Devour's
the boss,
way
which
better.
can happen, so that might have been one of the reasons on why they wanted to play it a little bit safe. But I think since Spellbook doesn't really have the room to play safe here, so I would really like to see them just play a little bit more on edge as they're dealing with the additional pack right now. And that will put them on the same.
So we also see on the
count
side
as
since
we see from
Spellbook,
Triple
they
Threat, I
opted to
believe,
pull in an
once both of
additional
those
trash
teams are
pool
finished with the bridge.
onto this boss.
looking at the
It's
counters
fewer
that we have
mobs
of
than
the
Triple Threat have. Triple Threat skips more at the beginning. That explains the count difference, by the way.
with this boss.
They skipped both bridge packs, I
Should
believe,
just
for their
be
first
net the
pull onto
same
Veximus.
with one final pull
whereas
going
Sen Spellbook
into
opted to play one of them
Zaragoza after
onto,
this boss, but these
that
teams
Veximus
are
pool.
close enough together to where one death could
Both
end
teams,
up
however,
being the
have,
difference. Yes, Triple Threat appear to be
safely
about 20 to
navigated
25
this trash
seconds
pull
ahead
onto
here after
Overgrown
the
Ancient.
first couple of bosses.
Very nicely done.
Again, that death plus the damage you lose from whatever cooldowns you were doing, whatever damage you had ramping, that could be the difference here. It could come down to another DPS race at the end of the dungeon on Echo of Doragosa. Triple Threat, though, starting to pull a little bit further ahead in boss damage. They were about 25% ahead at the start here. Opened that up a little bit to 30% as more Hungry Lashers spawn and start to try to burn Tifa down on the Guardian Druid. But it doesn't look like he's going to be dropping anytime
So
soon.
Swag's
even
sitting on
with
army,
no cooldowns
understandably.
available.
The
Good
boss
being
is basically
used
dead.
just to make sure they don't have an accidental tank death at the
I wonder
end.
how long he's
The
been
other
sitting on
region
that
does move
ability,
down
though,
for
because
Triple
on the
Threat.
side of Sen
They
Spellbook,
have a massive
they
pull
are
ahead
able
of
to
them
send
here.
their
Sen Spellbook
army,
just
or
now dealing
Dan
with
DK
that
is
lack of
choosing to
Hungry
send
Lashers
his
on their end as well, but they need to DPS this
army
boss down to
here
keep
towards the
close.
end of the boss. Presumably,
That's right, and you can see them now.
we'll have
set
enough
up,
time
so
to have it
Keith
come
just
back for
walking
this
ahead,
pull
making
onto
sure
the last
one of
boss
those
here.
invokers is
Now,
CC'd off to
notably,
the side. That one is
neither
going to walk
team
in later,
is
but I
at
don't
the
wanna see
liquid
any comment of, "Haha, they were
trash
missing
count for this
count in
dungeon.
Twitch chat," okay?
Both
I
teams have
told
the
you
same amount of
right
count
now,
that
there
Big
is an
Lucky had
invoker
going to this
that's
trash
gonna
pull, so they have
walk
to
in
play
late.
less
That is the missing 1%
adds
that
onto the
we're gonna be
boss.
seeing, but take a
And I
look at
believe that
this
is
as we're
4
now
Echo
into
Knights
Echo
plus an
of
Invoker.
Doragosa.
That should be
Living up
doable
to the
here
name, how many Echo Knights are we
for
getting
both teams.
onto
It is
this
still
pack?
very
I'm seeing
scary
one,
on a
I'm
plus
seeing
19
two, can I
keystone
find a
level,
third?
but
Are
much
you finding a third
less
somewhere?
scary
There is a
than what
third.
Liquid were attempting
Yeah,
earlier.
Three
there
Echo
we
Knights
are.
plus
So
an
3
Invoker.
we have.
Nice little easy pull compared to the 5 we saw earlier today with the Bloodlust.
Oh, they only have 3 Echo
available.
Knights.
It
I take that
should
back.
be easy going here. Zotzi spinning away, keeping the team topped through the arcane smash damage. Another one comes out.
Why do they only have
Everyone to
3?
half HP. The damage is the scare is not just from the smash.
I'm pretty sure they're
damage, it's
supposed to
from
have
the
4.
overlaps. You get a debuff from the boss that pops on top of that damage. You take an orb to the
They
face.
kill
while
one
dealing
early?
with smash damage. That's the kills you on this fight, but that is not going to happen.
Oh,
for
the YouTube
Triple Threat
stream
here.
is
Echo
freaking out.
Knights dispatched
Apologies.
quickly, just the Invoker left alive, and they're just going to keep it
Yeah,
alive.
on the side of
That's
Sense
funnel
Spellbook, we have
damage
4 Echo
for the
Knights.
Arms Warrior here. They were 25% ahead on the Overgrown Agent.
Triple
Look at the
Threat,
gap
I
now
don't
on
think
the
have
Echo
count.
Doragosa,
1
30%
Invoker is
ahead.
not 2%
This is the
count.
last push though for Sen Spellbook. They will start to close that gap just a little bit.
I'm
here.
pretty
And they don't
sure it's
have
not
the
2%
3 Echo
count.
Knights mix. They have 4 Echo Knights on the boss, so it's even more healing for Roybin to deal with
Guys,
on their end.
Look at the count.
That's right.
They don't have
that
count.
is a lot that they will need to
They
get
don't have
on
count.
through, but will they have the time to do that? I'm not so
They need the
sure.
4th Echo Knight. What
Triple
happened to
Threat
it?
Are marching towards that finish line, 44%, and that one Invoker that's going
This
to
is
be
crazy.
walking in any second now, chat.
The
Don't
second
worry
Invoker
about
should
it.
come in?
Here it is. The
Oh, it
Greg
did
from
come in. Okay,
Swag
okay,
is
okay.
going to
Oh.
bring it closer, make sure they don't
Whoa.
need to actually deal with any additional
I was like,
interrupts
what?
to try and get it to walk
Okay,
them
okay.
up. These guys are notably a little
That
bit
makes
slow
sense.
to get
Very nice. That would have been a
together,
tragic way to
and they are
lose this
now
map.
going to be finishing out on
But,
that
at this
Invoker,
point,
giving them the
it's,
final pound,
Triple
as
Threat are in the
well
driver's
as
seat.
on Echo of Doragosa. That final death there, really the nail in the
Should
coffin
be
for
chill in
Sen
here.
Spellbook, but hold on, Triple Threat dropping a little bit lower here. Able
Eating
to
a couple
hang
balls,
on
but it's
through,
fine, we can do that.
surviving as Echo of Doragosa drops into the 15 percentile.
It looks like it's
And it's going to be a
2-0 sweep here for Triple Threat. Just have to keep it clean in the final moments of Echo
18-10.
Doragosa.
Anybody remember what the split was
10%
from
remaining
Liquid
on the boss, and it looks
in this
like
dungeon?
they are
Wasn't it
in
18?
the
I think it was
clear
18
here.
minutes
Although
flat,
they have
if I remember
spawned
correctly.
a lot of extra orb spawners throughout the room. They kind of are in a bullet hell right now, dodging left and right to make sure nobody takes any extra damage.
Okay,
But I
literally
believe
all of you
they've
guys
done
saw
it.
that they
2%
hibernated one of
and
the
Echo of Doragosa
casters that I just completely
will go
missed.
down
That's
for Triple Threat. They're
W
halfway
casting.
to a BlizzCon spot as they move on in the upper bracket.
Triple Threat, they keep blazing through
All right.
every dungeon ahead of them.
Triple
upping
Threat with
that
the 2-0.
threat for the other teams as
Deserved.
realize that
They played
are
well.
some serious competition.
Um,
Our other finalists can't afford to underestimate them because
Very
they've
nicely
shown
done.
they can take
Not gonna
down
lie.
even veteran MDI
Warrior
players
2,
like
Demon Hunter
Sen
0.
Spellbook.
I mean,
Triple
I'm going to be
Threat
interested to
have moved
see
out the upper
how
bracket,
their
and
comp
they have
stacks up
sent
against
Sen Spellbook down to
a better
the
team.
lower.
No disrespect to
I
Sen
mean,
Spellbook,
seeing Triple Threat
but
play through this series now, Sen Spellbook, obviously, it seems like they
Sen
just
Spellbook
are
were
not quite
certainly an
locking
underdog
in the
coming into
same
this
way as some
matchup,
of our
and I don't
fastest,
think
most
they
competitive teams.
looked
But Triple Threat,
nearly as competitive
what
as some of the
kind
other teams we've seen so
strengths
far.
Are we seeing from them that's just making them such a strong contender makes?
We
I
are all
mean,
co-casters. I see.
First of all, that warrior, right? Talos was talking about it in his previous analysis segment. That warrior is doing so much for that team, and the fact that they're kind of just allowing themselves to be played around this warrior is doing a lot as well. The general just damage output from them, I think, is really high based on everything we've been seeing here. And I think their routes are also, of course, very good.
I'm not calling them bad.
Put that all together, good execution, good damage, good routes.
I mean, they're way
and a
better
perfect storm.
than my team was.
Definitely a really strong
That's a
triple
fact.
threat. And Tettles, I mean, we're taking a look at the charts now.
But
and
I mean, the
thinking
depth
back
of
on the
ability of
series,
the teams in
but
these finals
you stand
are
by that, you
is
still feel like
crazy.
that was
So
really what's making a big difference for them, alongside what Make said.
I'm going to be honest. Intuitively, I feel like Arms Warrior probably shouldn't be that good in Avatar Academy. I think the mob count, like the mob density, is just a little bit
I want to see the
higher than it is.
damage. Let me go back.
But Avatar Academy, it's kind of a dungeon of a couple of pulls.
Put that all together, good. I think their routes are also, of course, very good. Put that all together, good execution, good damage, good routes. and a perfect
So,
storm.
Wall's Life,
Together, good
similar
execution,
damage to the
good
DK.
damage, good routes. You have a perfect storm.
solid overall. I want to go back to the
Definitely a really strong triple threat. And Tettles,
damage
I mean, we're taking
from
a look at the charts now, and
seats.
They 15.
This was a seat. Oh my god. This was the warrior damage in the seat. Holy fuck. This is crazy. This is crazy. Guys, imagine finishing a dungeon with almost 400 KDPS in seat of all dungeons. What?
40 in group.
That's
The
absurd.
triple threat here is to live the triple Echo Knight
Yo,
into
Incog,
the
what up?
final boss.
The
They were
stash
able
is
to
gone, the
easily
stash is gone.
dispatch that. And this was the triple threat that we were kind of wanting to see whenever we saw them during group weekend. They were the number 2 seed coming out of the time trials. we knew that they had a lot of potential. That was the term that we used for them a lot, was potential, especially whenever you have great minds like Teef and Swag on your team. We know that there's going to be a lot of potential for them to be able to be successful. It's all about being able to get all those things working together in tandem. And I feel like for the triple threat, they are that. They are a threat for this global finals. I think that they went completely deathless, and they're looking absolutely fantastic. Wall Life, that main carry on this Arms Warrior, is Arms OP is kind of a question that I have. They're not electing to play that hero class Devour Demon Hunter, instead buffing that Battle Shout. Really an interesting decision to kind of just pick that Arms Warrior in every single dungeon we've seen so far from them.
It's great to see how they've really built this strategy and pacing out around this. And of course, all of these players coming together with this triple threat, these 3 huge teams that they've drawn talent from that are now coming together in this one new team. That, I think, experience that and also that willingness to kind of be creative and figure out how they specifically want to approach these dungeons is really impressive. But Zyro, this will settle out some of our bracket again, and we are getting a better picture of what tomorrow is going to look like. So can you give us a little bit of a rundown of where we stand currently?
Yeah, so we have this mandatory Liquid matchup tomorrow in the upper bracket, which is going to be an insane one to watch. Liquid look like they're back in form after practicing here. Triple Threat is going to be awaiting the winner of our next matchup, Dignitas versus Auntie's Angels. Should be an interesting one. I think Dignitas is favored, but that's going to be an insane matchup if we do get it. Down in the lower bracket, we have the China Finals rematch here. Interrupt versus Big Lucky to see who gets to move on in the lower bracket. And of course, we just
That's crazy.
Sin Spellbook down there.
Lower bracket
of our next matchup
is just the China Finals.
As fun as this matchup was to watch for Triple Threat, Sin Spellbook looked good too, right?
Bro, I'm actually so sad. I wanted to see Interrupt go further in the event after how well they performed against Mandatory.
Like Sin Spellbook was.
I mean, maybe
going
they
a
can
lot
beat Big
faster
Lucky,
in their
but
cup runs. They just weren't going as much faster as Triple Threat was.
I was kind of
So,
hoping
I
that
don't wanna, like,
these teams would be in
just
different
gloss
brackets
over this team
to
and
play
be
against
like,
the
oh,
NA
yeah,
teams.
They weren't that good. They looked great. They looked a lot faster. They brought extra strategies. They did the double Rift Ward and pull in the Seat of the Triumvirate. I think they're still a force to be reckoned with. They can certainly make a lower bracket run. Just unfortunate that they are.
It's so
already
much
in
better
that
than the
lower
same
bracket.
mirror comp throughout the whole
I
journey.
think that's
True.
a really good point,
True,
because you're
true.
right. They played really, really well.
Well, the fact that
And
we're
we
seeing
saw
this
some
without
direct
spec bans, I
improvements
think,
off of
is
what
a
we saw in
testament
groups, and
to
some more kind of aggressive
Blizzard
plays
tuning.
and strategies
Now, it's not
to
like
try and be
incredible
competitive,
tuning,
when
but
you're up against teams
the
that are
fact that it's
pushing
on the
themselves
same
even
comp every
further,
dungeon
I think it's really
is
gonna
a
be down to
testament
how
to the
fast they
viability
can
of different
keep
classes,
making
which
those
is pretty cool to see.
advancements and push a lot of their strats as
Pretty
they
cool to
look
see.
to make that lower bracket run. But while our teams, of course, have been playing a lot of games today, now it's time for us to play one here with all of you. We're going to be doing another couple rounds of Something Ain't Right, and we need your help figuring out what looks like it's out of place on a couple of dungeon maps. So
There should be
keep your eyes peeled.
be a rule about the same region
Stairs
battling it
have
out in
been
the first
kind
2
of a
brackets.
theme of many
Look at the
things
stairs.
that we've seen. So look at the stairs, but we've seen all sorts of stuff from mobs that aren't right. To
I don't
missing
know.
segments of
It's
the
kinda
map.
hard
So
to
let's
avoid
see here
that.
in Pit of Saron. Okay,
Something.
What's wrong with Pit?
where are the stairs?
We're missing a trash bowl here. There's a pack that's supposed to be right here.
The second
that
pack
is not
after Ick and
Garfrost,
Crick
is
is
it?
not right.
Oh.
There are there
Guys,
3
they
liches
switched
here? I don't think this
Garfrost
lich is supposed to be
Well,
here.
They switched Garfrost and Crick, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that looks
The
right.
green guy. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
There we go.
Oh,
Well,
Was
is
that
it?
it?
wow! Wow,
was
that's
fast.
Okay, we solved that.
Was
with
that a-
lightning
was that a
time.
speed
I
run?
got a 2 for a 1. Augers.
Oh my
Oh, the 2
God.
liches after second boss. That's a
Usually takes a lot
that-
longer. Okay, all right.
we've
Well,
said
we're
that in the
speedrunning
past,
in
but
chat. Hopefully you
it's just the
also
original
speedran
MDT that they
one
have.
too, 'cause that was a
So
quick
even though it's
turnaround.
wrong, it's
Now we
just
got our
like
next one,
that's not
Magister's
technically
Terrace here,
it's not what
so
they've
let's take a
intentionally
look.
swapped. It's just that their old MDT is
Okay,
old.
that one is a little bit harder because there was so much.
Alright,
crazy
Masters.
stuff in that dungeon. And there's a lot of teeny tiny mobs that are really hard to see. However,
There's
where are
no
the
last
staircases,
boss.
Guys? Look for them.
Where is the last
Good
boss?
question,
Look at
good
this.
question.
Look at the staircases.
They got rid of the last boss arena entirely.
Yeah, to get closer to the. Oh, okay. The first pole of the dungeon's
The
gone.
first pull is missing.
Oh yeah, first pull's
Oh,
gone.
there we
Yeah.
go. Okay.
Where's our check mark? Where's our check mark?
What is
Yeah, they have
this?
another
Thank
queen.
you.
This is not supposed to be here. Whatever the fuck this
They're
is.
trying to slow us down artificially.
This is supposed to be here, and then there's no
Are
last
we sure
boss.
about these stairs in the main area, guys? Are we sure?
Yeah, I was wondering.
No, those are all
I'm
there. I'm pretty
counting
I think
bosses,
they're right.
and I think we're missing one, guys. Has anybody seen?
Big
the
Lucky was seeded to
Gentress?
win versus Liquid. That's why we got China Region on the bracket now.
You know,
Yeah, I mean it's
He went out to get a little snack.
it's not like they.
We don't need him. Okay.
Okay.
If the seeds had played as they were expected to, then we wouldn't have seen a China
One
rematch
more thing
at
that
this
we're
point.
missing
But
here.
It's gonna be
Should be.
stairs.
if a team loses, like what can you do? You can't really like or like if a team doesn't. I don't think you can really like accommodate.
With the first
Oh.
losing pack.
Yeah, you lost. We'll put
The-
you in a different
the-
bracket. Like
the-
it seems kind of
You
weird.
see the bottom right image? What is that?
I don't know how
weird
bracket planning will work out though.
walkway
Maybe there's a way
area
you
at
could
the
enable
top
that.
of The bottom right image. What is that? The circle?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
the-
was wondering. That's not there,
What
is it?
No,
Is it
that's
a
definitely not
connect?
there.
Oh no, it's not. Okay.
No,
It
it's
was
not.
connected
It's
to a
not.
staircase, though.
All right, chilling. That
There
one
we
was
go.
easy.
All right, there we go. Those are our 3. Thank you all for putting your guesses in as well. We went through that one pretty quick. I feel like we've been refining our strats and our speed guessing routes as well. So, everybody, thank you for joining in. Now, of course, we have more games coming up for you as well, and we have our final series of the day. But a reminder,
It's like
not
40
the
degrees in maple
end
syrup
of our
units. It's like
broadcast
pretty
day
hot
either,
where I'm at
because
right
we have
now.
some big AWC
It's not 40
action
degrees
happening
in maple
right
syrup units,
after
but
on
it's
the
like
broadcast too. But up next, we are going to have
What's the temperature
Dignitas
right now?
versus Untees Angels. This is a big one with a powerhouse of a team matched up with a team that genuinely surprised us.
I can't make that
with
up.
how
It's like
aggressive they
19
were and
degrees.
how well
It's
they were
not
able
even
to
hot
do
at
in
all.
Kind of unexpectedly overthrowing some
It's
other
not hot in
teams
the
they were put
slightest.
against. It's going to be a very interesting one to see how these two match up. So don't go anywhere. Grab a little drink if that's what you need.
No
Go
way,
grab a
Flames. You
snack
got
with the
Teddles
Demetrius,
join
but
the
be
cord?
back here to watch the broadcast in just a few minutes.
What role did he get? All right, W. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. Brush my teeth real quick. Now I finish eating. Finish my coffee. My breath stank.
long time no see, chat. We are back with our very exciting final series of our MDI day, Dignitas versus Auntie's Angels. It's also time for another prediction poll, so be sure to get in on that in the chat as well.
Here
and
we
course,
go, ladies and gentlemen. Map 4.
This series because we have
Well,
even
Roller,
more
do you make
action
him?
coming for you today with a fun AWC
Good question.
playoff that
Don't
we'll
know.
be having right after
But
the
I
MDI.
trust you'll think of
Now,
something good.
course, Dignitas versus Auntie's Angels. This is a matchup that I think has a lot of interesting potential, but of course some really big.
I should go
teams.
swimming TBH, but I
And
hate public
Draftis,
pools here.
Dignitas
These kids be
are
annoying as
returning
fuck. I just want to chill.
and clearly beasts this season.
Yeah, when I was a kid and I
So
go to
would you
public
say
pools,
that
I
this
was
sort of
pissing in that
transition
pool
into speedrunning
all day
has
long, bro.
been just as
I
fun
was
for
a
them
I
as
was a
other
permanent
formats with
pool
TGB?
pisser as a kid.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team. So
Now, I'm
for
not
those who
anymore,
have been joining them,
but
might be like, oh, Dignitas, I didn't know
that
they
has
played
forever
well.
altered
This
the
team
way I
used
think
to be
about public
missed count.
pools,
They picked
'cause
up, they joined
I feel
Dignitas
like I would wanna
for
avoid
this
them now.
season, and they came in with a bang in their group weekend, winning fantastically.
So be
across
careful
those maps. They
around
looked like
kids in
absolutely the
public
defending
pools,
champions
'cause they're
that
probably
they
pissing.
are. But
At
like
least
you
I
said,
was.
The speedrunning format, they really improved over
All right,
the past
speaking of
2
pissing in pools,
years,
guys, we
where
have
we've mostly been
Dignitas
doing the team
versus
pushing
Auntie's
format
Angels.
rather than the
Now, I do
speedrunning
expect this to be
format.
a fairly
In their
another
group
fairly
weekend, the
one-sided
speedrunning, they
matchup. I think
looked absolutely
Dignitas
on form.
looks
They looked great
very
there. But of
competent
course, it's a
for
small sample
this
size.
event.
We get to see more of them this
But
time to see
Auntie's
whether it
Angels
is,
are one of
in
the
fact,
few
something
teams
they're
that have
as good
managed
at
to
as
pull off
that
an
keep
upset.
pushing that they
This
mastered
in
in
their
World
case, it was
Tour.
against Triple Threat in
It's
Group
true. I mean, so
B.
much of that time and practice they put
Can they
in
do it again
was
here?
with pushing
We'll have to
those
wait and see.
keys, which is a format they've said they even prefer. But their speed running has been so impressive. And on the other hand, we have Auntie's Angels who have this experience in their roster. They have
I'm wearing slides,
Divine
toes
as
out.
well, one of the longest running players
I have
in
socks
the MDI
on,
who's
but
seen
I
all
was also
these
wearing
different
slides. Yeah,
iterations
I have
of
newer
it.
slides.
But this is going to be a tough matchup for them, Makes. What can Auntie's Angels do
Lying
to
ass.
stand up
Guys,
to
I don't piss in
Dignitas?
pools anymore.
I mean, that's,
Listen, I
that's
grew out of
gonna
that
be
phase.
one tall order, right? We're gonna be starting in the Magister's Terrace out of all.
Okay,
of
so we
the
banned the
dungeons, this
Caverns
to me is
and Pit of
the
Sauron,
hardest
interestingly.
dungeon. Like they are so.
So we have
good
not
in
seen
this
Caverns-
dungeon.
We'll have not
it's
seen
gonna be
Caverns
one
today. We have
tall
not
question
seen
ahead of them that they will need to solve.
Skyreach.
I'll be very honest. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but if they do it, I mean, more power to them. That's gonna be.
If they don't
really
get to a map
impressive,
3,
right? So
we won't
I'd
have.
love
We'll
to
have
see
not
that.
have seen
That would
Windrunner.
be so cool to see them be able to pull it off.
That's
I
a
mean,
lot of
they're
dungeons
gonna
on day
jump
one that
in
we
for this
potentially
first map,
won't
and
see,
obviously as
which is
well,
interesting.
With the map bans in play, our teams are able to kind of pick some of the strategies.
I don't think I missed any. I
that
think
they
those are all of
would
them.
need here, whether it's to ban something out that'd be strong for another team, or to also.
Where's the
maybe
proof?
rule something
How
out
do
that
you
was a
know we
weakness
don't
for
piss in
them.
pools anymore?
So, Zyra,
How
do
am
you
I
think the
supposed to
map
prove
pool is
that?
overall for both of the teams?
What
seen
what
a
do you
lot of my Sarah
like? What do you
conversions
even
being banned
what are
out.
you even trying to get out of me
Possibly
asking
all
that?
of
Like,
the
oh, huh?
map series that we've seen, we haven't seen it at all today. We also saw the pit ban
Guys, the
by
prediction
Auntie's
is not
Angels
looking
here.
close, by the way.
I wonder what the reasoning behind that is. Maybe the first few polls in Mysara are just a little bit too volatile on the hierarchy level. The teams don't
The
wanna deal with
prediction
it.
is not close.
Being said, we start off with the Magister's Terrace on 19. That's going to be a fun one to watch. We already saw how crazy some of the big polls are from Mandatory earlier today. Interested to see what Dignitas' take on this dungeon is, because like you said, Megs, this looks like a dungeon that they were pretty much perfect in. Obviously, there's evolution from cup stages to global finals. What do they have in store for us? I'm curious. The Lust Timings are going to look like, what kind of comp they're going to bring in. We thought we were going to see a lot of Unholy Devourer this weekend, and we have, but we've also seen Arms Warrior. We've seen Destrolock look like the strongest AoE spec in the game. Maybe these teams have a different take on it.
It could be. Honestly, the spec variety rule in previous weekends, I think, gave us so much to just kind of consider. And it feels like two teams were kind of experimenting with what they could do and found some interesting comps themselves coming into the finals here. But everybody looking down below, clearly Dignitas is highly favored in this matchup, and we have some predictions to do ourselves.
Gotta be a
Auntie's
naked
Angels has
pool
the potential
stream.
to be able
Yeah,
to
okay.
upset, but Dignitas is a very hard
Yeah,
team
we
to do
can't,
that
what are
against.
we even
So
talking
we'll
about
start
at this
with
point?
Dratnus.
We're
What
just
do you think
saying
for
whatever we
your
want.
I do
We're
think
just saying
Dignitas
anything.
Definitely deserve the favorite status here. I'm gonna go 2-1 though in their favor here. I think Auntie's Angels can pull off the upset in one map at least.
Okay, all right, makes.
Listen, I love Auntie's Angels. I think they're a great team. I always root for them when I see them. I think they have a lot of.
Have one Auntie's believer here?
fun. There's some German players. There's a little bit of bias
Yo,
there.
To the
And
person
I'm
that
gonna
put
say
200
2
points on Auntie's Angels, there's a lot of points that you could potentially win for only investing 200.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. You can support, but also be like, hey, I think the odds are in Dignitas' favor. So, Zyro, which one are you leaning towards between our two?
Listen, Dignitas is heavily favored.
All right,
but they might have
calm
some
down,
good
chat, calm
combo.
down.
that is a little bit
Calm down,
unspoken for.
Jack. Calm down.
Today we saw Hearthjacks got picked up as a trial raider for Echo. Yarky's a raider for Liquid. How are they going to be able to clash? between the
Hearthjacks
two?
picked
The
up as
Liquid
a
versus Echo
trial
dynamic?
for
I don't think
Echo.
it's a
That's
problem.
cool.
Dignitas duo.
You know, honestly, Zyra, thank you. You've given us a whole new element to really consider in this. Yeah, I mean, maybe there will be some inner drama, some tea to be spilled. But honestly, I feel like this team has played together so well and so cohesively that I would be surprised if they let it get to them. Now, you can see our predictions down below. Let me add mine into the mix. I want to believe in Aunties. So I'm going to. You know what?
Do it.
I'm going
Ruh.
to join Dratnos.
More power to you.
I'm going to do it. 2-1. I'm going to give Aunties one map, I believe.
It's not a great
Dignitas-
sign that believing in a team means you think they're going to lose 2-1.
Yeah, I saw the little switch where where production was like,
Wow.
Rook believes in Aunties. I'm going to give the 2 to Aunties. And I was like, oh, no. Actually, Dignitas does get the 2.
I think
and I'll
Zara's
give
looking
the
good.
1 to Aunties, but
I
I
noticed
think that
Dratnos,
Dignitas can't
sh-
take a map off of them.
Trimmed his beard
And
since
I
he
think
last
that
casted.
Dignitas has just
His beard's
been
looking a
so
little more
incredibly
tidy. I feel like I
just
liked the
powerful, even
voluptuous
speedrunning.
beard
It's
they
been
had
amazing to
previously.
see. I'm so happy for them. They finally worked their way up to get that crown last
Maybe
season.
like, 'cause
and
I could
know
never
they
do
wanna
something like
hold
that.
on to it, so,
I just don't have the ability.
it's
I don't
gonna
have
be
it in
tough
me to
take
grow
them
something like
down,
that.
but it's possible. We'll see. Now, chat, you can cheer for whoever you want to, but of course,
Dude.
thinking ahead, we have the
What
series
the fuck?
ahead of us with Magistrate's Terrace at the start. But some of
Drat-
those later
that's a
maps,
crazy
how do you
rush,
think
I
they
believe.
might be trying to play this out, Dratnos, as they look at
Bro.
that here between Dignitas and Aunties
Dude.
Angels in this full series.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting as well because the spec variety rule no longer in play, which means Dignitas, they got a lot of mileage out of the Vengeance Demon Hunter in the Magister's Terrace last time they had
All right,
this. in the
19
weekend.
Magisters.
This
We saw
time
some
around, that's
interesting
not
cook
something
out
that they
of
have to contend with, but it
Mandatory
also
here,
means that all that
which ended up
value
being
they got
quite
out of
fast.
learning Magister's
I'm
Terrace with the
curious
VDH
if Dignitas
composition
or even
is
Aunties Angels
sort of
have
wasted.
come
It's
to
kind of
any
an
sort of
equalizer
similar
for Aunties
conclusion in their
Angels
own
here,
preparation
unless
for this
Dignitas
event,
decide
right?
to use it
Interrupts
again,
did
but it was
not
like, no, they're not.
find
They're over
these
to that bear.
the faster timer here when they went up against Mandatory. They just did their default kind of MDI route in here, which is very dangerous on a 19 and managed to do it correctly, but it was slow. So how are these two teams going to do? And Dignitas playing a Havoc Demon Hunter. Holy spec variety. Are you kidding me? Havoc?
Mandatory first
What?
start of the dungeon in order to get past the
Yo.
wall, to get to the rest of the dungeon, to get to that Pyromancer.
No
First
way
boss
we're
we
seeing a
received,
Havoc
but
Demon Hunter.
Question after seeing the routing from Mandatory earlier today. Where
That
is
is
that
crazy,
Are
dude.
they
That's
gonna use it
crazy.
on Arcanatron Custos? Are they going to go for boss damage? Or are they going to save it for the hallway pull just to live through that runic glaive damage?
Yeah, a lot of different options here for that Bloodlust. I really
All
liked
right. I mean,
holding
I
it
would have
for
said,
later in
okay,
the dungeon, but
the
it
advantage of
feels
Havoc
so
is that they're
counterintuitive,
faster in
so
this
unnatural
first area of the
to
dungeon.
Hold it on Custos, right?
Except
Custos, it's a big pull. It's a
they're
boss,
slower out of the
and
first
you have
pull
a damage
somehow.
amp
So,
from those worms.
not really sure how that
really,
worked.
The confluence of factors making it almost impossible to avoid the lure, the temptation of pressing. The
That's
Bloodlust.
great.
I think a
I'm-
lot of
I'm
teams will
shocked
not
that you
have
played
planned,
Havoc here.
For a
Do you
later
really think
Bloodlust
Havoc
in
is
this
better
dungeon. We'll see,
than
though,
Devour?
If Dignitas or Aunties Angels have found that strategy. And also,
I think
it
it's
is
really
worth
cool they're breaking out
using.
the Havoc,
As of right
but
now,
I expected them to
both
get a
teams
much
working
bigger
on
lead
the
off that
required
first pull,
trash to get
which they
into that
haven't
main
managed to
part of the
do.
dungeon. The
So now
Pyromancer,
I don't know how I feel about the
Pyromancer,
Havoc.
marked with an X for Aunties Angels and marked with a skull for Dignitas, is the primary target here. As soon as that goes down, they will be able to progress further into the dungeon. Unfortunately, gets a shield.
So the nice
for
thing about
Dignitas.
Havoc is that
quickly
being a 2-minute
removed,
class, you
though,
should have
and they
you'll have
are
your
gonna be
2-minute
able to get to
cooldown
that
come
Pyromancer.
back
Couple
for
of
the
seconds
boss
later,
pull
it's
that they'll
gonna
be
go down
doing,
for Aunties
and I
Angels as
expect
well.
Havoc will send inside of cooldowns.
Second that Pyromancer
And they're
is
also
down,
just
they start
immediately
to
leaving
charge
to
on
go
ahead
to
towards
the
Arcanatron Custos.
first
Are we
boss
gonna be
here.
grabbing
Now,
any extra trash
I'm
in this
kind of
first
interested to see how these
have been
mobs
skipping
chain
past
in
through here.
behind
It's not noted that any of
Dignitas,
the mobs will look like
because
Dignitas has gathered a few extra enforcers together
if
for
you
this
run too
pull.
far away, they will
Everything being
reset.
gathered
But I
up
guess
now on top of the first boss, a few mobs
they're
off to the
confident
side
they
of
can
the
do it without
Bloodlust
it.
is
But here we
being
go.
expended
All
here for them.
cooldowns,
Is that gonna be the
Bloodlust,
same
Meta,
for Aunties
Army,
Angels
all
on
out
their
on the side of
side? Same
Dignitas.
trash
Aunties
being
Angels
pulled
all
into
setting
the
up a
boss.
similar
Where's the
pull.
Bloodlust?
We
Is
see
it
all
gonna
the
be
walls
up
coming
here?
out here.
It looks like it's a no
Darkness
from them. They're
and
holding on to
walls,
it, Dragon.
and their health bars are still
Yeah,
ping-ponging
Lust
around.
getting held by
Our Unholy
Aunties
Decay is at
Angels. This is gonna be
2.7
really
million
interesting.
DPS.
So what we expect to
What
happen
the
now
hell?
is Dignitas should
Havoc's
take the
doing
lead
a lot
on
of
the
damage in its own
boss's
right.
death,
Our
right?
Bear
They
Druid
are
is over
using
a
that
million
extra
DPS
massive
right now.
resource of the
What is
Bloodlust
even happening?
on this
Their
pull.
boss is at
But
45%.
Aunties Angels will have 2 more Bloodlusts in
Huh?
the dungeon, where Dignitas will only have
Where did this
one.
damage come
Are
from?
they going to be able to leverage that for enough
What the
value
fuck?
to justify the advantage they are
What?
giving over to Dignitas right now?
This is
It's a huge
absurd.
question. I feel like with this
I-
much
this
of
is
a
crazy
lead,
boss damage.
I'd rather be Dignitas.
What the?
It's a
I didn't even.
huge amount
Where?
of extra boss
What?
damage that they've done.
How are they
These
doing so
Angels
much
still
damage?
Grabbing extra bright scale worms as well.
Like they don't even have a prow damage
Boss
spec.
damage push is absolutely insane for them. We saw Yarki.
How does that even make
nearing
sense?
the 3 million mark during the burst there with all of
What
the
is
damage
happening?
from the worms plus.
Bro, I
all of the
swear
fog
on my life,
into
I
the
had to check the VOD,
for them.
but the other teams in this match series
Damage to the boss, but the late Bloodlust here from
were
Monty
not
is actually
anywhere
being
close
rather
to
than
as
being saved
damaging
from all.
as
So I guess they
Dignitas
were
was.
trying to get a perfect usage of it for boss damage,
Oh.
but it ends up just being late and not ideal for
So-
them whatsoever.
They're
Wait, that's
using
weird.
it to pull this side.
Onto's
trash
Angels
pack. You can see
Lust
for Dignitas,
later.
that pack is unengaged, right, over to the side there. Whereas
And they
Onto's
also have
Angels
way
are
less
pulled
count here, but they're
into
playing
this.
some of this
But
count
if you look at the
now.
enemy forces count, Dignitas actually still have the lead on that front.
I
Even
mean,
after all
this
this
is
trash
absurd.
dies, they will still have the lead.
This is
So Onto's
absurd,
Angels
bro.
Skipped some more trash earlier, saved the Lust until their second round of cooldowns and used it to pull this extra trash pack, but they're going to end up taking longer and still getting less enemy forces count than Dignitas.
All right,
on
so
the first
on the
boss
side of
board here.
mandatory,
So certainly
they opted to
an
have Lust for
advantage
this pool that Dignitas is on right now.
Did you see what Dignitas did here? at
So
the
I do
start?
expect
They
this pool to
skipped
last
past
a little bit
that
longer
first
for
Spellbreaker.
Dignitas.
They double CC'd the Enforcers. Kira pulled the Spellbreaker to the side. Everyone ran through. Kira Wernstone to
Interesting.
the group, Shadow melted off that Spellbreaker, and then they ran through. That way, they're only dealing with
Wait,
the two
they're
of them in
doing
this
with
pack,
one
rather than the
less
three. That's a lot fewer
Spellbreaker.
runic glaive
That
buffs
is
that they
very
have to deal with.
smart.
They've also CC'd the healers in the back, so they don't have to worry about too much AoE damage and interrupts on
That's
this pull.
very smart.
This is why they felt comfortable using the Bloodlust on Arcanatron. Now, they do have a lot less trash count because of that.
Wait, is this
Angels can
Eldrachi?
go for a bigger pull and potentially
Is
catch
that
up just
why?
a little bit here, but Dignitas, very smart play from them.
Yeah,
No way.
definitely a
He's
smart
playing
play
Eldrachi?
from Dignitas. A
What?
cleverly executed movement through there. You
I'm
can see
checking, I'm
Onto's
checking.
Angels also employing some crowd control here, but they are going to be fighting all of that trash at some point or other here. It looks like, and we have our first death of the series. It is Divine
Dyson
going
going down. That's
to the
really scary in this
Enforcer
pool.
Auto attack there.
We also
Threat,
get cheat
a
from our dragon.
Very common issue for this composition on the healer in particular. The Mistweaver dealing a lot of damage and healing, both of which contribute to threat, while the Bear's threat is contingent on targets getting hit by those thrashes, which they don't always hit everything with those first few thrashes, leading to Divine going down.
Oh
for
my
Auntie's
God,
Angels.
he is
That
playing
15
Eldrachi.
further seconds that they are down, plus that battle res, something
I'll
they
show you
won't
guys
have
after
available
Auntie's Angel. Oh,
for the
Auntie's
next
Angels!
5 minutes.
They go down!
And Zyro,
Two deaths!
bad turns
You
into
you
worse
have
for
to
Auntie's
release.
Angels.
You don't have Beerus.
I was gonna call out for it, but you were in the flow. I didn't want to cut you off.
This
These
is
worms are
terrifying.
dragged in
I
so
was gonna
late
say,
for Auntie's
I'll
Angels.
show you guys
As
after
those
this pool
worms
finishes
start to
because
die,
he also go down, and it's over for Auntie's Angels.
They had the AMC
They cannot
down to
recover.
try to
That
counteract
pool
it,
is
but
so
it was
difficult. I was gonna be like,
early.
I'll show you as soon as this
Ran
pool
out and the
finishes.
worms
They
exploded,
have managed to
killed
keep it
off
alive,
to
but we're
the
chain dying. We're fucking running it down in the season 1 finals. Oh my God.
They're gonna try to salvage.
We're
it.
fucking
It's
running
already
it
cost
down
them
mid,
so
baby.
much in terms of
Release
death time,
and
but the
throw
pack is
yourself
still
into the
alive.
pool.
It wouldn't
8 deaths.
surprise me if they ended
And
up costing
counting.
them
Oh
more
my
deaths here,
God.
and they keep running up the timer here. 8 deaths is equivalent to 2 minutes of death timers. Meanwhile, Dignitas are just happily.
It looks like they
upping
are
away
going to
Serenal Sunrise.
stabilize.
They've got a couple of healers on top
Luckily,
of the boss as well.
dude, look at the
They're
shield on this
low life right
enforcer.
now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be a great advantage for Dignitas, right?
But
You
yeah,
can see at the
I
bottom
mean,
of the screen,
we're watching
they already
Dignitas from this point out.
gained,
So,
3/4
okay,
of a minute
they
on
also
that
mentioned
first
this, which I
boss
missed
split.
because I was too
Now
busy
they've gained a huge chunk of
gawking
time, right?
at the
2
damage
minutes
that
of death
Dignitas did on the first
timers.
boss.
Another
They
death
opted to
coming in here,
skip
and this, oh my goodness, Zyro, this is a catastrophe for Auntie's Angels.
The
I mean,
first
it's the worst mobs
Spellbreaker.
left alive. Each of these rune
Oh my God,
Spellbreakers
Auntie's
does
Angels.
so much damage. Each of these
Dignitas opted to
glaives
skip
do
the
a
first
ridiculous
Spellbreaker
amount of damage to
for
the
the
group.
going
And they're
after
just
this
out of cooldown.
the first
Look at
boss,
Divinefield.
which
He's
I really like.
completely
One, because
tapped
it's a
on
really
mana.
dangerous pool,
Somebody
as we're
gets
seeing
that
out of
big
Auntie's
buff,
Angels
but they
here.
don't have a
But
personal
two,
up.
without the
There's nothing
bloodlust that
that he has
Mandatory had,
available for them.
it's just a really
Some mana
long
team now
pool.
just to
So
try
having to
to
deal with
regen
one
some
less
mana
of
so
those
they can top his
Spellbreakers
team off there, as
just helps you
unfortunately
speed up
one of
that
those
pool.
debuffs goes
So those
on
things
the
have
tower,
so
and
much
Hunter
health.
who can heal himself for just a little while.
And honestly, it obviously
Man,
makes the
this has
pool
just gone
a
from
lot
bad
less
to worse
scary,
here for
easier to
Auntie's
deal
Angels,
with,
now up to
more
11
consistent. So.
deaths here, 2 minutes 45 seconds of death timer. Now an entire boss HP.
But
bar
guys, look at this,
behind
look at
as
this.
Well. They're probably
These are the
somewhere in
talents
realm
of
4 to 4.5 minutes
Hurtjacks.
behind in order for them to come back. into the
Aldrachi.
Dungeons
That is
tournament.
crazy.
Something
What?
of a similar catastrophic.
That
nature to
explains
happen.
why their boss died so
Yeah,
fast.
this is going.
Oh
this-
my God.
This lead is not insurmountable.
This is absurd.
But it is.
There's
getting
no
pretty
way we're
close
getting
here.
Eldrachi.
Dignitas
I don't even
gonna
see.
be activating
I've not
that
played with a
Spatial
single
Paradox. We're
Eldrachi
actually
Demon Hunter
gonna be
in a
sleepwalking
pug
from long
key
range.
this season
One of those
ever.
shredders. This is
Ever,
pretty
bro.
cool,
That's
though.
crazy.
That shredder, because of the
Okay.
extra range on that Spatial Paradox, is now going to be walking all the way.
And we're
towards
seeing
where
it
the
bust
group
out
is
in the
and
Season
bang.
1
That's
finals?
plus
Are you
one
kidding
extra
me?
mob that they're able to pull. It's not linked to those other mobs over on the side
Dude,
there.
this just goes
So
to
some
show that,
bonus
like,
count for Dignitas, the
you
team
really
formerly
don't
known
know
as
what the
Miscount,
best
interested in
specs
that
are, man.
never happening
You don't know.
again, grabbing that extra
Not
dash,
until you see people
making
play
sure
at
that they
this
will be
caliber,
all
at this
sorted on
level.
that front.
That is
It's a little
crazy.
weird if we got to Digentrius and they had one single mob left behind. Not going to happen for them with that extra shredder, but we are into the Gemolist pull. The final massive pull of the dungeon for the team here. Tons of AoE damage to look out for. Consuming Shadows being channeled by
But here
one
we
of
go.
the Void
Big
Callers.
pull out of Dignitas.
Encountered
Very
by
scary. Lots
Personals,
could go
split up
wrong.
across
Any of
the
these
board
Void
by the
Terrors
team
go
on
off,
top of
and
an
it
AMC
might
as well.
spell a
Ruins
disaster,
going
and
out,
Honest Angels
interrupted by the
key
team.
back
Individual
into being
interrupted
competitive
there.
in this
No
dungeon.
ADC available. That's going to be used on the next pull here. Have to keep an eye on the
Here's the
health bar
next
of Kira
Consuming
now.
Shadows going out.
As
We
the
have
Conquerors
walls
run out,
popped.
Skin running out as well too. Just the 2 charges of Survival Instincts left for him. When
It
are those
looks
gonna be
like we
popped? When
are-
those gonna be used? Saving it for the
We did
perfect
kill off
moment.
one of the Void.
Oh,
Kira's
he's
going
being
really low.
brought down incredibly low by the Devouring Strike.
We kill off
Still
one of the Void
holding
Callers
on
here. I
to
think
the
we're
SI
chilling.
charges.
Wow, that is incredibly disciplined from Kira. Incredible knowledge.
Not gonna lie,
of
I
how
wasn't paying attention.
dangerous
I
the
think they may have
situation
also
is,
skipped
but able to still hold on
the
to those
ver-
SI
the Void
charges.
Caller?
And Zyra, something else that's
they
going
skip
on
it?
here for this Dignitas run that may take a little while to notice due to
I was
some
too busy
similarities in
Yappuccinoing,
say, the icons.
so I don't actually know if they skipped it or not.
Demon Hunter is not a Devourer Demon Hunter. Heartjax is playing Havoc, not only playing Havoc, playing Aldrachi Havoc here.
So Dana's just pulling an
on
extra Tyrant in
Dignitas
as well.
So for those who don't know, most of this season, Havoc Demon Hunters, when they've been played, have typically played Felscarred. It's a little bit
We've seen
more
shots videos on
overall damage.
Aldrachi. The boss damage on
Aldrachi,
Overgrown Ancient
though,
is
has
fucking
received
crazy.
a string of
I
buffs
haven't,
recently,
but I mean,
and
I believe it,
features
clearly.
Really impressive funnel damage, priority damage to a single target that is surrounded by other targets that you can cleave
Reroll
that
screen?
wounded
Oh, yeah,
quarry
good comp.
damage off of. This was something that was a huge feature of the Aldrachi Havoc builds back in War Within, and it is once again a huge feature right now during the current patch for Dignitas. So Hearthjax doing a lot of DPS, in fact, doing top damage right now, but doing an especially large amount of damage to that primary target as a result of this build.
I'll be interested to see the
Now,
overall damage
does
in the
this-
key.
does
I don't
this
think
suffer
Heartjax
on mass
will be
AoE
doing
at
very
all?
much
Does it
So-
lose out on potential max damage?
overall,
If you're
but I
doing
guess their
mass
prio
AoE
is
and
phenomenal.
there isn't a target that you want to die before everything else, or a target that has more health than everything else, yeah, you'd rather be playing Felscarred for sure, especially inside that burst window where, you know, those first 10, 15 seconds, you've got all those huge Demon Surge explosions, really impressive damage that other build can put out. But as long as there is a target that is the prio damage, each extra target is just more wounded quarry damage onto that main target. So the situation where you like big
Hunter
AoE
Sherlock's and
is definitely still
Aldrachi
most of the
Havocs, they don't know how to
goals
fucking
in a
spec
dungeon
next
like
week.
this, right? You always have, you know, a Tyrant, a Void Caller, a boss that does want to be getting that primary damage.
I mean, I'm
mean, it's a
curious to see the
similar
damage in the
concept to
dungeon, but
Jarvan's
my
where
I don't.
solid of triple threat, right? That's
I
another
assume
class that
Aldrachi's
has
overall isn't going to be that
full priority
compelling.
Available to it. They're using it from the Havoc Demon Hunter.
So you have
as
to
well.
really
I
want
mean, it's a
cryo
straight
damage
off
is my
of boss
guess.
fight as well, right? You're choosing a magic
Which maybe you
damage
will.
taken debuff on the enemies versus a battle shout. So interesting
Onto
variation here
Angels,
from
on their
Dignitas.
side, we
We'll have to
see
see
the
how
more
that plays out for them
standard
in the overall
Master's
game.
Tears
For the
route,
time being, though, they are
where they double
significantly
Void Caller
far
pull
ahead in
here.
dungeon progression. Not to mention also the death timers that we've covered from Auntie's Angels. Auntie's Angels trying to keep it close though, going for the Gemolist pull on their own as well. Looks like everything is going clean for them here as well.
They are able to pull it
Yogg still has
off.
A couple of cooldowns available for him. There's the Barskin being used on himself right now just to make sure that he's able to.
Dude, I'll say,
sleep
like,
this
that is
damage,
the-
has
I
SI
mean,
in the back pocket as well.
If you
he
guys
needs
are
to
wondering what the
use it,
difference
Devouring
is between
Strike
like
goes
some of the
out.
best
Quickly
teams in this
off
tournament,
by Divine Field
teams that are
as
competing to
well. Looks like
qualify
they're
for
through that
BlizzCon
pull.
and like win this
All
season
eyes
one
now are on
finals,
Dignitas. It is
you
their
see it in
dungeon
this
to
Master's
win as
Terrace,
they
right? The
charge
difference
up
is
forward to Gentrius.
you have some teams that have
Yeah, Dignitas
practiced
already
and
making their way up
been
this
content with the
spiral
routes
ramp.
that were
It's gonna be
discovered out of the
one
group
more
stages
big pull
and are
for
playing for
Dignitas.
those
This is the last opportunity
in the season one
for
finals.
Auntie's Angels
And you
to
have some
stage a
groups like
comeback. It's
Mandatory,
going to
some groups
involve
like
something
Dignitas
going wrong
that have
for
cooked up
Dignitas
their
on this
own
very field, but
faster
there are a lot of
variants
ways that can happen.
and are now
The way that they're
only pulling them
navigating
out for the
around
first
the
time.
edges here as well, very important to avoid.
These are
getting
strategies
caught
that-
out with
that
the
they
devouring
themselves have
tyrant
managed
that
to
is down
discover.
below. Looks like
I
that
mean, it's
first
incredible.
check has succeeded. Verb once again going to be using Spatial Paradox plus Sleepwalk to be grabbing an extra Hollow Soul Shredder from the other side over there. And we have that Void Terror casting and quickly interrupted by
So Dignitas,
Verb there. Meanwhile, Dignitas gathering the rest
opting
of the
to
trash,
play a
and I
little bit more
suspect that these two
trashier
charges of
than
survival
Mandatory
instincts
did.
that Kira has been holding
They
on
have
to will
basically
be
this
committed
entire
on
upper
this
section
pull
plus the
once
two
that
mini-boss
Incarnation
mobs.
falls off.
Now, I
Maybe.
think with this,
You never
so they
know.
need
I mean, they
the
have
additional
bloodlust
count.
available for this pull,
I
and
think
they're
what they're
just
gonna do
opting not
here
to use it. They said,
is kill
"We
the
don't
Void
care.
Caller and go to the
No
boss.
safety whatsoever. We're
That
using
would
for
probably be
boss damage
the
later on."
fastest
Kira
thing they
still
could do
has not pressed an
if
SI
they can
charge,
survive, of
opting for
course.
the bark instead,
And here
still
the
holding on to
Eldrachi is
the
really
SI.
good if that's
And
the
it
goal,
looks
right?
like-
Kill the
I
Void
mean,
Caller and
the
leave.
Havoc is
Eldrachi's
a
owning.
little bit behind the Unholy in
The
AoE
Void Caller
damage, but like
is
you said,
dead.
he's just
Do they
focusing
leave? That is
down
the
on
question.
important targets here. Trying
Verb
to get
dropping
those
really low.
terrors down, trying to get those tyrants down. It looks
Manages to
like it's
live.
working out well for him.
Yeah, it looks like it is going very well indeed
We're
for Dignitas, as it
going
looks like they're just gonna be
now?
walking up
Now we
these
leave.
front
Yeah.
steps as well.
So,
They
this
should
is
be
great
able
for the
to get into
Eldrachi.
boss
Look at all this
combat
funnel onto the
fairly
boss.
soon. There are still a bunch of enemies.
I mean,
alive,
I
but
get
much
it
of the
now. I
danger
I see
has
why
been
they're playing the
taken care of.
Eldrachi. Like,
Devouring
there's
Tyrant
clearly
putting those decroding
a lot of
strikes
value.
onto
First
tank,
boss of the dungeon.
A huge problem for Kira.
Last boss of the
but
dungeon.
The Barkskin is there to help
certain
cover it.
trash
We have
cool
two more
pulls where you just
charges of
want to
survival
kill specific
instincts that
targets,
both
right? The
can
Void
get
Caller.
used on these later decroding strikes
It makes sense.
while in combat with the boss here, or we can just hold on to them for the next dungeon. You know,
Does Dignitas
Sometimes the
know
best
they're
thing to
way
do
ahead?
with
Finally
instincts is
pressed
to
it.
never need to use it, but there we go, finally pressed by Kira. Is an
You
SI
can if you
charge.
just look at like the
I was
you can look at
wondering,
the
does he have that
Warcraft
key
stream
found? I don't think I've seen him
and
press it for the
see
past
that the other
5
team is
minutes.
like
He's been on
behind,
2 charges
but
ever
the
since
broadcast I
Journalist
believe is a
Bowl.
minute delayed.
Finally pressing
So,
one here as we pull the trash on top.
You know,
of
you
the
have to be
box.
like
He's
really
fine,
far
we'll
ahead
take
to
the damage
probably know for
reduction.
sure.
Whatever. In the bloodlust,
But in their
on
case,
the
they
boss,
definitely
the
are.
funnel damage is there for
I
the
don't know
Havoc
if that's
team and
strategy
Hunter.
there, so like
Look at the
actively
damage,
look
most of
at their
that being
team
done to
at the
Degentrius.
broadcast and see where the other team's at. I think some teams
Dignitas
monitor
looking
it, some
so
teams
good
don't.
Here. I mean, they're going to be killing this boss. Auntie's Angels are not that far behind, especially considering the 11 deaths that they had, right? Their route is not dramatically slower. I do think it is a little bit slower. The execution gap, though, is a chasm here in map 1. I mean, this is a 0-death, flawless run out of Dignitas. The timer
I think Auntie's
is
Angels attempted
immaculate for them as
four
well.
Glaive
The
mobs.
strategy
I don't
with
believe
that
they skipped
Havoc
one.
Hunter as well, working out so nicely for them. Whereas Auntie's Angels, things were going well until they weren't. Those 11 deaths all accumulated after the first boss.
All right, all good. Hey,
really catastrophic.
if you're
for
Auntie's
them.
Angels here, shake it
think one
off.
of the interesting
Listen, it
lines
is
of
a
comparison that
BO3.
we're going to
We
have
got
after
2 more
this
opportunities
dungeon
here
as
to
well is
take the
compare
series.
Dignitas's run
We can
to the
afford
struggle
one
that we
hiccup.
saw in this dungeon
Just gotta
from
lock it in for the last 2 maps.
Mandatory when they completed this dungeon. It was a 1608 deathless run. Dignitas look like they are on pace. to
Mandatory
potentially
1608.
beat that here. They've got the
Dignitas
Metamorphosis
does seem to be
available,
faster.
active on
We have
hard
Army
attacks
coming up here in
bursting the
15
boss
seconds.
down.
Yeah, we will definitely be
Darky will
faster.
have his cooldowns up in a few moments here. Can they
Hurtjax,
go
I can never
faster than
tell if it's a
Mandatory?
Void meta or if it's
Is
I
this
beam.
gonna be a team to watch?
Because that
Are
the
these
void
gonna
the
be
meta
potential
option always lights up
back-to-back
even when you're in I
API
beam.
champions on the side of Dignitas?
Looks like it is his meta right
Still
now.
have a couple of days of competition left.
Considering how long
Give
it's
a little
lasted.
bit of a preview here. Are they faster than probably their biggest competition this weekend in Mandatory? It's going to be very, very close as Degentrius drops below 10% HP.
Yeah, Degentrius just
Yeah,
getting
Dignitas putting up a
absolutely
faster
melted
time
here
than
by
Mandatory.
Dignitas.
Very,
This damage
very
is
impressive
so
them.
impressive
This
out of
was
them.
the team
The
I
final
predicted
soak of
to
the
win
fight
the
gonna be
entire
coming in here
tournament.
Right around the 16-minute mark.
So we do like to see
clock
that.
is going to stop for Dignitas.
15:59. Wow.
Dignitas have stopped the clock. and
Wow,
they
wow,
have
wow.
taken the first map. We knew they were going to come out strong here at the
I
opening.
gotta see the
They've been
damage here.
strong this whole season.
I gotta
but
see the
seeing
damage
them
meters.
in such top form here for the season 1 finals is still
How
just
much
as
did the
exciting.
Havoc
Now,
do? Or
we
how much did the Havoc do
bit of a mess
overall?
a little bit over on the
Surely it's
side
not that
there,
much, right?
Of their competition.
It's just the power damage they're
and
playing
those
for,
deaths, well,
right?
It's something that definitely played a role. I think we can focus a little bit more on Dignitas's run overall. I'm curious.
Okay,
Zyra, did it look like
my
they were
reaction
sticking
is
close
in
to what we saw
response to the
groups, or were there
DK's
any
damage.
evolutions to their strategy?
Oh my fucking god.
I feel like
What is
the
this?
full routing in the middle section. Of
What
the
is
dungeon,
this?
Skipping past the extra spellbreaker, that was definitely different. They pulled more enforcers into the first boss as well. Other
I
than
mean, yeah,
that,
so
it was
they
pretty similar routing.
the
They're just
Warlock
kind of
or
figuring out
rather
ways
the
to
Havoc
skip mobs that
took the
take a
overall
little more
damage
damage
loss
because we're on this super
and gave it to the DK, and the
I see.
DK fucking
I mean,
carried.
Auntie's Angels, they had those
so that the
stats.
Havoc
We see
could do
something that seemed
prio.
Pretty similar.
That's
overall
crazy.
From the run here with Dignitas, but what were
Crazy.
your kind of observations and summary of this?
All right, I want to
map?
go back. I want to see.
In the second.
And clear
Um,
impressive view.
Did they double Void Caller?
Dignitas, a cleverly executed movement through there.
Actually, I want to see the skip too.
Advantage for Dignitas. Skipped some more trash earlier at front, even after all this
So
trash
her,
dies.
it looks
they will
like
still
here,
have the
Kira,
lead. So Monty's
we Fear Sigil, pull the
skipped some
Spellbreaker to
more
the
trash
side,
earlier,
over to the wall,
saved the Lust until their second round of cooldowns and used it to pull
Wormstone
this
meld,
extra
and then
trash
go.
back.
I see, and he does that while they set
But
up the
they're gonna
CC.
end up taking
That's
Locked,
smart.
so
Then after the boss, what do we pull here? Honestly, boss image is the first boss. They actually might
They
show
are-
it.
Another
I'll go
death
back to live
coming
here in a second.
this- oh my
Each of these boss 8 behind.
goes here. Dignitas lead is not insurmountable, but it is this lead is not insurmountable, but it is getting pretty close.
What is
here.
happening?
Dignitas going to be activating that spatial paradox, and Verb actually going to be sleepwalking from long range. One of those shredders. This is pretty cool, Zyro. That shredder,
Whoa, look at that
because of the
sleepwalk.
extra range on that spatial paradox, is now going
That's
to be
cool.
walking all the way towards where the group is, and bang, that's +1 extra mob that they're
So they do skip the void Caller here.
able to pull.
Interesting.
It's
I don't know
not
how they
linked
did
to
it,
those
but
other mobs over on the side
neat.
there. So some bonus
Cool to see this, where most
Okay,
of the
let me-
people wouldn't even think about bringing the Eldrachi. We saw Hearthjax to say, yep, actually this makes a lot of sense here. I'm still going to be benefiting of the long, prolonged buffed
You
up
sure on display
Ivy
points
from
spellbreakers?
the tier
Actually,
stats as well.
I'm not.
And
I
also
assume they
getting
did.
a little bit
I thought they
more
did,
variety
but I don't know
in
for
my
sure. I didn't
damage
check.
patterns. I'm not as reliant on that metamorphosis, and instead I'm just going to be throwing a lot of glaze and get my funnel damage that way, which is really, really cool from them here in this Magister's Terrace.
I love getting to see these teams again kind of bring these picks out. They're like, this is strong, we know how to play into the strengths, and we're going to do it. We saw that even in our past series, and now here to see it as well, I think is really exciting with Dignitas and their play. But Seed of the Triumvirate is up
I'll have to go
next,
back.
and while this isn't one of our highest keystone levels,
I can check later.
it is
I don't wanna
something
check right
that
now. They'll
still
probably
can
start
provide
next
a real
maps here soon.
challenge for these teams. Now, of course, if Dignitas takes this one,
I just got home. Has it
it's
been
over.
meta
Anti's
comp both
Angels are
teams every
getting sent
dungeon?
down to the lower
No,
bracket.
no,
But Anti's
certainly
Angels
not.
have an opportunity here to even out
The
the
tank and
scoreboard. So
healer and
obviously they need
Og
to
have been
avoid
consistent
deaths,
every dungeon,
but Dratnos, I mean,
but the DPS
Seed of the
comps
Triumvirate,
have
what are some
been.
things that we've seen from the teams and how
We've
can
seen
these teams
Devoured
choose to
Unholy
approach
Decay.
this dungeon?
Of
Yeah, this
course,
is a dungeon
we've
where
seen
we saw a
Destrolock,
lot of Prot Warrior over
Frost
the last
DK,
few group play weekends.
Havoc,
That's
Demon
a big
Hunter.
question mark for me is in a world without the
Arms
Spec Variety
Warrior.
rule, do you still play the
I think that's
Protection
everything.
Warrior in this dungeon?
So,
the spell
we've
reflect
seen
is huge damage on that third boss.
6 different
It
DPS.
is an incredible time saver, but if you're not getting that benefit,
What the fuck is
of
Destro
then
good for?
shuffling around the Spec Variety
Apparently
rule
it's
nicely for the rest of the
goated
series,
for
is it
just
still
uncapped
worth
AoE.
doing? That is my
Like it's
question.
just insane.
I mean, I'll pass the question directly on to Makes. Makes,
Like
do you
even
think
more
it's
than
worth doing?
DK.
I think so. I think it's still worth doing.
Okay.
I would hope so.
Well, our teams are gonna.
All right,
either
about to
prove
start,
this right or
see
wrong,
here, I'm gonna
or
grab some
see if
water
it
real
is
quick.
Worth doing, or at least if they thought it is, or would be. Here between Dignitas and Auntie's Angels, this is the second map of our series here. Now, Dignitas, they have the lead and the advantage, and like we've been saying, if you can push through this upper bracket, if you can take 2 series in it, you have
So
that
seeing
path
as
to BlizzCon
both
open to you.
both
Now, it
teams in the
doesn't
previous
mean that
seat
you
double
can't
pulled
still
the
win if you can push through this upper
Void
bracket.
Wardens in this
If you can
dungeon,
take 2
I
series in it,
expect
you have that path to BlizzCon
double Warden to be
open
implemented
you. Now, it doesn't
certainly
mean that
by
you can't
Dignitas,
still
most likely by
reach it
Auntie's
if
Angels
you're
as well.
down below,
I wonder if
or even become our
Dignitas
Season 1 champions if
go
you do that
even
lower
further with
bracket
it.
sweep.
Like,
But
you
that
could, in
means it's gonna be
theory,
a lot harder. Auntie's Angels
you
want
could.
to
There are
avoid getting
4
sent down to that
wardens,
lower bracket
so you
if
could
they
double
can, but
warden
Dignitas
twice.
are a force to be reckoned
I don't know
with
how
and
you would do
are
that, but
reigning champions.
there's a
So can
possibility.
they continue
Imagine.
this reign and move onwards? It's definitely going to be exciting to see as we come into our second game here, Dratnos.
All right, here we go.
Alrighty, right off the bat, we can see the Warriors. It is still present, but it's not.
Auntie's
the same
Angel
kind of warrior
on the
that we
arms.
saw over
We-
the group play weekends.
You know,
It
from
is
Triple
the
Threat, we
Arms
liked the way the
Warrior
Arms
from
Warrior looked.
Auntie's
And
Angels
Hurtjax
there.
on the Havoc
Huge
Demon
amounts
Hunter
of
once
that
more.
priority
Havoc
damage.
is better than
The Arms
Devour?
Warrior, though,
Hello?
comes with a promise, right? You invite an Arms Warrior to your group, and you promise them that you are going to pull.
Is it
trash
Eldrachi
onto
again?
Every single boss.
It has to be Eldrachi, right? You would be doing more uncapped if you were.
Yeah, and we also
Fellsguard.
see Jack still on the Havoc Demon Hunter. The
Dude.
being used to have max uptime at the start of the
What is
game here,
this?
so both teams able to spawn the
Oh
boss.
my
within just a
god!
couple
I can't get
seconds
over the
of
fact
each
that we're seeing a
other.
fucking
That spell
Eldrazi, bro.
reflect damage on the third
In-
boss is
in
going to
multiple
be a
dungeons.
massive boon for Auntie's
Over,
Angels,
like,
they
the
can
meta
really
comps of the
make
game.
Massive use of the Arms Warrior, like we
Guys,
saw
I don't think you
from
understand that,
Triple
like,
Threat.
literally
I'm interested
nobody
to see. Can we
has
take a
played
look at the
Eldrazi Demon
talents and
Hunter.
see if Hearthjax is still
Nobody.
on the Eldrazi Reaver? Do they still have that funnel damage available to them? Because there's some really interesting tech you can
That
do. In
it's
this dungeon
crazy to see it
if
broken
you really
out.
wanted to make max use of it. Like, we saw Triple Threat pull trash on top of Laura at the end. But with the Havoc Demon Hunter,
But okay, so
you know, Sigil of Misery, those mobs. in the back
basically
for a
we have
while,
Eldrazi
keep them
versus
alive
Arms
a little bit
Warrior.
longer and carry them into the
Arms Warrior
damage
is
ramp
also
phase.
doing
Get
a
whole
lot
bunch
of
funnel
crowd
damage,
damage here.
Yes.
Blow up the boss.
Look at the boss
Okay,
damage.
they could go
It's
for some
very,
crazy tech if they
very
really
similar
wanted
right
to.
now.
Let's see if they can pull it out. For the time being, though, teams
but
neck and neck on
Warrior
boss
has the advantage
damage
of
until
reflecting
all
the later
Ascended,
bosses in the dungeon as well,
literally
so
within a single percentage point of each other.
it's really cool they're playing
Yeah, the Havoc Demon Hunter and the
Eldrazi.
Arms
I don't
Warrior
necessarily
filling a
know
very
that it's
similar
better
role
though.
That is basically
Arms
doing
Warrior
that
here
huge
is
damage
quite
to a
good.
single target while surrounded by all this trash. Right now, both of them are also just doing top overall
Show
damage
DPS?
as well
Oh, my
on
bad.
this boss
I moved my cam
combat,
back.
But a huge chunk of that
Actually, let me
is
do this.
damage to the boss. There's a slight difference in texture here. The Havoc Demon Hunter wants to fight big pulls with priority targets, right? 3 or 4 things on a priority target, you're okay, you're happy. You're not elated about it, though. You want 10, 20 low
Are
guys,
Auntie's
right?
Angels
These damage
finishing off
broken,
the
just
first boss
huge
here,
amounts of batteries
like
that
a
deal huge
second
damage to the boss.
before
For Auntie's
Dignitas?
Angels, though, the Arms Warrior is like, you know, just get me 3 or 4 guys,
and there
I'm
are
totally
short
happy with that. That is
3%
all I
count.
need, to be getting my
I don't
sweeping
think that's
strikes
going to
pulled
matter
out
much.
here.
We will see though.
We'll have to see if the plan is going
Who
to
is
be
winning?
the same for both of our teams. In our earlier
I don't know why
matches
it.
into the trio
I don't know why it
triumvirate,
shows
we saw
0-0.
both
Dignitas is
Sin
up one map
Spellbook
right now.
and
It's 1-0 in a BO3.
go for the double pull.
So both
of
teams are going right
the
here.
Void
It looks like we're
Rift
not
Warrior strategy.
doubling
We were talking
if
about
we're
that during
we're
the China
posturing
Right,
this way.
Triple Threat and Sin Spellbook, pulling it into reality. It's
But
not gonna be this
notice
different. This
both
Rift
teams
Warrior
here
working nearby for them to go
For
double
Unholy
here. It's
DK,
just gonna be a
our
single
army's on
pull.
cooldown. So this is what I was talking about for the previous matchup that we saw, where Sin Spellbook had army come up on the first boss, but they opted to hold it and go into the double Void Warden pull immediately after the first boss.
For the time being,
By using it on cooldown, you can do the single one first, have your army come up, and then go into the double.
Most of their classes have a way of getting rid of that debuff. Looks like they've dealt with it on the side of both of our teams. Both Mistweavers also spinning to win, keeping everyone nice and healthy here.
Yeah,
now on the
absolutely.
side of
Looking
Dignitas,
great
we're just
here
doing a
for
lot
both
more
teams.
damage this
0
pool.
deaths still on the board.
We're
This
just
is a
doing a
plus
lot more
16
damage this
key
pool.
here, which it's interesting. Seed of the Triumvirate across our group weekends was certainly the dungeon
But
where we
Auntie's
saw the
Angels
most
have left already.
catastrophes. So keeping this 0 death is going to be
How
the
did they leave so
challenge.
fast?
Helping the teams is the fact that the key level is a little bit
Auntie's
lower,
Angels
right?
are not
16,
double pulling the
is
Rift Wardens.
lowest key level that we have this weekend.
They're single pulling the
Of
Rift
course, by
Warden.
no means is that a low key though.
Does
And sometimes
Dignitas double
the
pull it?
Keystone going down in level
We do see double
can
pull.
actually
Okay,
make
here we
the
go.
dungeon more dangerous as you
Looking
do
at
sometimes
Dignitas,
fight
2
extra
Rift Wardens,
buffs as a result
crazy
of it.
boss
So,
damage here.
gonna be
Sorry,
something to
crazy
keep
group
an eye on
damage.
as both
We
teams
have the
now
army
engage
press coming
with
out of
these Rift
Yargi.
Warden
We do
pulls.
not have meta available
Yeah,
for
it looks like it's
Hearthjax,
going a lot
but being
cleaner
that
on
we're
the side
playing
of Auntie's
Eldrazi,
Angels. Double
we
Rift
can
Warden
nuke one of the
still
Rift
alive for
Wardens here
Dignitas as the pulse and
and
AoE damage starts to bring
with
everyone
our damage
incredibly low.
profile.
For back-to-back
We see the defenses
scale
rotated
charges
up for
used there.
Dignitas.
It wasn't a double pull.
Sparks
for
are falling
Auntie's
off for
Angels.
Kira.
They're just
AJ's
chaining
wall
it
ran
in.
out.
Look at the health bars for Dignitas.
And
They're
Rift Warden
dropping
goes down
incredibly low as the
now.
personals light up across the board.
Very nicely
Cocoon
done.
being used on Verb as he starts to run out of personals. They finally killed off that first Rift Warden.
Meanwhile, Auntie's
The
Angels
pulsing damage
running into the
has
next Rift
mercifully
Warden
stopped for them, but
with a
they're
lot more
able to
trash
get
here.
through the pull. Auntie's Angels now engaging that third Rift Warden on its own with a little bit of extra trash pulled on top of it. But Dignitas, they're done with those Rift Wardens. They can go straight up to the boss.
Yeah,
now.
Dignitas can just leave right
They
now.
are zooming it through here. That travel form, wild charge, stampeding roar from Kira, just absolutely optimizing the movement through here into the getting rescued, into the cap form for a sec for the extra movement speed. Kira is just traversing this dungeon like it is a parkour game, right? Like he's just zooming around there, running over the walls, getting through here, getting every single
this is gonna be
mob down
Hearthjax,
as quickly as possible.
For a team that says they prefer
Metamorphosis,
pushing keys over
which
speedrunning,
should
they're
kill
pretty
off
damn good
the
at speedrunning, man.
Rift Warden
they have
very
optimized
quickly
the
here,
hell out of their
which will
movement,
spawn the boss
and it's
really quickly
fun
as
to
well.
watch them pull it
With
off.
all these trash mobs
Rift
alive.
Warden now going down
Extra
here
funnel,
for
love to see
Dignitas.
that.
That'll start the RP
Benefit
to
of
spawn
the Eldrazi.
trio in just a moment here. Still dealing with the remainder of this trash. Metamorphosis going to be available for Hearthjax on pull here, as well as the Army of the Dead DT combo for Yarki as they engage the trio. Going to be using all of this extra trash to do a ton of funnel damage to the bosses.
Yeah, exactly. That is the name of the game here. This is the reason why both teams have opted for a funnel damage specialist instead of those Devourer or Demon Hunters. The ability to pull all of this trash onto the boss and then get full damage from it is a Famished Broken. Nearly sent to the moon there by Auntie's Angels. The low gravity out here on Argus, on the shattered remains of the planet, I think allowed that upheaval. Just send that thing skyward 20 meters up there, but able to return to Earth. And
so we
get
got about
back
a 30%
into
boss
this
lead on the side of
AoE
Exhaust.
explosion as
That's probably on the
demon or
order of
the
30
Evoker
seconds, 35
flying a
seconds.
circular deep breath pattern as well. A lot of fancy flight maneuvers happening for Auntie's Angels over there.
Dignitas in the driver's seat here.
Dignitas, though, the amount of damage that they are dealing is
Seeing the case today, how much more practice
here.
would your team
You
have
can
needed
see
to
it.
match
You look
these?
at the 2 damage meters, and you're like, oh, well, on one team, the DK is doing a lot of damage. On one team, the Arms Warrior is doing a lot of damage. Actually, Dignitas'
I really don't know.
second place DPS is
A
ahead
lot
of
is the
Auntie's
short
Angels
answer.
first right now.
They are
A lot
pulling
is the
more
short
trash,
answer.
but that is like we're talking about. That's just funnel for your Demon Hunter.
'Cause, I mean,
They're
there's something
loving life
like-
right now. That Wounded Quarry is going
I think with enough
insane on the
time-
boss right now. That being said, Auntie's Angels are closing the
I played
gap
every day,
with the Arms
you know,
Warrior
six
damage just a
6
little
hours a
bit
day or
here,
something.
but they're
I'm sure we
falling
could have
ever
gone to a
behind
point
in
where we could have
trash
had
count here.
mastered
Auntie's Angels is
every
going to
one of
have
the
to
routes
pull
from the group stages
somewhere in the realm of an extra 10%,
to like perfectly replicate them
12%, I
for
believe,
the
Kat,
finals.
at some point
Right, which
to
we've
make up
seen
the
out of teams
differential
like,
versus Dignitas here, and Dignitas are already ahead on the boss. So what is
Send
that gonna look
Spellbook in the
like? Where is
Masters,
that extra
for
count
instance.
gonna
Okay,
come
their
from?
Masters went a little bit
Because
south.
the trash in the
Interrupt
boss
in the
is a known
Masters.
quantity.
They just did the
Dignitas,
group stage
it actually
route,
looks
all
like
right?
they're
And they
gonna
did
be at
it. They did
100%
perfectly,
count
but they
by
were
the
just
time
way
they're done
slower,
clearing this boss
right?
room.
They weren't really able to innovate.
Exactly. Dignitas are
I
just
don't
zooming
know,
it through
even within
here,
like
and that count,
unlimited
not
practice,
gonna be an
if we
issue
could
for them. It
innovate
doesn't
to the
mean they're
same
not
degree that some of these
necessarily
other teams
gonna
do.
have funnel on that last
Like, that's
boss.
not always
Let's
something
see
that
how
we
they
have a
execute
lot
this
of
skip
practice
here.
with,
Sigil of
so I
Misery
don't know how that
running
would
through,
go.
Combat on hopefully
That would be
only
like
Hearthjacks, as Kira
very-
has already melded off that other pack over on
Like,
the
we would have
side
to
here.
find the same
Let's
things
see,
these
there's
teams are
Hearthjacks
finding
now
with
hitting
route
meld as
optimizations
well.
that
And Dignitas getting in combat with the rest of this trash. If that
I mean, I think
skip
we would
was
definitely
failed,
discover some things,
probably
but,
won't
like,
learn about
it's-
it for the next 30 seconds, and then we will learn about it catastrophically. Meanwhile,
It's
Auntie's
hard
Angels
to
actually
come
having
to these
divide
conclusions on your own without
execute
already
the
seeing
tank
them.
section of that skip. Looks like it has gone properly for.
And I don't know
Auntie's
how much
Angels,
time it would take
and
us
they're,
for
of course,
take
not
for us
able
to
access Sigil of
discover that.
Misery, so they're actually going to take some robots down here with them. This is going to be super scary for Auntie's Angels.
So triple Shadow Weaver, double Conjurer as well. So they're going to have to deal with these.
So
debuffs,
Hearthjacks nuking
knocking
Skull,
their players up in addition
nuking
to
one of the Shadow
dodging
Weavers
Void
here.
Cleaves as well, while also dodging 3 barrages of Void Balls as well.
So a lot of trash
from
on
the
Auntie's
Void
Angels,
Infusions
yeah.
on the Grand Shadow Weavers constantly. They have turned this pull into an absolute bullet hell nightmare. but they're
Dignitas spawning the
making it
boss
work.
very quickly here.
Unfortunately for them, Dignitas is already through the pull on their end. They're on to Viceroy Nezar, and they're just catapulting even further ahead. Boss RP still yet to spawn for Auntie's Angels. That being said, Auntie's Angels, this is where they should start to catch up here. They have access to the taunt Spell Reflect here on the side of Jules, but the first Mind Blast actually wasn't Spell Reflected, and the second one wasn't either.
Interesting. Yeah, the Taunt Spell Reflect, a huge option for teams that are
Yeah, we definitely
playing
need to
a
utilize
warrior
that.
in this dungeon.
We
Of
need
course,
to get some
easier done
incredible
when you have a Prot Warrior, but we
Spell
did
Reflects
see
here
teams
to
having
make
their
up the
DPS
time on the side of
warrior
Auntie's
do it as
Angels.
well.
We
have
need
also
some
seen teams
phenomenal
die
Spell
for
Reflects.
attempting it,
Also,
so,
look at the count,
there
by
is
the
a
way.
trade-off there, but hopefully something that Auntie's Angels
Auntie's
will make
Angels
some
have
use
to
of,
play
because we see
trash
that
after this
warrior,
boss.
even without
Dignitas
fully
do
optimized
not.
Spell Reflects there is still dealing a huge amount of damage for Auntie's Angels, and maybe now that the rest of the trash has been dealt with, this could be the opportunity to land some of these taunts.
And we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. Actually, you can keep an eye on that cast bar on the side, on the boss there. Anytime a Mind Blast is targeting the warrior, it means that they've properly done it. He can get a Spell Reflect and do roughly 2% of the boss's HP. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up. If you do it 3 or 4 times over the course of the fight, that's 1/10 of the boss's HP gone. So it's very, very powerful if you can get it done. I think in the first half of the boss's HP, I haven't seen them pull it off a single time so far. And while they have caught up about 10% on the boss HP from use of the
I am
initial
surprised to
round
see
cooldowns,
Dignitas
Dignitas still are holding on
opting
a
to
pretty
end this
significant lead.
dungeon
And again,
at
Pat,
100%
that's not
count.
one- you point
I would
on
expect
the
them
trash
to
count
want
here.
to pull trash on
Dignitas is
Allura,
done. They
like
can
what
just
we
sit there and
saw
wait for
out
the boss to
of
spawn. Obviously,
Triple
it's
Threat.
not ideal, but Auntie's Angels still has to go back and deal with extra count. They also
Because
have
they
to
have
do,
an
like,
Eldrazi,
a
right?
bunch
Like,
of random extra
I'm surprised
mobs
they
because
wouldn't want to do
already
that.
pulled the 2 robots that are normally part
They
of
do
that
like Conjure
last
that they're
pull
gonna take with
teams
them.
do. They're going to have to go back and pull
But-
something completely
So-
different than what we're used to seeing.
They can take a 5-pack onto Lura, and that would give them funnel and also not take too much extra time. We've seen teams wipe to trash on Lura, but typically it's when a robot is involved. We've seen, in fact, a 2% HP robot leading to a wipe on Lura, so that is something you don't want to do. But hopefully Auntie's Angels here will just be grabbing this 5-pack over here, and yeah, you can see not even all dismounting, as they are going to keep running forward and take this on to Lura. So the good news, they're going to have a lot of boss damage. They're going to have Execute. They're going to have Funnel. They're going to have all those things going for them. The bad news, Dignitas are going to be in combat so
It's pretty
much
cool
quicker
seeing
than them. And this is
Yargi
a
on a
boss that so
DK,
often dies
Hurtjax on a Demon
a
Hunter,
pretty strict timer
on a melee,
when it
like
does get
Hurtjax,
that damage amp
notoriously a mage
from
player,
the,
Yargi notoriously like
backlash.
a
So, Dignitas
ranged
getting in
Warlock
boss combat.
Hunter.
Auntie's Angels
Verb
running
notoriously
down
a
towards the
DK.
boss. How
The rule
long
swaps
is
here
it
are
gonna
crazy.
take them to get in combat here?
It looks like it's going to take them another 20 to 30 seconds here. Looks like it's the nail in the coffin for them. If you're an Auntie's Angels fan
Now,
or a Dignitas hater, I'm not
it's
sure I've even
possible
seen
Dignitas
any
does
of those
not
in chat, 'cause
one-phase the
everyone loves
boss.
this team. The
I think
only
of all the
real
comps
chance
we've seen
Auntie's
so
Angels
far,
have here
I
is
think
a
they
technical
probably don't
mistake
have
from
the best
Dignitas
burst
or a
damage
random
in the
death
world.
right for the damage amp. Is Dignitas
It could
able to-
happen,
gonna be able to
but
pull
at a
off
plus 16 key
quad
level,
chime
I
here?
feel
Let's
like
take a
it's
look at the
pretty
AoEs
unlikely. I think the
after
key
that
level is
first
kind of
explosion.
low
Looks
enough to
like
where
they
it's
have
probably
dealt
not going to
with
happen.
4 of those chimes, so the debuffs
And
are
not
only
in the
second,
sense
2
of
at a time
they
here.
probably
It's
will
gonna make
one-phase the
next
boss.
lines that much easier for them to execute, Dranos.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of
Or just
safety,
a mage for Streets and
both
Havoc for
strategically
Hall's
and in
Aura?
terms of
Oh,
just
really?
incoming damage taken. A very,
maybe
very
he is
big
a
thing
more
here. It also means
experienced
that
Havoc
you
player.
do get to sort of
I'd take that
know
back then.
which 2 you have to target. Although sometimes it creates a problem where 3 people get a beam and all try and hit a relic, and then you might cleave them. But it looks like Dignitas are not interested in that sort of thing happening at all. We saw a ping
Here we
even
go.
come out 10
Pre-lust,
seconds before that cast.
entering
Probably
meta,
somebody saying,
entering
"I'll get
army.
this." Whoever else gets
Do
this
we
other
one-phase the
and that's
boss?
gonna solve that entirely
75%
as
of the
Lura
boss's
entering
health
that burn
to
phase.
go.
How
Do
much damage
we
will Dignitas
have
be
the
able to do?
damage?
The Lust is rolling. The Breath of Eons, the meta, the Incarn, every single cooldown from Dignitas.
Entering
is
execute
blasting
now.
into Lura, this huge
DK will
damage
ascend.
hit. And I don't think
We
this
have
is even gonna end
plenty
here.
of
I think it's
damage.
going to die
Yeah.
before it does. Down goes Lura.
They got
Dignitas
plenty
to the
of
upper
damage.
bracket. Auntie's Angels down to the lower
right.
bracket.
Dignitas are unwilling to let go of their crown.
I mean,
last season, they
Dignitas
fought hard
with
to
a
finally win
very,
the MDI.
very
They're
impressive
out to
performance.
remain our reigning champions. There are still plenty of dungeons ahead standing between them and that goal, but here in this series, they have secured the win. Auntie's Angels, they tried to land that cleaner run and succeeded largely, but unfortunately they weren't able to outlap Dignitas, and yes, as we said, they will be sent down to face off with Send Spellbook in the lower bracket down there. Now, we can take
All
a
right,
look
well,
at everything that panned
my
out here
bracket
in
for the
this
event
map,
is
but
still,
overall, I mean,
I'm still
Dignitas,
perfect.
they are
All my
so,
match
so
predictions
strong.
are,
Zyro,
I'm
how
4-0
is their
right now.
performance
I mean, it wasn't
looking
anything too
here in our
crazy to
finals
plan
weekend?
around.
I mean,
Predict
this
that
was
the
a
number 1 team would win every single
fast
map,
run.
except for Liquid
Compares to the
versus
run we
Big
saw
Lucky.
earlier
Predicted Liquid win.
already from Triple Threat
We're
as well. They're
4
right on the cusp
for 4
of
so
that
far.
run time. These teams are so incredibly fast.
Also
Dignitas
need
looking
3 to 5
team
business days to recover from that.
poised to
Might
be
just need
able
that.
to repeat, be one of the only teams ever up with the likes of Echo to be a back-to-back winner in MDI history. These were incredibly fast runs, but they're not done yet, right? They still have to win one more match in order to get their qualification for BlizzCon. It's going to be a tough matchup tomorrow for them up against Triple Threat.
It definitely is. And before we get to those maps, we can take a look in more detail here at this one. Makes, there's a lot to look ahead to, but what were you looking for in this particular matchup?
So I actually grabbed a couple of just really cool things from this dungeon, and we did see this from 2 teams earlier already, and I know you guys talked about it.
Red
Just
eyes for
look
too
at
much
the
gaming.
sheer damage of the double rift wards. It's plus 16, and there's so much damage going out.
Alright,
to the
take a
entire
breather.
team. Everybody's using all
How they
of
pull
their
that second rift warden?
defensive. AJ is also using
Tagged
all
it
of
in.
the offensive
They
CTs
tagged
he
it
has
in and just
to
tanked
protect
the
rest
damage
of
that the
group, which
rift
is really, really cool. And then I was
the
kinda
gate
puzzled
does.
as
Instant
to
death?
why
No.
Hard
It's just like
Jax was
pulsing
playing
heavy
Eldrazi
AoE
here
damage.
again. It made a lot
They
of
just
sense
popped
to me
walls and
in
killed
that
it before it
Magister's
became a problem.
Terrorist. I feel like
Shout out my Wicked 22. Good luck with that one.
Felskar Havoc.
Good luck with that one.
My idea was it might
Actually, you know what,
Priest
Mortiz?
fight, but
Log Asa Rogue
it
Death
wasn't
Stalker.
really working out
You know, big
on
power
the
damage,
leaders
kill it
there,
before it
so
kills
I'm
you.
really curious about
Could work.
this one, but I did want to show you this Mind Blast here.
It's
from
basically
Jules,
Eldrazi, but, you know,
just
probably
absolutely
worse.
Rising on that damage reader, as well as, of course,
Has
that
Rogue been played
final
today?
boss
No.
burn on
No Rogue hasn't
Laura.
played today.
I'm expecting these to come into every seed of the Triumvirate.
Rogue
we had this
is
weekend, but it's still
good
so
right now,
fun to
but
see.
it's not
I was
that
a little
good.
bit worried about Dignitas
It's
here 'cause
definitely
they
not
pressed their lust, like, 15 seconds early.
One of the
They didn't
highest
need all
damaging
that.
specs in the
They just
game.
didn't need it. They knew that. They knew how fast
In
they
any
were on
situation,
Boss mode. They
so.
said 15 seconds early, less press.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
I guess
We'll
Fizz
at
comp.
least get our full lust.
You know, you reach
It
a
can be
point
up
where
there.
I think you're just like,
But
it's all good.
you can't play
Honestly,
Fizz comp in
like,
MDI.
We are smooth sailing from here. And
polls
love to
just
see
don't
them
work.
Just absolutely dominate another dungeon. Incredible how quickly and how well
Gonna
they
try to
adapted to
change
the
his
speed of the
Asa
format.
first
And
area.
again, we only have more to show for them.
I mean, you
But
got
both of our
Cloak,
teams have
Vanish.
more that they can do before this competition is
Can
over.
Meld,
now,
maybe?
Auntie's Angels will be down in that lower bracket, of course.
I don't know if
Dignitas
Meld
moving through the
works.
upper, but everybody still has a chance, at least up until tomorrow, when we start seeing our elimination.
How much is Unholy versus Frost and Keys? Is just a cover thing, or Wait AoE versus single target? I think they have similar damage profiles. I think Unholy is slightly
Yeah, we saw a lot of expected results.
Slightly
in
higher
these
overall,
series, the 2-0s for the favorites.
but, like, its damage
Although I
is
do think
slower.
The Big Lucky versus Liquid
Frost
series
is
was
bigger
definitely
burst.
a very interesting one to see there. That was one of the ones that had the biggest question marks.
I don't really know
It
outside of
sets us
that.
up for tomorrow to be super exciting.
Pulls don't
because
work.
we have Mandatory
Yeah,
versus
exactly.
Liquid.
Much.
That's gonna be
Like
a
some of the
banger.
pull sizes
Triple
that you have to
threat
do in these
versus
dungeons
Dignitas.
are
That's gonna
really
be a
big.
banger. And then we go down to the lower
And
bracket. Interrupt versus
Fizz
Big
comp
Lucky.
is
A huge battle there
not
for BlizzCon
equipped
in the
well enough to
lower
deal with
bracket.
these
Plus
Omega
Sen
pulls.
Spellbook and Auntie's Angels, two teams that I think came in here as dark horses, are now going to have to clash.
Which works
to
on
see
live
which
because
one
you're
will get
forced to pull
continue in
smaller
the tournament.
because mobs are more deadly.
Indeed. I mean, it's going to be huge. Tomorrow is a definite make or break day for our teams, and you are going to want to.
All right, look at the
tune
bracket
in.
here.
Absolutely.
So, tomorrow,
we have some huge series ahead, including
we
those
have
first eliminations in our season 1 finals.
two
now,
bangers.
Our MDI desk will be.
Two banger upper bracket quarterfinal matches. Mandatory versus Liquid, absolute heater. Then Triple Threat versus Dignitas, another straight banger matchup. Gonna be really exciting to see how these two teams perform. My prediction, and I posted a video about this, so you guys want to take a look. Exclamation point finals. I guess Mandatory. I predict Mandatory will beat Liquid. Dignitas beats Triple Threat to advance to the semifinal. I don't know. Big Lucky versus Interrupt would be interesting. Big Lucky beat Interrupt in the finals for China, but I think Interrupt has looked better today. So I'm not really sure. Since Solar versus Auntie's Angels, that matchup could go either way. So yeah, gonna be some, and then we have the these two matches will be played too. So the loser of these two games versus the winner of these two, which I think the winner of this China matchup versus whoever loses in this quarterfinal will be an interesting matchup to see. But that's all happening tomorrow, guys. That is happening tomorrow. It looks like is this the AWC? Are we straight into the AWC right now? Is that what this is? I figured the stream would be over. Gloria. Every match is 2-0 main. Is this even fair? It has been 2-0, hasn't it? Yeah, every match has been 2-0 and none have been especially close. There have been two matches of the 8 that were close. Interrupt almost beat Mandatory in the first map, and Big Lucky almost beat Liquid and Algathar. Otherwise, every other match has been not especially close. Not following Canada's World Cups game today. I would actually be down to watch it, but I don't know where I'd watch it from. I don't have like any kind of... Yo, is there like a FIFA streaming site I could use that is definitely legal for me to watch off of? All right, crazy though. Definitely good matchup. I'm gonna upload the It's nearly ended. Okay, don't tell me. I'll probably just watch highlights then. I'm gonna upload probably, I think, either all or some of the matches from today. I'm gonna end stream now. By the way, I gotta go. I want to upload the videos for one thing. Spend some time working on some other videos. I upload a video to the Patreon as well. Probably do a short. Kind of behind on content. So spend some time doing that. I'm also tired as fuck. I slept like 4 hours, so probably get to bed a bit earlier today. I will see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m., bright and early. We have a longer day ahead. There's going to be 6 matches instead of the 4 that we saw today. But yeah, really, really fun. Super, super exciting to see how these finals unfold. And I think after tomorrow, we should have a pretty good idea of what teams will be qualifying for BlizzCon. So, actually, as after tomorrow, actually no. Wait, maybe? Yeah, I think the winner of both upper bracket matches tomorrow qualifies for BlizzCon. So some teams will already have been qualified, which is going to be pretty crazy. But yeah, guys, have a fantastic night, morning, evening, wherever you're watching from. I appreciate you guys being here. As always, have a lovely rest of your day. And let me find somebody to raid. Let me find somebody to send you guys off to. I'm gonna send you guys over to Crit Cake. Crit Cake. Host a baddie for us. Yeah, I got you. Crit Cake is a baddie. Huge baddie. Oh, wait, that's not Crit Cake. Crit Cake EU, my bad. Raid Crit Cake EU. Did not work. I misspelled it. Raid Crit Cake EU. I misspelled his name. There we go. If you watch a 200,000 Lego scandal video tomorrow, dude. I've been watching this. I've been following along with this. It's been pretty interesting to listen to. I've been mostly watching Moist Critical talk about it, but yeah, wild situation. Anyways, guys, take it easy. Appreciate you. See you next time.